Great rivers froze solid, and the prairies shimmered white under a merciless sky, and when homes across America flickered faintly against the cold that seemed to devour the very air. It was the winter of 1899. A cold snap so fierce that it etched its memory into the bones of a nation. This was the Great Arctic Outbreak, also known as the Great Blizzard of 1899, a meteorological event of staggering proportions. Massive high-minus pressure system, born in the Canadian Arctic, plunged southward, shattering records from the Dakotas to the Gulf. Towns were buried, trains stalled in drift taller than men, and even the Gulf of Mexico felt the breath of ice. Temperatures fell below zero in every state of the Union, a feat never repeated. Before we begin this journey back in time to the frostbitten fields and snow-choked streets of that fateful February night, take a moment to get comfortable. If you're watching from the United States, perhaps it's evening, the light dimming softly beyond your window. To those in Europe, maybe it's already night and you're ready to drift off to sleep. And to our friends in Canada or anywhere else across this wide, wonderful world, what time is it where you are? Let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe so you won't miss the next story we share. Now, take a deep breath. Let the quiet of the night settle around you. The story is about to begin. It began not with a storm, but with a silence in the small town of Cairo, Illinois. Dusk fell early in that February evening. Sun sank behind the Mississippi, leaving behind a pale wash of gold that faded quickly to gray. The townspeople had heard the rumors, telegraph lines buzzing with talk of cold sweeping down from the Canadian plains, but few believed it could reach them with such vengeance. Winter had been long, yes, but not cruel, not yet. By nightfall, the first wind arrived. It carried a strange weight, sharp as needles, smelling faintly of ice and pine. Horses shifted uneasily in their stalls, and the lanterns on Main Street flickered in protest. Then, as if the sky itself exhaled, the temperature dropped. Thermometers fell faster than the townsfolk could measure, until the glass nearly cracked from the strain. Mrs. Turner, who ran the boarding house near the railroad, wrapped herself in 3 shawls and watched frost creep up the inside of her windows. Beyond them, the street lamps were dim halos in a mist of glittering snow. Her breath plumed in the air like smoke. Across the street, the old telegraph office went dark, its lines stiff and brittle, snapping one by one under the weight of ice. By midnight, even the river had begun to seethe. A thin skin of ice spread across its surface, whispering softly as it thickened in the moonlight. No one slept soundly that night. Doors rattled in their frames. Timmy's howled, and the wind outside sang the long, lonely song of the north. The great Arctic outbreak had arrived at Cairo's doorstep. When dawn came, it brought no warmth. The sky was pale, stretched thin as parchment, and the light that fell upon the town carried no comfort. It was a brittle, colorless light, as if even the sun had frozen. Smoke rose sluggishly from chimneys, curling sideways in the stiff wind before disappearing entirely. The town looked smaller beneath that strange sky, its edges softened by snow and silence. The first to stir were the railroad men, bundled in coats so heavy they could barely move. Their breath fogged around their faces as they trudged toward the yard, boots crunching through a crust of ice that had formed overnight. The rails gleamed with frost, metal groaning as it contracted in the cold. They tried to light the signal lamps, but the oil had thickened like syrup, refusing to catch flame. Even the tools they held burned their fingers through the leather of their gloves. At Mrs. Turner's boarding house, the pipes had frozen solid. She stood in the kitchen, staring at the pump handle that refused to move. Her breath came out in visible clouds as she broke the thin ice that had formed in the basin overnight. Upstairs, her guests huddled beneath layers of quilt, too cold to speak, their dreams full of cracking wood and whistling wind. Somewhere a pane of glass gave way with a muffled snap, and snow began to drift in through the frame. Across town, children pressed their faces against the frosted windows of the schoolhouse, watching their own reflections blur in the glass. The teacher, Miss Carter, held her hands close to the tiny stove at the front of the room, coaxing what little warmth she could from its dull orange glow. The coals inside hissed faintly, protesting the cold that crept even into the iron. He smiled bravely at the children, though her lips were pale and trembling. Outside, the Mississippi had turned to a wide, silent plain of white, as sheets stretched from shore to shore, glittering faintly beneath the weak sun. Men walked out cautiously onto its surface, stamping their feet in disbelief. Some laughed, others prayed. None had seen the river stop like this before. It was a phenomenon reported from street Louis to New Orleans, as the unprecedented cold gripped the continent's mighty artery. The whole world seemed to hold its breath that morning. By midday, the cold had become something more than weather. It was a living thing, moving through the streets with a quiet, relentless purpose. The snow no longer fell in soft flakes, but in dry, stinging grains that rattled against windows like sand. Horses refused to pull their loads, their nostrils crusted with frost, their breath hanging like ghosts in the air. Wagons sat abandoned in the road, wheels locked in place by ice. At the edge of town, the mail train from street Louis had been due before sunrise, and never came. Somewhere along the line, engines had frozen, their boilers unable to build pressure, a common fate for the thousands of locomotives stranded across the national network. The telegraph lines, those slender lifelines connecting the heart of the nation, hung motionless and dead, draped in icy threads that shimmered faintly in the weak daylight. Harris postmaster Mr. Avery stood outside the depot, staring down the empty tracks as though he might will the train into view. His beard was white with frost, and his coat crackled when he moved. Inside the station, a small fire sputtered in the potbelly stove. Travelers waiting for connecting trains huddled together for warmth, sharing coffee that had gone lukewarm in its tin pot. A man from Kansas muttered that he'd never known such cold, not even in the blizzards of his youth. Another swore he'd seen birds frozen in mid-minus flight that morning, their wings caught mid-minus beat as they fell from the sky like dark petals. No one's gossip tales were coming from everywhere. Out on Main Street, shopkeepers swept at their doorways with little success. The snow seemed to return as soon as it was cleared, swirling in narrow eddies that snuck into every crack and crevice. The general store ran out of coal by noon, and when a shipment failed to arrive from the next town over, men began breaking apart old furniture to burn. The smell of scorched varnish drifted faintly through the air, a bitter, desperate scent. And yet, amid the stillness, there was beauty. The trees stood like crystal monuments, each branch sheathed in glass. Fences sparkled in the dim light, and the sound of distant ice cracking on the river echoed like gunfire across the plains. It was as though the entire world had been transformed into a cathedral of ice and silence. Sis Turner, watching from her window, whispered to herself, "It's as if the earth forgot how to breathe." By the second day, the Mississippi no longer moved at all. What had once been a restless, roaring artery of trade and travel now lay motionless beneath a thick armor of ice. The steamboats moored along the bank sat trapped, their hulls groaning in protest as the water beneath them expanded and froze solid. Men walked out cautiously, testing the surface with poles and axes, their breath shortened, visible in the crystalline air. Captain Elijah Brooks, a river man for 30 years, had never seen such stillness. He stood aboard his vessel, the Silver Belle, wrapped in a greatcoat stiff with frost. The paddle wheel, half-minus submerged in the ice, looked like a sculpture, something carved and abandoned by gods. He reached down, rapping his gloved knuckles against the frozen water, and felt the dull, unyielding thud. "She's dead," he muttered, meaning the river. "The river's gone to sleep." Down along the banks, townsfolk gathered, marveling and murmuring. Children chased each other across the wide expanse, their laughter carried away by the wind until their mothers called them back sharply, fearful the ice might crack. A wagon tried to cross where the river was widest, its wheels creaking in protest. But halfway through, one of the axles snapped. The horse reared and screamed, its voice echoing in the still air. Hen rushed to help, but every sound seemed swallowed by the cold, distant and hollow. Farther south, even the great delta felt the touch of winter's hand. In New Orleans, orange groves turned gray overnight, their fruit bursting under the sudden freeze. Pipes shattered, fountains froze solid, and the streets that once shimmered with music and color now glistened with frost. The papers would later call it the Great Arctic Invasion. But for those who lived it, the name was too small to tame. It was not just cold. It was a silence. A silencing of everything that moved, everything that breathed. As night drew near again, Captain Brooks' little lantern hung it from the bow of his ship. The glow spread faintly across the ice, a single warm pulse in a world of white. He stood there long into the night, listening to the faint groans and pops of the frozen river, like the earth itself shifting uneasily in its sleep. The cold deepened, pressing in through walls and under their frames like an invisible tide. Inside Mrs. Turner's boarding house, every fire burned low. Despite their best efforts, coal was running scarce, and even the woodpile in the yard was nearly gone, the logs coated in a slick crust of ice that made them difficult to split. Each strike of the axe sent shards flying into the air, ringing like glass. Mrs. Turner moved from room to room with a lantern, checking on her guests. In the front room, old Mr. Dwyer sat hunched near the stove, wrapped in a blanket that barely reached his knees. His hand shook as he held a tin mug of broth, thin but warm. Upstairs, a young couple from street Lewis slept close together, their breath visible in the cold, their cheeks flushed pink from the chill. Even the cat, a great creature named Millie, had taken to curling up in the oven compartment of the stove whenever it cooled, her eyes glinting like embers in the dim light. The windows wept frost. Curtains stiffened where moisture had frozen into them. Every step across the wooden floor creaked with a brittle sound, as though the house itself were aging a century with each passing hour. Still, there was comfort in small things. A pot of tea brewed with melted snow, the quiet crackle of kindling catching flame, the faint hum of a hymn that Mrs. Turner sang under her breath. Outside, the world glowed blue and silver under the moonlight. Snow drifted against the doors, sealing them like tombs. The distant whistle of a stranded train echoed faintly from across the river, haunting and far away. Somewhere beyond the ridge, wolves had begun to move closer to town, their tracks threading through the snow where the forest met the open road. And yet, for all its harshness, the night had a strange beauty. The stars above were sharper, clearer than anyone could remember, each one burning steady and bright against the dark. Mrs. Turner paused by the window, lantern in hand, and gazed up at them. Perhaps, she whispered, the cold brings us closer to heaven. The lantern flickered, and for a moment the entire room was still. No sound, no movement, only the hum of wind against the eaves. Then she turned, tucked her shawl closer around her shoulders, and carried the light onward through the sleeping house. Down the street from the boarding house, the telegraph office stood in a shroud of silence. The once lively building, usually filled with the steady clicking of keys and the hum of wires, had gone utterly still. The lines outside, draped in thick sleeves of ice, sagged toward the ground like weary arms. Each gust of wind made them tremble faintly, producing a soft musical chime that faded into the distance. Sighed, Walter Finch, the town's telegraph operator, sat wrapped in his overcoat, staring at the silent machine before him. He had been at his post since dawn, tapping the key every hour in hope of a reply. But the wires gave nothing back. The storm had cut them off completely, part of a national communications blackout that left cities isolated. No word from Strait Louis, no word from the capital, nothing but the low moan of the wind outside. For the first time in years, Cairo was an island of isolation in a sea of frozen silence. Walter's fingers were numb. He rubbed them together, then held them over the small coal stove in the corner, but the flame inside had dwindled to a weak orange glow. The coal bucket was nearly empty, and the last delivery had not come. He looked at the framed photo on his desk, a woman and two children in winter coats smiling despite the cold. They were in Cincinnati, hundreds of miles away. He wondered if the cold had reached them yet. He wondered if they were safe. At midday, a knock came at the door. It was young Henry Porter, one of the railway boys, his face red from the wind. "Mr. Finch," he stammered. "There's talk the bridge might freeze solid. The engineers can't get through." Walter nodded, though the boy's words barely registered. The idea of the great bridge locked in ice struck him as both terrifying and strangely ominous inspiring. After the boy left, Walter sat again, listening to the emptiness on the line. Out of habit, he tapped out a message, just 3 words. "Is anyone there?" The key clicked sharply in the stillness, echoing against the walls. There was no answer, only the faint creak of the building settling and the distant cry of the wind between the wires. As evening fell, he stood and walked to the door. Outside, the sky had turned the color of lead, and snow was falling once more, thin, dry flakes that whispered as they touched the earth. He tilted his head, listening. For a moment, he imagined he could hear a faint reply far off in the static of the storm, a rhythm, a pulse, something alive. But when he strained to catch it again, there was only silence. He closed the door, stoked what remained of the fire, and whispered softly to the empty room, "Well, hold on. Someone will answer soon." By the third morning, the world had gone quiet in a way that unnerved even the most steadfast souls. No roosters crowed, no dogs barked. The snow muffled every footstep, swallowing even the faintest noise. Doors that once slammed now opened with a soft sigh. Voices carried strangely thin and brittle, as though the air itself could no longer hold them. Cairo had become a ghost town wrapped in white. The streets were empty except for the occasional figure moving quickly from one doorway to another, heads down, scarves drawn tight. The cold was no longer just an inconvenience, it was an enemy that stalked the edges of every thought. People spoke of it in whispers as though too loud a word might anger it. At the general store, a few townsfolk gathered, their breaths mingling like smoke. Shelves that once held flour, kerosene, and canned goods were bare now, save for a few tins of beans and some brittle loaves of bread. Mr. Kessler, the storekeeper, kept a ledger open on the counter, but no longer bothered to write down the debts. He knew no one would pay until spring, if spring came at all. The postmaster, Mr. Avery, came in shaking snow from his hat. "No mail," he said simply, his voice cracking with the cold. "Not a word from the south, the east, or the west. Nothing's moving." The others nodded grimly. They had all heard the same stories, carried by the last travelers before the silence fell, the Ohio frozen solid, the Great Lakes locked tight, cattle dying by the thousands on the plains. It was as though the entire continent had been wrapped in an icy hand. From the rafters above, a single icicle hung, long as a man's arm. It dripped slowly, one bead at a time, into a tin bucket on the floor. The sound, plink, 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 was the only thing that broke the stillness. Near noon, the church bell rang once. Its tone was muffled, barely reaching across the square, and then it stopped, the clapper frozen in place. The pastor, a thin man with gentle eyes, had tried to gather the townsfolk for prayer, but even faith moved slowly in such cold. Still, a handful came. They sat in silence within the dim sanctuary, wrapped in blankets, candles flickering weakly in the drafts. Outside, the snow continued to fall, fine, dry, endless. Was not the kind of storm that shouted, it whispered softly and steadily until every sound of life had been swallowed whole. By evening, the church stood like a monument carved from ice. Its stone walls glittered faintly under the moonlight, and the bell tower, once a proud silhouette against the sky, was now rimmed with frost so thick it looked sculpted from glass. Inside, the last of the candles flickered low, their wax hardened into milky ridges along the pews. The smell of tallow and pine smoke hung faintly in the air, blending with the sharp metallic scent of cold. Reverend Cole had remained behind after the others left, unwilling to let the building fall completely dark. He sat near the altar, hands clasped, eyes fixed on the frozen cross at the front of the sanctuary. The air in the church was so cold that every breath hung visible before his face, rising unfading like unanswered prayers. He had preached through droughts, floods, and sickness before, but never through a silence this profound. From outside, the faint creak of ice expanding along the tower stones echoed downward like the groan of an old ship at sea. The bell itself was frozen in place, a glimmering mass of bronze and frost. More than once he thought about climbing up to strike it by hand, to let the town know they were not alone. his strength coated in a glossy sheen. Still, he rose and gathered his coat around him. The sound of his boots on the floorboards broke the heavy quiet. He made his way up the spiral staircase, lantern in hand, its light trembling along the curved stone walls. Halfway up, he stopped to rest, listening. Outside, the wind had died again, leaving a stillness so deep he could hear the faint ticking of ice forming along the iron supports above. When he finally reached the top, the bell loomed before him, a great frozen heart of metal shimmering blue in the lamplight. He reached out and touched it. The cold bit instantly through his glove, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he whispered a single word, lost in the still air, remember. He drew back the small mallet he had carried up and struck the side of the bell. The sound that came was strange, muted, hollow, and haunting. It didn't ring so much as sigh, a deep tone that rippled outward across the sleeping town. Windows shuddered faintly. Somewhere down the street, a dog lifted its head. Then all was silent again. Reverend Cole stood for a long moment, listening to the quiet he had broken, the cold settling deeper into his bones. Finally, he turned and descended, his lantern swaying like a small, defiant star in the dark stairwell. That night, the temperature fell even lower, down past anything old thermometers could measure. The air itself seemed brittle, ready to shatter with the smallest sound. Along the Mississippi, a stillness stretched from shore to shore, the ice so thick it could bear the weight of wagons, even horses. And yet, beneath that silent crust, the river still lived, a slow, shifting power, restless in its frozen prison. Just before dawn, the first crack came. It began as a whisper, a faint groan deep within the ice, so low that only the night creatures stirred. Then, like a breath held too long, it burst. A deep, echoing boom rolled through the valley, rattling the windows of every house along the bank. It was not a sound of destruction, but of warning. The old river, reminding the world that it still moved, still breathed beneath the weight of winter. Captain Elijah Brooks heard it from his berth aboard the Silver Bell. He woke with a start, lanterns swinging above his head, frost falling from the ceiling like fine dust. For a moment he lay still, listening to the groaning song of the ice. Then he rose, wrapped in his heavy coat, and went topside. The stars had faded, and the eastern sky glowed faintly gray. All around him, the river stretched like a plain of marble. He crouched and placed a hand against the ice. It was alive, trembling ever so slightly beneath his palm. He smiled to himself. "He's not dead after all," he whispered, "just resting." On the far shore, a line of smoke rose from a cluster of shacks, fishermen's homes. Even through the cold, a faint smell of wood smoke carried across the frozen distance. Somewhere a dog barked, its voice small against the vastness of the morning. By sunrise, the town was awake, drawn by the sound of the cracking ice. Men gathered along the riverbank, their breath misting in the cold air. Some brought axes and ropes, others just curiosity. Children pressed close to their fathers, eyes wide at the sight of fissures crawling like veins across the gleaming surface. The sound came again, deep, rolling, ancient, like the earth itself exhaling. And then, as quickly as it had begun, silence returned. The cracks froze again, locking in place. The men stood for a while, waiting for more, but the river held its peace. The echo of that sound remained, carried on the cold wind through the empty streets. Later, in the quiet of her kitchen, Mrs. Turner would swear she felt the floorboards tremble at that exact moment, as though the river's heartbeat had reached her home. Beyond the town, the farmland stretched like patchwork beneath the white. Fields that had once been alive with winter wheat now lay buried. Fences vanished beneath drifts taller than a man. The barns groaned under the weight of ice and snow, their timbers straining, as if they too feared the cold. Smoke rose faintly from a few chimneys, but it was thin and wavering, easily swallowed by the wind. On one such farm, the Miller family huddled together in the main room. Father, mother, and 3 children sat close to the hearth, which burned small pieces of pine and scraps of coal. Their faces were pale, lips cracked, but their eyes held a quiet determination. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the shutters, lifting dry snow into twisting shapes that scuttled along the walls like spirits. The children, young Anna and Samuel, pressed their noses against the window pane, mesmerized by the frost patterns creeping across the glass. Each swirl of white looked like a frozen river, a tiny reminder that the world beyond the walls was alive, though inhospitable. Their older brother Peter helped their father check on the animals. The horses stood quietly in their stalls, breath puffing like smoke, while the cows huddled together, trembling under their thick coats. Despite the cold, life persisted. Father carried buckets of water from the creek, breaking the ice carefully, piece by piece. Salt wood for the fire, her movements methodical and rhythmic. Each swing a small victory over the biting chill. Every task was a reminder that warmth was earned, not given. As night fell, the family gathered again near the fire. The glow painted the room in softer oranges and gold, saw a small oasis of life within the vast frozen world. The wind outside softened to a whisper, carrying the distant, eerie sound of the river's frozen expanse. It was a sound that reminded them how small they were, yet also how connected they were to each other, to the land, and to the enduring rhythm of survival. Anna, eyes heavy with sleep, leaned against her mother. "Will it always be this cold?" she whispered. Her mother stroked her hair, voice soft but steady. "No, little one. The sun will come back. It always does." For now, though, they rested in the glow of the hearth, listening to the wind, feeling the deep, solemn quiet of a world held in ice. As the fourth night of a cold snap descended, Cairo's streets took on an otherworldly glow. Lanterns swayed in the wind, their light refracted through icy crystals that had formed along the glass panes. The snow reflected the glow in soft, muted waves, casting long shadows across shuttered windows and frozen doorways. The town moved slowly, if at all, each person wrapped tightly in layers, every footstep a careful negotiation with the icy streets. Mr. Kessler, the storekeeper, made his rounds, checking for stray travelers who might need shelter. His breath left clouds in the frigid air, and each exhale was visible long after it left his lips. A stray dog followed him silently, its paws slipping occasionally on the hard crust of snow. Shop doors were popped open just enough to admit warmth, though the air that escaped from inside quickly froze against the thresholds, creating delicate filigree patterns on the wood. Turner lit every lantern she could spare and placed them along the boardwalk outside her boarding house. The light pooled softly in the snow, creating small islands of warmth in a sea of white. Guests moved quietly along the path, nodding to neighbors with soft smiles, their voices subdued by both politeness and the cold that seemed to steal the strength from their throats. Up on the rooftops, icicles hung heavy, some sharp enough to glint like knives in the moonlight. A lone cat padded carefully along a ridge, tail low, ears flicking to every whisper of the wind. Even the old church tower, now completely rimmed in frost, seemed to hold its breath, a sentinel watching over the frozen town below. Inside the homes, the quiet was both a balm and a burden. Families huddled around small fires, sharing stories in hushed tones, a few read by candlelight, the flames flickering in rhythm with the wind. The cold pressed against the walls, but inside each room a different warmth existed, one not measured by fire, but by the simple act of being together. Outside, the wind carried the faint, mournful cry of the Mississippi far across the snow, a reminder of the life beneath the ice, of the river that slept but had not died. And so, wrapped in blankets and soft coats, the town settled into the rhythm of the night, the long cold night of 1899, each soul finding comfort in their own small, flickering light. Beyond the town, the fields stretched endlessly, coated in a thick layer of snow and ice. What had once been the soft brown of winter soil was now a crystalline plain, sparkling faintly under the pale winter sun. The fences, half minus buried, jutted through the snow like skeletal reminders of the farms that lay beneath their posts slick with frost. On one small homestead, the Thompson family worked quietly to feed the animals. The horses pawed at the frozen ground, their breath steaming in the air, while cows clustered together, their sides pressed against each other for warmth. Father Thompson carried buckets of water, breaking through the icy crust of the well with careful, measured strikes. Each splash was muffled, the ice forming instantly again, as if the very water had forgotten its own nature. The children, bundled in layers of wool and fur, helped where they could. Little Emily pressed her mittened net hands against the frozen fence rails, feeling the cold bite through to her fingertips. She marveled at the frost patterns, each swirl a miniature world of frozen art. Her brother Jacob trudged through the snow, leaving footprints that quickly vanished under the relentless fall of dry, powdery flakes. Even the wind seemed alive, sweeping across the plains in long, low whispers. Carried the faint scent of pine from the distant woods, and the sharper tang of frozen earth, biting at cheeks and ears alike. The sky was a pale wash of gray, a canvas against which the snow and ice seemed to glow with a soft, muted light. As night fell, the family returned to the warmth of their small farmhouse. The fire in the hearth crackled, sending long shadows dancing across the walls. As outside, the frozen fields glimmered under the moonlight, stretching into the distance as if the world itself had been transformed into glass. In the quiet of the night, with only the soft murmur of the wind and the occasional crack of distant ice, the Thompsons found a fragile peace, a sense of life continuing, even when the earth seemed frozen in time. By the fifth evening, the sky above Cairo had taken on a strange, heavy hue. It was not quite night, not quite day, but a deep smoky gray that pressed down upon the town like a low ceiling. Stars were hidden, swallowed by the thick, cold clouds that stretched across the horizon. The air carried a biting tang, a mixture of ice and smoke from every hearth burning desperately across the streets. The townsfolk moved cautiously. Each step on the crusted snow echoed faintly, a hollow sound that seemed magnified by the unnatural silence of the cold. Even the wind, usually a constant force, had grown slower, more deliberate, wrapping itself around buildings and street corners like a living shadow. Lanterns glowed weakly in the dusk, their light quivering in the still air. Mrs. Turner went door to door in her boarding house, checking on each guest. She found them wrapped in blankets, leaning against one another for warmth, eyes half closed from exhaustion. Outside, the world seemed to have paused. A.K.S. linked along the boardwalk, careful not to disturb the fragile quiet. Icicles hung like delicate daggers from the eaves, catching the dim light in sharp glimmers. Down by the frozen river, Captain Brooks leaned against the railing of the Silver Bell, staring into the great distance. The ice beneath him was solid, but he could sense the river moving subtly beneath the frozen surface. He knew it would awaken soon enough, cracking and groaning under its own weight. For now, though, there was a deceptive calm, a fragile stillness that seemed to hold the entire world in suspension. In the fields beyond, the snow lay untouched and smooth, a perfect white expanse that glittered faintly as the last light fell. Farmers tended to their livestock as best they could, their movements slow and deliberate, each task a careful negotiation with the cold. The smell of wood smoke drifted across the landscape, mingling with the scent of frozen earth and ice. As night deepened, a soft hush settled over the town. Every sound, even the faintest creak of a roof or the whisper of wind through trees, seemed amplified in the quiet. The people of Cairo wrapped themselves in blankets, lit what fires they could, and listened to the world held frozen around them, a world suspended between night and day, between cold and the fragile warmth of life. Late that night, as the town of Cairo lay huddled in the fragile glow of lanterns and hearth fires, a sound carried across the frozen streets, long, mournful, and far away. A wolf's howl, stretched and wavering, echoed over the plains and the frozen river, a reminder that life persisted even in the harshest of cold. Sis Turner paused in the hallway of her boarding house listening. The howl sent a shiver through her, though not all from the temperature. It spoke of the wilderness beyond the town, of forests and hills where nothing had been softened by human hands. The wind carried it across the snow, and for a moment it seemed as though the sound came closer, threading between buildings and skating along icy rooftops. Outside, the few who dared venture into the cold stopped in their tracks. A man walking to the post office with a lantern tilted it, straining to see through the whiteness. The glow illuminated frost-covered branches and ice-glazed fences, casting long, wavering shadows across the snow. The howl came again, this time joined by a faint chorus from the distance, a pack answering its call in the blackened night. Inside her room, Anna pressed her face against her other's shoulder. "Is it safe?" she whispered, voice trembling. Her other hugged her tighter, warm hands against chilled cheeks. "Yes, little one. It's just the wind and the wild singing," she said, though even she felt a pang of unease. Captain Brooks, on the river, listened to the same sound carried across the frozen expanse. The ice beneath his feet seemed to hum faintly in response, a vibration that ran through the wooden deck of his ship. He marveled at the stark beauty, at the rawness of life that could survive even beneath such relentless cold. The howl faded slowly, retreating into the distance, leaving behind a silence so complete it pressed against the ears. And in that silence, Cairo breathed, wrapped in blankets and coats, lanterns flickering, fires smoldering, the distant wild reminding every soul that the world was larger, stranger, and more alive than even the coldest winter could still. Morning arrived pale and hesitant, revealing a town transformed. Every window was framed in frost, intricate patterns spreading like delicate lace across the glass. Sunlight, when it appeared, struck the icy filigree and refracted into faint rainbows, brief sparks of color in a world otherwise washed in whitened gray. Inside the homes, the cold was relentless. Even the thickest quilts could only hold the chill at bay, and breath hung visibly in every room. Mrs. Turner moved carefully through the boarding house, drawing curtains where sunlight had filtered in, creating tiny, warm pockets amidst the pervasive cold. Her guests shuffled about, feet heavy, hands tucked into pockets or beneath layers of fabric, faces pale but determined. At the general store, Mr. Kessler wiped frost from the counters, revealing splinters of wood beneath the icy sheen. The shelves were nearly bare, but he offered what he could, rationing supplies with the precision of a man who understood the weight of survival. Outside, the snow lay undisturbed in soft drifts, sculpted by the wind into gentle ridges and hollows. Every sound carried far, boots crunching, doors creaking, a child's cough echoing along the street. In the schoolhouse, the children pressed their faces against the frosted windows, tracing shapes with tiny fingers. Miss Carter, their teacher, kept the stove lit as best she could, coaxing warmth from the meager calls. She spoke softly, telling stories of spring and green fields, of rivers flowing freely and flowers blooming. The children listened, eyes wide, minds weaving hope into the cold reality that pressed in around them. And outside, the Mississippi reflected the muted sky, the ice stretching like a vast, silent mirror. The faint crackle of distant ice shifting reminded all who watched that beneath the frozen surface, life persisted, stubborn and patient. Even in the depth of the cold, the town endured, holding on to warmth, routine, and the fragile pulse of human life. By midday, the sun rose high enough to cast a weak, silvery light across the town, but it carried no heat. Every surface sparkled with frost, and the air seemed to hold itself rigid, as though even the wind had stiffened under the relentless cold. Streets were nearly impassable, the snow-packed hardened glazed with ice that reflected the faint light in dazzling shards. Out on Main Street, a few hardy souls moved about with slow, careful steps. Boots crunched rhythmically against the ice, each sound sharpened echoing through the hushed town. A lamplighter walked his route, lantern swinging, fingers red and numb, lighting each lamp in turn. The small flames flickered bravely against the wind, casting trembling shadows across frost-minuscoated walls. At the boarding house, Mrs. Turner prepared a small meal for her guests, thin soup, thick bread, and tea warmed over the dwindling coals. The smell of the food filled the room, mingling with the faint scent of smoke from neighboring chimneys. Children sat close, elbows on knees, watching steam rise from their bowls as they sipped carefully, savoring even the smallest warmth. Beyond the town, the fields lay still under their icy blanket. Horses pawed slowly at the frozen earth, their coats frosted with tiny crystals. Farmers checked fences and barns, moving deliberately, every motion careful against the biting cold. Even small tasks, feeding the animals, breaking ice in the troughs, felt monumental in a world where the very air seemed to resist movement. From the river, A low groan echoed faintly as I shifted beneath the surface. Captain Brooks watched from the deck of the Silver Bell, his coat pulled tight, lantern swaying in his hand. The river remained frozen, yet the subtle movement beneath reminded him that life persisted even when the world appeared still. And so the town pressed on, each person finding small measures of warmth and comfort, holding on to the fragile pulse of life in a frozen world. The day passed quietly, the snow sparkling, the wind whispering, and the cold pressing steadily against every window pane. As afternoon turned toward evening, thin plumes of smoke began to rise from nearly every chimney in Cairo, curling lazily into the still gray sky. The scent of burning wooden coal mingled with the sharp tang of frost in the air, creating an aroma both bitter and strangely comforting. Mrs. Turner went from room to room, adding scraps of coal to the dwindling fires. The flames flared briefly, sending warmth into the otherwise icy air. Guests huddled closer, sharing blankets and whispered conversation. Some spoke of spring, of melting rivers, of fields that would one day turn green again. Others remained silent, listening to the wind moan outside, the occasional creak of frozen ember, or the faint groan of the Mississippi beneath its icy cover. Along Main Street, shopkeepers propped doors open just enough to let warmth escape, knowing it would not reach far, but hoping to comfort the rare traveler who braved the frozen roads. A stray dog padded along the boardwalk, following the scent of food and smoke, its paws crunching softly on the snow-covered planks. Bicycles hanging from eaves sparkled like crystal daggers, reflecting the faint light, hinting at the beauty hidden even in hardship. On the outskirts of town, the farmers worked quickly to feed their animals before nightfall. Frost-laden breath rose in steady clouds from their mouths as they shoveled high and broke ice in water troughs. Each action was deliberate, careful, as if one wrong movement could lose warmth and strength. Even the smallest success, a horse eating, a cat drinking, felt like a triumph over the merciless cold. As dusk fell, the town was bathed in a soft gray light. The smoke from the chimneys twisted slowly upward, carried on a faint breeze, disappearing into the endless expanse above. The quiet was pervasive, but within it there was a rhythm, a pulse of life that refused to be extinguished. And in that quiet, each resident of Cairo could feel the delicate, enduring warmth of home, a small defiance against the winter that had taken hold of the nation. Night fell like a heavy blanket, thick and quiet, settling over the town of Cairo with a stillness that pressed against every windowpane and doorframe. Lanterns flickered faintly along the streets, casting soft, trembling pools of light across the snow, while shadows stretched long and thin across icy sidewalks. The town seemed to hold its breath, listening to the whisper of wind and the distant groan of the frozen river. Mrs. Turner made her final rounds in the boarding house, checking that fires still burned and that her guests were wrapped warmly in blankets. She paused at each door, listening for any signs of distress, and whispered words of reassurance to those who shivered. Even the cat Millie had found a warm nook near the stove, curling tightly in a ball, ears twitching to every sound. Outside, a few figures walked the streets, performing the nightly duties that the cold would not forgive. Then Mr. Kessler made his way along the boardwalk, ensuring that stray snow did not block doorways, while the lamplighter moved carefully, lighting each lamp with slow, deliberate strokes. The light flickered against frost-covered windows, reflecting and refracting into small, fleeting patterns that danced across the streets. At the river, Captain Brooks stood on the deck of the Silver Bell, lantern in hand, listening to the faint groans and cracks of ice shifting beneath him. The river was silent for the most part, but he could sense its restless energy, the hidden life beneath its frozen surface. He moved slowly along the deck, checking lines and ropes, making sure the vessel remained secure, every motion measured against the biting cold. In homes and barns, the quiet was punctuated only by the occasional cough, the soft shuffle of feet, or the murmur of someone drifting into sleep. Outside, the wind stirred faintly, carrying the distant howl of a wolf across the frozen plains. It was a sound that reminded the town of the world beyond the streets, beyond the fences and rooftops, save vast, untamed wilderness that existed even in the grip of winter. And so Kyra settled into the long cold night, each soul holding on to warmth, each heart steady with the rhythm of endurance. The wind whispered, the snow rested, and the town stood quietly beneath the blackened sky, awaiting the dawn of another frozen day. On the outskirts of town, the orchards lay silent beneath a thick blanket of snow and ice. The trees, stripped bare of leaves, stood like dark sentinels, their branches stiff and sparkling with frost. Each twig bore a delicate coating of ice, turning the orchard into a glittering cathedral of glass, fragile and beautiful against the muted gray sky. The Thompson family tended to what little remained of their fruit stores, moving carefully so as not to break the brittle branches. Father Thompson checked each tree, tapping lightly on the trunks to ensure they had not split under the weight of frozen frost. Mother Thompson wrapped the youngest children in extra layers before sending them inside, their small faces pink from the cold, their breaths visible in long, wavering clouds. Even the animals in the orchard responded to the chill. Chickens huddled beneath low branches, feathers fluffed against the frost, while a lone goat stamped its hooves in the snow, sending tiny sprays of ice into the air. Every movement was measured, deliberate, a quiet dance against the relentless grip of winter. The sky above deepened into soft twilight, and the first stars blinked faintly through the clouds. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying a sound like faint bells, the ice trembling ever so slightly in response. It was as though the orchard itself were alive, breathing softly beneath its frozen coat, a silent witness to the perseverance of those who lived nearby. Father Thompson paused for a moment, hand resting against a frost-covered trunk, and breathed deeply. The air was sharp, biting, yet it held a certain purity, a reminder of the world's resilience, even in the harshest cold. Inside the farmhouse, the family huddled near the fire, the soft orange glow painting shadows on the walls, and they whispered thanks for warmth, for life, for the quiet beauty of a frozen orchard. Across the frozen Mississippi, the old iron bridge that connected Cairo to the lands beyond stood like a monument carved from frost. The rails were encased in ice, their surfaces gleaming like polished metal in the dim sunlight. Sickles hung from the beams in long, sharp formations, swaying faintly with the wind. The bridge groaned occasionally, the sound hollow and echoing across the frozen river, a reminder of the weight it bore. Norfolk's folk ventured onto it, wrapped in layers of wool and fur, lanterns swinging cautiously. Each step was careful, measured, the ice crunching faintly beneath heavy boots. Some paused midway, peering over the edges to see the frozen river below, sheets of ice stretching like a glass mirror as far as the eye could see. The sound of cracking ice from far downstream carried faintly, distant yet omnipresent, a haunting reminder of the river's hidden life. Captain Brooks made his way across the bridge to inspect the opposite bank. He moved slowly, every footfall deliberate, lantern casting a small circle of warm light in the pale gray world. The river beneath him was frozen solid, yet he could feel its subtle pulse through the iron. He pressed a gloved hand to a railing, sensing the rhythm of life beneath the frozen expanse. Nearby, children dared one another to slide carefully across shallow patches of ice near the bridge's edge, laughter muffled by scarves and coats. Their joy, small and fragile, carried across the silent landscape, a human warmth contrasting with the unyielding cold. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath in respect, moving lightly, brushing across the icy surface in soft whispers. As night approached, lanterns were lit along the bridge, casting a delicate glow on the frost-covered iron. The faint gleam reflected in the frozen river below, creating a shimmering path that connected town to wilderness, warmth to cold, life to stillness. And standing there, Captain Brooks and the townsfolk could see that even in the deepest grip of winter, the world held beauty, fragile yet undeniable. That night, the wind returned with a quiet insistence, gliding through the streets of Cairo and across the frozen plains beyond. It was not violent, but persistent, carrying a soft whispering sound that threaded between buildings, around corners, and beneath doors. The snow shifted gently in its wake, forming tiny drifts that moved almost imperceptibly, like a slow dance choreographed by the cold itself. Inside the boarding house, Mrs. Turner paused in the hallway, listening to the wind as it whispered against the windows. She could hear the faint rattling of shutters, the soft scrape of ice along the roof, and the subtle, haunting sigh that the gusts carried from the distant river. She moved carefully, checking the doors, ensuring that each guest was safely tucked beneath blankets and quilts. Even Millie the cat lifted her head at the sound, ears twitching before settling again. Outside, the trees shivered in the wind, their frost-minus-coated branches clinking faintly against one another. In the distance, the frozen river groaned softly, a deep resonance that blended with the wind's quiet song. Captain Brooks, standing atop the silver bell, wrapped his coat tighter and listened. The ice beneath his feet hummed subtly, as if responding to the movement of air above. The townsfolk inside their homes felt the whispering wind differently. To some, it was a reminder of the cold that pressed against them. To others, it was a lullaby, a slow, soothing rhythm that carried the promise of endurance. Even the children, peering through frost-covered windows, imagined the wind as a messenger, weaving tales from the distant hills and forest, stories of survival and quiet wonders. As the night deepened, the wind softened, leaving only a delicate hush. The snow lay smooth again, the streets empty and silent, and the town seemed suspended in a moment between breaths. In that stillness, every flickering flame, every warm hearth, and every quiet heartbeat stood out a testament to life persisting in the frozen embrace of winter. By the early morning of the next day, the rooftops of Cairo were transformed into smooth, glittering slopes, each covered with a delicate layer of frost that caught the first pale light and turned it into faint prisms of color. Chimneys puffed in trails of smoke, twisting and curling into the gray sky before vanishing into the cold air. The town looked almost unreal, as if painted in a single endless sheet of silver and white. Inside the boarding house, Mrs. Turner moved quietly from room to room, ensuring that each guest had enough blankets and warm tea. The hearth fire crackled softly, sending faint warmth into the icy air. Guests stirred, stretching and murmuring, their eyes still heavy with sleep, yet brightened by the gentle glow of the fire. The smallest noises, the scrape of a boot on a floorboard, the clink of a teacup, felt amplified in the quiet house. Beyond the streets, rooftops were alive with frost patterns. Sickles hung in long, glimmering strands, catching the faint light and refracting it in tiny dancing sparks. The snow lay in smooth drifts along the ridges, only occasionally disturbed by a bird landing lightly or the faint movement of a cat exploring the edges. Even the wind, which had whispered the night before, now moved in gentle gusts, tracing the contours of each roof and scattering tiny flurries into the air. At the general store, Mr. Kessler swept the frost from the doorstep, careful not to slip on the icy boards. A stray dog lingered nearby, sniffing the frozen air, its fur bristling against the chill. The town moved slowly, each step deliberate, each breath visible in the frigid morning. The frozen river beyond shimmered faintly, a sheet of glass reflecting the pale sky, still and unyielding. And in the quiet of the frosted morning, the people of Cairo went about their small routines, finding comfort in the warmth of hearths, in shared moments, and in the subtle, shimmering beauty of a town held under winter's crystalline spell. By late morning, the streets of Cairo were smooth, glistening white, the snow packed hard in some areas, soft and drifting in others. Footsteps left temporary impressions, quickly swallowed by the wind as it swept along the streets, weaving miniature patterns in the powder. The town moved cautiously, each resident wrapped tightly in layers of wool and fur, lanterns and hats offering small comforts against the biting cold. Children ventured out in pairs, carrying small sleds or dragging wooden toys, their laughter muffled by scarves. Their joy seemed to ripple softly through the streets, touching doors and windows as they passed. Even the smallest sound, boots crunching, the scrape of a sled, was magnified in the quiet, echoing faintly across the frozen square. Shopkeepers kept their doors open just a crack, letting warmth leak into the frigid morning. The smell of bread from ovens and the faint aroma of coal mixed with the icy scent of the town itself. Mr. Kessler moved carefully along his shop's boardwalk, dusting snow from the edges and checking for drifts that might block access. A stray dog trotted beside him, nose close to the ground, tracking scents hidden beneath layers of ice and snow. Along the river, Captain Brooks watched the frozen surface from the deck of the Silver Bell. The ice stretched endlessly, broken only by distant fissures that groaned softly in response to the cold. He adjusted his coat and lantern, feeling the subtle pulse of the river beneath the frozen surface. The quiet was profound yet alive, a rhythm of ice wind and distant water that reminded him the river, though silent, was never truly still. As afternoon approached, the town settled into a measured rhythm. Every footstep, every gesture, every soft sound was amplified in the hush of winter. The snow-covered streets, though harsh and unyielding, held a quiet beauty, reflecting light and carrying whispers of the world beyond, reminding the townsfolk that life persisted even in the deepest grip of winter. In the center of town, the old wells that had once provided water to every household now lay locked in ice. The wooden covers were slick with frost, the buckets frozen in place, and even the metal chains glimmered with a thin layer of frost that caught the weak light. Fetching water had become a careful ritual, each motion measured to avoid injury, each strike of an ice-covered bucket deliberate and precise. Sis Turner wrapped herself in her heaviest coat and stepped outside, lantern in hand, to check the well near her boarding house. The wind was sharp, biting through even her layers, and each breath hung like a cloud in front of her face. He tapped at the frozen cover with a small hammer, listening to the dull, hollow echo that seemed to come from the very heart of the ice. Nearby, a group of children pressed their gloved hands to the frozen surface, leaving small prints in the thin frost coating. They imagined the water beneath as a secret hidden world flowing silently under the frozen crust. That curiosity was tempered by caution, taught carefully by parents who knew that even a misstep could be dangerous in such unyielding cold. The farmers on the outskirts faced the same challenge. Buckets of water for the livestock had to be broken free from the ice, each scoop measured to avoid wasting precious warmth and effort. Even the smallest success, a horse drinking, a bucket filled, felt like a victory over the relentless winter. The frozen wells were both a challenge and a symbol, a reminder that life continued in quiet struggle, that each day demanded careful attention and steady hands. As evening approached, the wells gleamed in the fading light, their icy surfaces reflecting lanterns and stars alike. The townsfolk returned to their homes, carrying water and warmth with them, each step a quiet testament to perseverance. Even in a town gripped by frost, life persisted, measured in small victories in the soft glow of shared effort. By evening, nearly every home in Cairo held a small island of warmth amid the endless cold. Hearth fires crackled softly, sending flickers of light dancing along walls and ceilings. The smell of burning pine and coal filled each room, a comforting contrast to the sharp, icy air pressing against windows and doors. Inside Mrs. Turner's boarding house, the guests gathered around the largest hearth, thick blankets wrapped tightly around their shoulders, and cups of hot tea steaming in their hands. Conversations were hushed, voices low, as though speaking too loudly might anger the winter that pressed in from every direction. Outside, the wind moaned faintly, but inside, the rhythm of the fire offered a gentle, steady heartbeat. Families huddled in their own homes, drawn close by necessity and affection. Children pressed against parents, ears reddened by the cold, faces glowing from warmth. Every motion was slow, deliberate, stirring soup, tending the fire, sharing what little warmth could be spared. The simple act of keeping a flame alive felt monumental in a town held captive by frost. Captain Brooks, on the deck of the Silver Bell, had lit a small stove to fend off the chill that seeped through the wooden deck. The river was silent beneath its frozen sheet, but the faint crackling of the fire reminded him that life persisted even in isolation. Smoke spiraled upward from the stove, disappearing into the night sky, joining the thin plumes rising from the town. As night deepened, the townsfolk felt a quiet comfort in the glow of hearth fires. Each flame was a small triumph over the relentless cold, a reminder that even in hardship, warmth, care, and companionship endured. The world outside remained harsh and unyielding, but within these glowing spaces, life and hope held fast, flickering gently like the flames that warmed every frozen room. Behind the Miller farmhouse, the garden lay beneath a thick layer of snow and ice. Once vibrant with late winter vegetables, it now resembled a glassy plain, every stem and branch coated in frost that glittered faintly under the weak winter sunlight. The soil was hard and unyielding, frozen deep enough that even the smallest shovel could barely break through. Father Miller moved carefully among the rows, inspecting the frozen earth. He tapped lightly on the hard soil with a small spade, listening for cracks, hoping to find even a hint of warmth beneath. The wind swept across the garden, carrying with it the crisp scent of ice and distant pine, brushing against his cheeks and stiffening his fingers. The children watched from the porch, their faces rosy from the cold. Little Samuel pressed his mittens against the frosted railing, tracing tiny patterns in the ice as he imagined what might be hidden below. Anna gathered small icicles that had fallen from the roof, holding them up to the light and marveling at the delicate structures. Mother Miller stirred the embers in the fireplace, sending occasional sparks out the chimney that rose into the pale sky, mingling with the frosty air. Even the animals seemed to sense the stillness. Chickens huddled under the low branches of shrubs, while a pair of goats stood side by side, their frosted coats brushing gently against each other. Life persisted quietly in careful rhythms, each being moving with patience and determination. As the day faded into evening, the frozen garden shimmered under the soft glow of the last light. The Millers retreated inside, leaving the frost-covered rows to the quiet of the night, the wind whispering across the icy expanse. And in that silence, they felt a small sense of peace, knowing that even in the harshest cold, life held on, waiting patiently for the warmth that would someday return. Early the next morning, a soft fog rolled in from the river, blanketing Cairo in a gentle gray haze. The world was muted, shapes blurred, and distant buildings seemed to hover between reality and dream. Each breath the townsfolk took was visible, drifting in the chilly air like little clouds that disappeared almost immediately. The fog softened the edges of the streets and rooftops, making the town appear smaller, more intimate. Lanterns glowed through the mist, casting warm, wavering circles of light on the snow-covered paths. Mrs. Turner moved carefully through the fog to light a lantern on the porch, the glow illuminating the frost-laden steps and the tiny drifts that had accumulated overnight. Children ventured out cautiously, boots crunching softly on the snow, eyes wide with wonder at the misty world. Every sound, footsteps, a door opening, a distant cough seemed amplified and then swallowed by the fog, creating a strange, calm rhythm. Even the wind was softened, its whispers gentle against frost-covered shutters. Captain Brooks stood at the edge of the river, watching the fog curl over the frozen surface. The ice beneath remained solid, but the muted shapes of the far shore suggested movement beneath, as though the river itself were holding its breath. The faint groans of shifting ice carried through the mist, haunting and slow, reminding him that beneath the stillness, life and energy persisted. As the day progressed, the fog thickened, softening the town further. The streets were quiet, the world hushed, and the townsfolk moved through the gray haze with deliberate care. Inside their homes, the warmth of fires and the glow of lanterns became even more precious, offering a comforting contrast to the soft, cold gray that enveloped the frozen town. By midday, the fog began to lift, revealing streets lined with deep snowdrifts shaped by the persistent wind. Some drifts were taller than a man, leaning against the walls of houses and barns, while others formed gentle mounds that sparkled like powdered crystal under the pale winter sun. Walking through them required care. Each step was met with resistance, the snow soft in some places, hardened icy in others. Mrs. Turner ventured out with a small broom to clear the entrance to her boarding house. She moved slowly, each sweep deliberate, sending clouds of fine snow into the cold air. The sound of her broom scraping against ice and packed snow echoed faintly, blending with the occasional crunch of boots or the soft jingle of a lantern. Guests peeked out from windows, watching the gentle labor, comforted by the quiet persistence of care and order. Children still played cautiously along the lanes, their small sleds gliding over hardened patches, while their laughter carried softly through the crisp air. They paused often, pressing gloved hands to frost-laden railings, making small snow angels where the drifts allowed, and marveling at the way the sun caught the crystals, scattering tiny sparks across their rosy faces. Farmers moved among the drifts, breaking paths to feed livestock and check on fences. Each gesture was careful, rhythmic, a slow and deliberate dance against the harshness of winter. The horses pawed at the snow, the cows huddled together for warmth, and the occasional goat stamped gently to shake the frost from its coat. Life persisted in quiet, patient motions, every act an assertion of resilience against the unyielding cold. As evening approached, the lanes glimmered under the faint light, the snow forming soft contours that lead the eye toward distant chimneys, rooftops, and the frozen river beyond. Even in the deep grip of winter, there was a sense of quiet beauty, of life moving steadily, and of hope shimmering faintly across the snow-drift lanes of Cairo. On the outskirts of town, the old grist mill stood frozen, its wooden wheel encased in a thick sheath of ice that glittered in the weak afternoon sun. The river that once powered it had ceased to flow, trapped beneath a solid, shimmering sheet of frost. Inside, the millstones were silent, dusted with a thin layer of powdery snow, and the air smelled faintly of green and cold wood. Mr. Parker, the miller, wrapped in layers of wool and a thick coat, made his way inside, lantern in hand. The floor creaked softly beneath his boots, each step deliberate to avoid slips on the frost-coated boards. He checked the storage bins, noting that the last sacks of flour were dwindling even in the harsh grip of winter. Life had to continue, and he resolved to ration carefully, preserving enough for the town and for his own family. Outside, the wind whispered across the frozen wheel, lifting small puffs of snow and sending them swirling in lazy spirals. The mill itself seemed suspended in time, its groans and creaks long silenced by the cold. May Straker had found refuge inside, curling on a pile of grain sacks, its ears twitching to every faint sound of shifting ice outside. Captain Brooks passed by on the frozen riverbank, lantern swinging, watching the faint glint of the ice-covered wheel. The river beneath was silent yet alive, and he felt the subtle vibration of hidden currents that ran beneath the frozen surface. The world seemed to hold its breath, every sound wind, creaking wood, distant footsteps magnified in the hush of winter. As night fell, the mill stood quietly against the fading light, a frozen sentinel on the river's edge. The town, the river, and even the hidden life beneath the ice seemed to pause together, holding a fragile rhythm of patience and endurance. And, in that silence, the ice-bound mill became more than a building. It was a symbol of persistence, of life quietly enduring, even under the heaviest frost. Though the cold pressed heavily upon the town, Cairo's small market persisted, a muted bustle amid the frozen streets. Vendors wrapped in thick coats and scarves huddled behind stalls, their breath visible in the frigid air. Fruits and vegetables were scarce, but roots and preserved goods lined the tables, and a smell of warm bread and roasting coffee drifted faintly through the streets. Children clutched mittens and small bundles of coins, their eyes wide at the offerings, while adults moved slowly, deliberate in each step, examining the goods, bartering carefully. The snow crunched underfoot, mingling with the soft creak of wooden carts and the occasional clatter of a tin or ceramic jar. Even the wind, though icy, carried faint, comforting scents from the market stalls into the surrounding streets. Mrs. Turner had brought a basket to gather small supplies for her guests. Hovering among the vendors with careful steps, lantern in hand, she smiled at familiar faces, exchanging quiet greetings. Everyone seemed to share an unspoken understanding the cold was merciless. Yet life, small and persistent, continued. Captain Brooks paused at a stall selling smoked meats and dried fish. The vendor, a weathered man with frost on his beard, handed him a small piece wrapped carefully in paper. "Keep your fire strong," he said softly. Brooks nodded, the warmth of human kindness feeling heavier than the thickest coat against the chill. As afternoon faded into dusk, the market slowly emptied. Stalls were shuttered, lanterns dimmed, and the town quieted once more under the muted winter sky. The snow-covered streets reflected the faint glow of remaining lights, and in that soft, lingering calm, the people of Cairo carried their goods home, hearts warmed by small comforts, readying themselves for another long night in the deep cold. Beyond the town, a narrow path wound through the frozen orchard, lined with trees stiff and glittering under their icy coating. The ground was soft in some places and packed in others, snow crunching under each careful step. The orchard was quiet, The only sounds the occasional whisper of wind brushing through the frost-covered branches, sending tiny crystals scattering like faint sparks in the pale light. Father Thompson led his children along the path, checking each tree and shrub for damage from the relentless cold. Icicles hung from low branches, swaying gently, and the faint sun caught them in glimmers of soft light. Emily pressed a gloved hand to the trunk of a tree, marveling at the smooth frost that had formed, as though the orchard had been frozen into a moment of perfect stillness. Animals moved cautiously among the trees. Chickens huddled beneath low branches, their feathers fluffed against the chill, while goats grazed slowly, careful with every bite of frozen grass. Even the wind seemed to move differently here, softer, more deliberate, as though it respected the stillness of the orchard. Mother Thompson carried a basket of water and food for the animals, each movement slow and deliberate to conserve warmth and strength. The quiet of the orchard felt different from the town, deeper, more expansive, filled with subtle sounds: the creak of frozen wood, the faint crackle of ice beneath the snow, and the distant groan of the river. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the orchard shimmered in soft twilight. The family retraced their steps along the frozen path, leaving behind small footprints that the wind would soon erase. And in that fading light, the frozen orchard felt like a secret world, a delicate testament to patience and endurance in the face of winter's unyielding grip. As night fell, lanterns flickered to life along the streets of Cairo, casting soft golden pools of light onto the snow-covered paths. The glow reflected off icy rooftops and frost-lined windows, creating a gentle shimmer that made the town appear as if it were suspended in a dream. The cold was ever present, but the lanterns offered a fragile sense of warmth and security in the dark, quiet evening. Mrs. Turner moved from room to room in her boarding house, lighting small lamps and checking fires. The guests stirred, some wrapping themselves tighter in blankets, others sipping hot tea, each moment steeped in quiet comfort. Outside, the wind whispered through the streets, carrying a faint scent of burning wood and the crisp tang of snow. Children peeked through frost-laden windows, gazing at the soft glow of lanterns and imagining tiny worlds within the shimmering light. Their eyes reflected curiosity and wonder, a gentle spark against the gray night. Adults moved carefully along the streets, boots crunching softly, carrying baskets or lanterns, voices low in conversation, blending with the subtle hum of the town's quiet rhythm. Captain Brooks walked along the frozen riverbank, lantern in hand, watching the dim reflection on the icy surface. The river was still, yet beneath it, hidden currents whispered a subdued, constant energy. He paused occasionally, listening to the faint groan of shifting ice, the soft crackle of frost, and the distant murmur of the town settling into night. The lantern minus its treats exuded a calm resilience, a gentle pulse of life against the cold. In that quiet, illuminated world, Cairo seemed suspended in time, a place where warmth, patience, and human care persisted, softly glowing amid the relentless grip of winter. Along the frozen banks of the Mississippi, I stretched in wide sheets, jagged in places, smooth in others, catching the faint light and scattering it in silvery glimmers. The river, though silent and still on the surface, seemed alive beneath the ice, carrying the subtle pulse of currents and hidden movement that no snow could hide. Captain Brooks walked slowly along the bank, boots crunching against frozen mud and snow. He paused often, lantern held high, watching the delicate frost patterns along the edges of the ice. Each crystal seemed etched with its own story, intricate and fleeting, sparkling for just a moment before fading into the vast expanse of frozen water. Nearby, children ventured close, peeking over the river's edge, fascinated by the glassy surface and the faint sounds of shifting ice. Their laughter was muffled by scarves, but it carried faintly across the bank, a soft warmth against the cold silence. Occasionally, a dog would bound through the snow, scattering frost in arcs that caught the lantern light like tiny diamonds. Horses and cattle moved slowly along the fields beyond the bank, their breaths rising in soft clouds. Farmers checked fences and paths, each gesture deliberate, each movement careful to conserve strength and warmth. Even in the stillness, life continued, patient, persistent, adapting to the frozen grip of winter. As dusk settled, the riverbank glimmered in the soft, fading light. The snow-covered plains beyond merged seamlessly with the gray sky, and the frozen river reflected the town's lanterns in faint, wavering streaks. In that quiet expanse, there was both beauty and a gentle reminder. Even in the harshest cold, life endured quietly, patiently, with hope shimmering faintly across the ice. On the outskirts of Cairo, the old wooden barn stood quiet, its roof thick with snow and icicles dangling like delicate ornaments along the eaves. Inside, the animals huddled together for warmth, their soft breaths rising in invisible clouds that mingled with the faint scent of high-on earth. Every sound, the shifting of hooves, the low murmur of a cow, the scrape of a goat's hoof, was amplified in the hushed, frozen space. Mr. Thompson moved carefully through the barn, carrying a bucket of water, tapping lightly to break the frozen crust before offering it to the animals. Each gesture was deliberate, a measured dance against the unyielding cold. He paused to smooth the horse's frosted mane, feeling the warmth beneath the thick coat, and marveling at the resilience of life, even in the harshest conditions. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, scattering loose snow in gentle spirals. The gray sky above seemed endless, a muted canvas over the frozen landscape. The barn's wooden walls creaked softly under the weight of snow, a sound both reassuring and fragile in the quiet night. Inside, the animals shifted slightly, pressing closer for warmth, creating a gentle rhythm of life amidst the stillness. Mr. Thompson settled nearby, leaning against a support beam, feeling the soft warmth of the animals and the faint comfort of routine. Even in the deep freeze, small acts of care and persistence brought solace, a quiet proof that life could endure in the grip of winter. As night deepened, the barn remained a sanctuary, a warm, living heart in a world otherwise held rigid by frost. Outside, the snow sparkled faintly under the moon, and the wind carried whispers across the plains, a lullaby of endurance and quiet hope. Late that night, the sky above Cairo cleared just enough to reveal a scattering of stars, faint but steady, against the deep, dark winter expanse. Each twinkle shimmered softly, reflected in the ice and snow below, turning rooftops, streets, and frozen fields into a delicate mirror of the heavens. The cold pressed against the town, sharp and unrelenting, but the quiet brilliance of the stars offered a gentle, calming contrast. Mrs. Turner paused by a frost-covered window in her boarding house, pressing a gloved hand against the glass. The stars seemed impossibly distant, yet their light carried warmth in its own subtle way, a silent companion to the weary town. Inside, her guests huddled near the hearth, listening to the soft crackle of flames, while their eyes occasionally drifted upward toward the night sky. A frozen river. Captain Brooks adjusted the lantern at his side, marveling at the way the ice shimmered under the starlight. The distant groan of the frozen river beneath his feet reminded him of the hidden life moving slowly beneath the surface. Even in stillness, there was a rhythm, a gentle heartbeat that echoed faintly in the cold night air. Out in the orchards and fields, the frost-laden branches and snowdrift caught the starlight in delicate patterns. Every crystal seemed to sparkle with its own inner glow, and the wind whispered softly, moving snow and ice in small, graceful arcs. The town, quiet and hushed, felt suspended between earth and sky, held in a moment of fragile beauty. As the night deepened, the stars remained constant and patient, watching over the frozen town. In that soft, luminous calm, the people of Cairo felt a quiet reassurance. Even in the harshest winter, beauty endured, hope glimmered, and life moved steadily forward, one deliberate breath at a time. When morning arrived, the town of Cairo awoke beneath a world transformed. Every surface, roof, street, fence, and branch was glazed in frost, glittering faintly as the first weak light of day touched the snow. The air was crisp and sharp, each breath a visible swirl, carrying the quiet promise of a day to be met with care and patience. Turner moved through her boarding house, checking fires and preparing warm tea. The small comforts, the flicker of flames, the steam rising from cups, the weight of thick blankets felt monumental against the relentless cold. Guests stirred slowly, rubbing their hands together, pressing fingers against cheeks, savoring the gentle warmth that resisted the chill seeping through windows and doors. Along the streets, the townsfolk began their careful routines. Boots crunched over icy snow, Lanterns glowed faintly against frosted windows, and the soft scrape of shovels sounded through the quiet morning. Children, cheeks rosy and scarves tight, ventured briefly outside, dragging sleds or tracing small patterns in the snow, their joy muted but persistent. Captain Brooks walked along the riverbank, lantern swinging gently, admiring the frost patterns on the ice. Frozen river reflected the pale light of morning, a soft silver mirror stretching into the distance. Beneath the ice, he knew the currents moved quietly, patiently, as if waiting for the thaw that might come long after the snow and frost had faded. By midday, the frost held its delicate grip, sparkling faintly on every surface. The town moved slowly, carefully, yet steadily, finding rhythm in the cold. Each warm hearth, each shared meal, each deliberate step through snow was a quiet victory, a testament to life continuing, fragile but unbroken in the icy hold of winter. The main road leading out of Cairo was nearly unrecognizable beneath layers of snow and ice. Deep ruts were hidden under powdery drifts, and every step required caution. The cold made the frozen path brittle, each footfall sending small cracks, running like veins across the surface, accompanied by a faint hollow echo that carried far in the quiet morning air. Mrs. Turner wrapped a thick scarf around her neck and stepped outside with a lantern, moving slowly to check the path leading to her boarding house. The light reflected off icy ridges, revealing subtle textures in the snow, each gleam a delicate interplay of shadow and frost. She paused often, listening to the soft groans of ice beneath her feet, feeling the rhythm of the frozen world beneath her boots. Along the road, a few townsfolk moved deliberately, bundles of firewood or baskets balanced carefully in their arms. Children, watching from windows, imagined the hidden adventure in the ice-miner's cracked path, their breath forming tiny clouds as they whispered excitedly to one another. Even the stray animals treaded carefully, paws slipping slightly on patches of glossy ice, their movements deliberate and measured. Captain Brooks inspected the road near the river crossing, lantern casting a warm glow over the frozen expanse. He noted every subtle fracture in the ice, aware of the hidden dangers beneath. The frozen river hummed faintly beneath the surface, the current trapped but alive, and he felt the delicate balance between caution and persistence that winter demanded. As evening approached, the ice-minus cracked road gleamed under the soft light of lanterns, silent and majestic. The town, moving slowly along its length, felt both vulnerable and resilient. Every careful step, every deliberate motion, was a quiet testament to endurance, a steady heartbeat within the frozen embrace of the cold snap of 1899. Along the edge of the Thompson orchard, the wooden fence lay under a thick coat of frost, each post and rail encased in a delicate shell of ice that glittered in the pale winter sunlight. The fence groaned faintly under the weight of ice, sending tiny shards clinking softly to the snow below, a gentle metallic lullaby for the quiet orchard. Father Thompson moved along the line, hammer and tools in hand, tapping gently on the icy rails to check for weak points. Each movement was careful, deliberate, measured against the cold and the fragile structure beneath his gloves. Every small success, a tightened post, a repaired rail felt like a victory over the relentless winter, a reminder that life persisted in careful effort. The children railed behind, marveling at the frost-minus covered patterns that adorned every piece of wood. Emily reached out to touch an icicle dangling from a rail, letting it melt slowly on Hermit and Ned's hand, fascinated by the way the ice refracted the faint light. Little Samuel stamped carefully along the snowy path, leaving small footprints that the wind would soon erase. Even the animals respected the frozen fence. Chickens huddled near the posts, goats brushed against the rails for warmth, and horses pawed gently at the snow, the crisp sound echoing softly through the orchard. Every movement felt measured, a dance of survival and patience in the icy stillness. As the day faded toward evening, the fence sparkled in the last pale light, a quiet barrier and a shimmering testament to persistence. The orchard, frozen and still, held the memory of warmth and life within its boundaries, a gentle reminder that even in the deepest cold, hope and care endured. As twilight settled over Cairo, thin trails of smoke began to rise from every chimney, curling lazily into the still gray sky. The scent of burning wooden coal mingled with the crisp, icy air, creating a comforting aroma that drifted across streets and fields, carrying hints of warmth into the frozen town. Mrs. Turner moved carefully along the hallways of her boarding house, checking fires and stoking embers. Guests stirred from their quiet naps, stretching beneath thick blankets, their faces flushed with warmth. The soft glow from hearths and lanterns cast long shadows on frost-lined walls, turning the rooms into cozy sanctuaries against the harsh winter beyond. Along the streets, townsfolk paused to watch the smoke rise, lanterns flickering in hand, the quiet of evening deepening around them. Children pressed gloved hands to windows, following the dance of the smoke as it rose and disappeared into the fading light. Even the stray animals seemed to sense the calm, moving quietly, settling into small nooks where warmth lingered. Captain Brooks stood at the riverbank, watching the lanterns and smoke of the town reflected on the frozen surface. The ice shimmered faintly, and he could sense the hidden movement of the river beneath, subtle and persistent. The smoke carried stories of human care, of small acts of warmth, connecting each home with an invisible thread of life and endurance. As night deepened, the smoke continued to drift, a soft, unbroken ribbon weaving through the frozen town. The scent of fire, the muted glow of lanterns, and the hush of the snow created a serene rhythm. In that gentle embrace, Cairo rested quietly, held together by warmth, patience, and the enduring pulse of life in the heart of winter. Night had fully settled over Cairo, and the streets lay silent beneath a smooth layer of snow. Footsteps were rare, and each one echoed softly, leaving a fleeting impression before the wind swept it away. The town seemed paused, a delicate balance between stillness and the quiet, persistent life within its homes. Mrs. Turner made a final round through the boarding house, checking fires and ensuring everyone was tucked under warm blankets. The soft crackle of embers in the hearth mingled with the occasional muffled cough or shifting of a guest, creating a subtle rhythm that filled the stillness with gentle life. Lanterns glowed softly along hallways, casting pools of golden light on frost-laden floors. Along the streets, a few late wanderers moved slowly, lanterns swinging, boots crunching gently against the packed snow. The wind was a soft whisper, brushing against windows and rooftops, lifting light flurries that twirled in faint, ghostly arcs. Every sound was shifting. Distant laughter, a soft bark was amplified in the hushed world, but none felt harsh. Each was part of the quiet symphony of winter. Captain Brooks leaned against the railing of the Silver Bell, lantern in hand, watching the ice-glazed river reflect the soft glow of the town. Beneath the frozen surface, he could sense the slow, patient currents, hidden yet steady, a reminder that life endured even in the stillest places. As the night deepened, the quiet streets shimmered faintly under the soft glow of lanterns and starlight. Every home, every hearth, every careful step in the snow was a testament to endurance, warmth, and quiet hope. In that gentle embrace, the town of Cairo rested, held tenderly in winter's frozen grip, yet alive in every small heartbeat within its silent streets. The old iron bridge connecting Cairo to the opposite shore glistened under the soft moonlight, every railing beam encased in frost. Tiny icicles hung like delicate ornaments, swaying faintly in the gentle wind. The bridge groaned softly under the weight of ice, the sound echoing across the frozen river below. Captain Brooks moved carefully along the bridge, lantern held high, boots crunching lightly on the snow-covered boards. Each step required attention, each motion deliberate as he inspected the frost-covered rails for weak spots. The cold nipped at his cheeks, but the soft glow of the lantern offered a small comfort, a warm companion in the otherwise icy world. From the town, lantern lights spilled onto the bridge, reflecting in the frozen river and illuminating the intricate frost patterns on the iron. A few late wanderers crossed cautiously, boots crunching, hands buried deep in pockets, heads bent against the wind. Their muted voices carried faintly across the ice, adding warmth to the still night. The river beneath, though frozen, seemed alive, faint groans and subtle shifts betraying its hidden currents. Captain Brooks paused to listen, feeling the pulse of water trapped beneath the ice, a reminder that life persisted quietly, even under winter's relentless grip. As he reached the midpoint of the bridge, the world seemed suspended between ice snow, and the soft lantern glow. The frosted rails shimmered like crystal, and the wind whispered softly around him. The bridge, silent yet steadfast, became a symbol of endurance, linking town to wilderness, warmth to cold, and reminding every observer of the quiet persistence of life through the harshest of winters. At the heart of Cairo, the small wooden church stood quietly beneath a thick blanket of snow. Its steeple rose stiff and frosted against the darkening sky, and the faint glow of candlelight from the windows offered a gentle warmth to the frozen town. The sound of wind against the building was softened by the snow, making the church feel like a sanctuary, suspended in winter's stillness. Inside, a few townsfolk gathered for evening prayer, their voices low and soothing, blending with the soft crackle of a small stove burning in the corner. The scent of waxed candles mingled with the faint tang of burning wood, creating a comforting atmosphere that contrasted with the icy chill outside. Each word, each pause seemed amplified in the quiet space, carrying a sense of calm and reflection. Children sat close to their parents, eyes wide with wonder, as they traced frost patterns along the window panes with gloved fingers. The pews creaked softly under careful movement, a reminder of the age and resilience of the structure itself. Even the faint gusts of wind that slipped through cracks in the wooden walls seemed gentle in comparison to the warmth and rhythm of the people gathered inside. Captain Brooks paused briefly outside the church, lantern raised, observing the glow spilling from the windows onto the snow. The frozen streets, the glimmering rooftops, and the silent river reflected faintly in the pale light, creating a sense of connection between the town, its people, and the enduring winter landscape. As night deepened, the church remained a beacon of warmth and quiet reflection, a reminder that even amid frost and snow, moments of peace, hope, and community persisted. The town, held gently in winter's grasp, found solace in these small, luminous spaces where life and warmth endured against the cold. Behind the Thompson home, the garden gate was encrusted with frost, each hinge stiff with ice, each wooden plank gleaming in the pale light of the winter morning. Snow had drifted against it overnight, forming gentle mounds that hid the path beyond, yet the gate still stood firm, a quiet sentinel to the life and routines within the yard. Father Thompson moved carefully to unfasten the latch, fingers numb despite thick gloves. Each motion required patience. The ice resisted, cracking softly under pressure. Beyond the gate, the garden lay blanketed in white, the frozen plants and shrubs bending slightly beneath their icy coats. Every branch and stem glittered faintly, a crystalline reminder of the harsh season. The children lingered nearby, their eyes wide with fascination. Emily traced frost patterns on the gate with gloved fingertips, marveling at the delicate, spittery designs that seemed to form a secret language. Little Samuel kicked softly at the snow, sending up small sprays of powder that caught the weak sunlight, sparkling like tiny stars. Even the animals paused, respecting the quiet majesty of the garden. Chickens huddled close to the edges of frost-minus-covered shrubs, while goats rubbed gently against the wooden posts. The faint whisper of wind moved through the yard, stirring light snowflakes that danced slowly in the soft air. As the morning deepened, a frosted gate stood shining in pale light, a threshold between the warmth of home and the frozen world beyond. It was a quiet symbol of endurance, the persistence of life, and the delicate beauty that winter could bring to every corner of the town. Cairo's town square lay silent under a thick blanket of snow. The benches and fountains were coated in frost, icicles dangling from every edge. The lampposts glowed faintly through the morning mist, their warm light reflecting off the snow and creating soft halos that shimmered like faint fireflies in the cold air. The square, usually bustling with life, now held a quiet, serene stillness, a frozen heart at the center of the town. Mrs. Turner stepped cautiously across the square, lantern in hand, checking the paths and making sure they were safe for the few early risers who ventured out. Each step crunched against the packed snow, the sound delicate yet sharp in the hush of the frozen morning. She paused to admire the frost patterns along the lampposts, the swirling ice crystals that seemed almost too perfect to be natural. Children ventured briefly into the square, sleds in hand, laughing softly as they slid over gentle mounds of snow. Their footprints left faint trails, quickly erased by the light dusting that the wind sent swirling across the square. Even animals moved cautiously through the area, paws sinking softly into snow, ears flicking at the distant creak of ice along the river. Captain Brooks watched from the edge of the square, lantern raised, admiring the way the frost and snow transformed familiar streets into a sparkling, magical landscape. The frozen river mirrored the soft light, and the distant groan of ice beneath its surface reminded him of the life that persisted unseen. As the day moved slowly forward, the frozen town square remained a quiet sanctuary, a place where the beauty of winter and the patience of its people were reflected in every snow-laden corner. In that serene space, the pulse of life, gentle yet persistent, continued amid the icy stillness of the cold snap of 1899. Inside the homes of Cairo, windows were coated with a thin, intricate layer of frost, transforming each pane into a miniature landscape of ice crystals. Sunlight or lantern light caught the patterns, sending delicate reflections across walls, floors, and furniture. Each swirl and feather of frost seemed unique, a fleeting masterpiece created by winter's quiet hand. Sis Turner paused at her own window, hands wrapped around a steaming cup of tea, marveling at the tiny frozen forest etched into the glass. Outside, the snow-covered streets glimmered in the soft morning light, lanterns casting pools of warmth that contrasted with the crystalline chill beyond. The quiet was profound, broken only by the soft crackle of the fire and the occasional creak of frost-laden wood. Children pressed their faces to frosted panes, tracing designs with mitten-clad fingers, their breaths fogging the glass. Emily imagined far-off lands hidden within the icy patterns, while Samuel tapped gently at the frost, sending faint glittering fragments onto the sill. Their wonder was quiet, gentle, a slow rhythm in the hush of winter. Even the animals noticed the frost-laden windows, their eyes catching the shimmer of light and shadow. Cats curled near the warm hearth, occasionally glancing at the glass, while dogs lay patiently beside their owners, noses twitching at the faint scent of snow drifting in through tiny cracks. As the day progressed, the icy window panes remained a quiet spectacle, delicate and ever-changing. They reminded the townsfolk that beauty could exist even in the harshest cold, that life persisted, and that moments of wonder and peace could be found in the simplest observations, like frost dancing on glass in the heart of winter. The small wooden bridge spanning the creek on the edge of town was buried under a thick layer of snow, its railings coated in frost that shimmered faintly in the pale light. The boards groaned softly under the weight, and each step released a gentle crunch that echoed in the quiet, frozen air. The bridge seemed fragile, delicate, yet steadfast, a quiet passage over the icy water below. Captain Brooks walked slowly across, lantern held high, eyes tracing the intricate frost patterns along the railings. The creek beneath was frozen solid, its surface reflecting the weak sunlight in soft, shifting silver. Occasionally, the ice groaned faintly, a reminder of the current strapped underneath, moving with patient persistence despite the winter's hold. Children played nearby, cautiously sliding along small snowdrifts that had formed against the bridge. Their laughter was muffled but bright, carrying lightly through the cold morning air. Emily knelt to scoop a handful of sparkling snow, letting it scatter like tiny stars across the frozen path, while Samuel pressed his mitten to the icy rail, tracing delicate lines along its frost-covered surface. Farmers and townsfolk moved deliberately, carrying bundles of wood or supplies across the bridge, careful not to slip. Each step was measured day, silent rhythm of resilience and care, reinforcing the quiet understanding that winter demanded patience and attentiveness in every action. As the day deepened, the snow-laden bridge stood silently, a fragile but enduring link between frozen banks. The wind whispered softly through the frosted trees, and the frozen creek mirrored the sky, pale and calm. In that serene stillness, the bridge became more than a crossing. It was a quiet testament to life enduring, connecting, and persisting in the soft, relentless grip of winter. The Thompson barnyard was blanketed in thick snow, every fence post and tool coated with a glistening layer of frost. Footprints crisscrossed the soft white surface, marking the careful movements of animals and humans alike. The air was crisp and biting, carrying the faint scent of hay, warm breath, and the frozen earth beneath. Father Thompson moved slowly among the livestock, checking on each animal with deliberate care. Horses nuzzled close to each other, their frosted coats brushing gently, while cows huddled together in the corner of the barnyard, eyes calm and patient. The goats rubbed against frost-covered posts, stamping gently at the snow, creating a subtle rhythmic sound that blended with the soft crunch of boots on ice. Children followed behind, tiny mittens brushing snow from low branches, eyes wide at the sparkling frost. Melanie picked up a small icicle, examining the way the sunlight fragmented through it, while Samuel carefully stacked small bits of firewood, learning the quiet, steady work that winter demanded. Even the barn doors creaked softly under the weight of ice, adding a gentle musical undertone to the barnyard's frozen rhythm. The wind moved softly through gaps in fences, stirring snow in slow, lazy arcs, and every small sound was magnified in the hush of the winter landscape. As evening approached, the barnyard shimmered in the pale glow of the fading sun. The animals settled closer. Humans moved deliberately toward warmth, and the frost-covered world held them gently in its quiet embrace. Life persisted here, steady and patient, each small gesture a testament to endurance, care, and the unspoken rhythm of winter. The small creek winding through the outskirts of Cairo was encased in ice, its once babbling waters now trapped beneath a smooth, glimmering surface. Snow clung to the banks, forming gentle drifts that softened the landscape, while the occasional frozen reed or twig jutted out, glistening like glass in the weak sunlight. Captain Brooks walked along the edge of the creek, lantern swinging gently, boots crunching softly on the packed snow. He tapped the ice lightly with a stick, listening to the faint, hollow echo beneath, a subtle reminder of the life moving quietly beneath the frozen surface. The creek seemed both still and alive, a fragile balance held by winter's icy hand. Children stood nearby, their mittens brushing against snow-covered rocks, watching tiny patches of water that remained unfrozen ripple faintly beneath the ice. Emily traced the outlines of frost on reeds, while Samuel tossed small stones carefully onto the surface, marveling at the delicate cracks they left behind. Even the smallest action seemed significant in the hushed, frozen world. Farmers crossed the creek cautiously, stepping only on the most solid patches, carrying supplies for livestock or wood for the fire. Each movement was slow, deliberate, measured against the hidden danger beneath. The faint groan of shifting ice joined the whisper of wind, creating a quiet, rhythmic lullaby across the frozen landscape. As the sun dipped low, the frozen creek reflected the pale winter sky, soft and silver. The world seemed suspended in a delicate, quiet balance, each snowflake, icicle, and frozen current a testament to patience, endurance, and the subtle beauty that life could find even in the heart of the cold snap of 1899. As night approached, the rooftops of Cairo were transformed into a glittering landscape of frost and snow. Every shingle, every chimney cap, and every ridge was coated in a delicate layer of ice, catching the pale light of lanterns and the fading sun. The town, from above, looked like a miniature winter kingdom, silent and suspended in a frozen moment. Mrs. Turner stood at her attic window, hands wrapped around a steaming cup of tea, marveling at the soft, glimmering beauty. Smoke from chimneys curled upward, dissipating into the cold air, weaving invisible threads between homes, a quiet sign of warmth and life below. Each house held its own small hearth, its own glowing heart against the relentless winter. Children pressed faces to frosted windows, pointing out shapes in the snow-covered rooftops, tiny castles, dragons, and mountains born from imagination. Emily traced delicate frost patterns with her gloved finger, and Samuel carefully tapped at a small icicle dangling from the eave, watching it twinkle before melting against his mitten. From the riverbank, Captain Brooks looked toward the rooftops, lantern in hand. The frozen streets below reflected the soft glow of lights, and he could sense the rhythm of life continuing in every warm window, every careful step on icy roads, and every hearth crackling quietly inside the homes. As night fully settled, the frost-covered rooftops shimmered under the starry sky. The town held together in patient endurance, each home a small beacon of warmth and care. Life persisted, gentle and steady, in the embrace of winter's quiet beauty, reminding all who looked that even in the harshest cold, hope and warmth endured. Late at night, A soft wind drifted through Cairo, brushing across snow-covered streets and frost-laden rooftops. It whispered gently through the trees, causing icicles to sway faintly and sending loose snowflakes twirling in slow, graceful arcs. The wind carried a subtle chill, but also a quiet music, a lullaby that wrapped the town in a serene, soothing rhythm. Mrs. Turner checked the last of her guests, ensuring fires burned steadily and blankets were tucked tightly. She paused at the window to watch the wind play across the snow, the lanterns casting gentle shadows that danced along walls and paths. Inside, the soft crackle of flames harmonized with the faint hiss of the cold outside, creating a peaceful, meditative soundscape. Children slept soundly, bundled beneath thick quilts, dreaming quietly as the wind whispered against the frost-covered panes. Even the animals seemed to rest more deeply, their breaths rising in small clouds, blending with the soft white silence of the snow-covered world. Captain Brooks, standing on the frozen riverbank, felt the wind brush across his face, carrying the scent of pine, snow, and wood smoke. He watched the reflection of lanterns and stars on the ice, noting how the subtle currents beneath the frozen surface seemed to pulse in quiet agreement with the gentle night. As the town slept, the night wind continued its tender passage, moving softly over rooftops, fields, and rivers. It was a calm, persistent presence, a reminder that even in the deepest cold, there was beauty, serenity, and quiet life. Wrapped in the embrace of the wind and the frost, Cairo rested, ready to greet another day of winter's delicate entrance. The stillness of midnight. Lanterns glowed faintly in windows and along the quiet streets of Cairo, their soft light refracted by frost and snow. The town seemed suspended between dreams and reality, each flickering flame a gentle heartbeat in the frozen night. The snow muffled every sound so that even the faintest creak of ice or whisper of wind carried a crisp clarity. Mrs. Turner moved through the boarding house one last time, lantern in hand, checking that all guests were comfortable. The warmth of fires and the soft weight of blankets created a comforting cocoon against the icy chill outside. Every small gesture replenished fire. A carefully tucked blanket felt monumental in the quiet stillness of winter. Outside, the few wanderers left in the streets moved slowly, lanterns held high, boots crunching lightly on the packed snow. Children's laughter from earlier had faded into dreams, replaced by a serene hush that wrapped the town in calm. Frost sparkled faintly under each lantern's glow, painting delicate patterns that seemed to dance in the quiet air. Captain Brooks paused on the frozen riverbank, lantern swinging gently, observing the reflections of the town's lights on the ice. The river, frozen and silent above, still carried the slow pulse of currents beneath, a quiet reminder that life persisted. Even when all seemed still, the soft wind teased the edges of snowdrifts, moving flakes in gentle arcs that sparkled under the lantern light. As midnight deepened, the lanterns remained steadfast, glowing quietly in the heart of winter. Tira rested beneath their warm, gentle light, life moving slowly, patiently, and with enduring hope. In the hush of the frozen night, the town was cradled by warmth, patience, and the quiet persistence of all who lived within it. An arrow path leading from the town toward the outskirts lay completely snowbound, each step leaving a small indentation in the soft white blanket. The wind had sculpted the snow into gentle ridges and curves, creating a quiet, undulating landscape that glimmered faintly in the lantern light. The path seemed almost magical, a delicate passage through the still, frozen world. Mrs. Turner moved slowly along the trail, carrying a small lantern, careful not to slip on hidden ice beneath the snow. Each movement required attention and patience, but there was a quiet pleasure in the rhythm of deliberate steps, the soft crunch beneath her boots blending with the muted whisper of the wind. Children had briefly ventured here earlier in the day, sledding over gentle slopes, leaving faint tracks that were now partially obscured by drifting snow. Emily's small handprints could still be traced along a low snowbank, while Samuel's careful imprints showed where he had tried to balance a small pile of snow into a miniature fort. The traces of their play were quiet memories etched into the snow, delicate reminders of life and warmth amidst the cold. Captain Brooks walked along the edge of the path, lantern in hand, observing the frozen creek running parallel to it. The ice shimmered faintly, reflecting the lantern's glow, and beneath the surface, he could feel the subtle pulse of currents, a reminder that even frozen, the river was alive. As evening settled, the snowbound path glimmered under the soft light, each ridge and curve a gentle invitation to move slowly and thoughtfully. The quiet, deliberate journey along the trail became a meditation on patience, endurance, and the fragile beauty of life persisting in the frozen embrace of winter. The rows of the Thompson orchard were lined with trees heavy with frost, their branches bowed under the weight of snow. Every twig and leaf shimmered in the soft morning light, creating a delicate lattice of ice that sparkled like countless tiny diamonds. The orchard was silent, save for the occasional whisper of wind and the faint crunch of snow beneath careful boots. Father Thompson moved slowly through the orchard, checking each tree for damage and gently brushing snow from the lower branches. Each motion was deliberate, a quiet ritual of care and patience. The frozen apples, still clinging stubbornly to the branches, reflected the faint sunlight, glowing like small orbs of amber amidst the frost. The children followed at a safe distance, marveling at the glittering landscape. Emily pressed her mitten-clad hands against a branch, feeling the icy texture, while Samuel carefully scooped up a patch of snow, letting it trickle slowly through his fingers, even in the stillness of winter. Their curiosity and wonder created a gentle rhythm within the orchard. Animals moved cautiously among the rows. Chickens huddled near the trunks, goats brushed gently against frost-covered posts, and horses pawed softly at the snow. Every small sound, the shuffle of hooves, the ruffle of feathers, added to the quiet, measured music of life continuing amidst winter's grip. As the day wore on, the icy orchard rose glimmered softly, the frost reflecting light in subtle, shifting patterns. The orchard felt both frozen and alive, a delicate balance between stillness and the gentle persistence of life. Each careful step, each deliberate movement reminded those who walked there that even in the harshest cold, care, patience, and quiet endurance flourished. Beyond the orchard, a wide meadow stretched under a thick, unbroken blanket of snow. The surface was smooth and pale, occasionally interrupted by the delicate imprint of animal tracks or the faint glimmer of a frost-covered shrub. The cold was absolute, yet there was a serene beauty in the stillness, a quiet rhythm that moved slowly beneath the pale winter sky. Captain Brooks walked along the edge of the meadow, boots crunching gently in the snow. He paused often, observing the way the wind had shaped drifts into soft curves and small ridges. The frozen grasses poked through in places, their tips glistening like tiny stars under the soft light. Each breath he took rose in a visible cloud, lingering for a moment before fading into the crisp air. Children had wandered here earlier, leaving faint trails that now shimmered under frost. Emily had made careful snowballs, arranging them in small patterns like tiny frozen sculptures, while Samuel had traced a slow path with his footprints, creating a quiet map across the pale landscape. Even the smallest actions left marks of warmth and life in the otherwise frozen world. Animals moved cautiously along the edges of the meadow, pawing at patches of ice and sniffing at hidden forage. Their movements were deliberate, careful, but persistent, a quiet testament to endurance in a harsh and unyielding environment. As the sun lowered toward the horizon, the frozen meadow glowed softly, reflecting the pale light and the quiet beauty of the winter day. The world seemed suspended in gentle stillness, a reminder that even in deep cold, life continued patiently, deliberately, and with subtle grace, waiting for the warmth that would one day return. Inside the Thompson home, the hearth glowed warmly, its flames casting gentle shadows across the frost-lined walls. The scent of burning wood mingled with the faint aroma of simmering stew, creating a cocoon of comfort against the relentless cold outside. Every crackle of the fire added a soft, soothing rhythm to the room, like a quiet heartbeat in the frozen world. Mrs. Turner moved quietly among the guests, offering cups of warm tea and checking that blankets were tucked snugly around shoulders. The soft murmurs of conversation blended with the fire's hiss, filling the space with a calm, measured energy that contrasted sharply with the icy winds outside. Every small gesture a replenished flame, a gently passed mug felt monumental in the stillness of winter. Children curled near the hearth, cheeks rosy and eyes wide with wonder as they watched sparks rise and fade. Emily traced the glow with her fingertips, captivated by the way light seemed to dance and shimmer, while Samuel leaned against a chair, listening to the faint pop of wood splitting in the fire. Even the animals found warmth nearby, settling into cozy nooks and letting their breaths rise in gentle clouds. Captain Brooks sat quietly, watching the fire and the play of shadows across the room. He felt a deep sense of reassurance in the warmth, in the small, deliberate acts of care that defined life during the cold snap. Outside, snow drifted softly against the windows, glittering faintly. But inside, the hearthside calm held the world in gentle balance. As night deepened, the room glowed softly, a sanctuary of warmth and quiet, where patience, endurance, and care wove an unspoken tapestry. In the hush of the hearth, life moved deliberately and gently, a quiet pulse amidst the frozen hold of winter. Under the pale glow of the winter moon, the fields surrounding Cairo shimmered with frost and snow. Every blade of grass and every low shrub glistened like glass, reflecting the soft, silvery light. Snow was smooth and unbroken in many places, interrupted only by the faint tracks of animals and the distant footprints of careful wanderers. Captain Brooks walked slowly along the edge of the fields, lantern held low to guide his steps. The cold air was crisp and still, carrying faint whispers of wind that stirred the snow in gentle arcs. Each exhaled breath rose in a small, glowing cloud, dissipating softly into the night. The world seemed suspended between earth and sky, quiet and serene, yet alive with subtle motion beneath the frozen surface. Emily and Samuel had wandered here briefly in the afternoon, leaving tiny handprints and snowball trails that now sparkled faintly in the moonlight. Even in winter stillness, traces of life remained, delicate markers of warmth and movement in the frozen landscape. The occasional rustle of a rabbit, or the soft shuffle of a fox reminded all who observed that life continued quietly, patiently beneath the icy blanket. The townsfolk, tucked safely within homes, could see the glow of moonlight reflecting off snow-laden rooftops and distant hills. Lanterns flickered faintly in windows, adding warm highlights to the cold, luminous world outside. Every flicker of light, every gentle shadow told a story of endurance, care, and hope. As the night deepened, the moonlit fields held their quiet majesty, serene and steadfast. Life persisted here in small, deliberate ways, and the frozen world seemed to breathe gently, inviting those who watched to move slowly, think softly, and rest peacefully beneath winter's tranquil embrace. At a gentle bend in the Mississippi, the river was a mirror of ice and snow, reflecting the pale glow of the moon and the faint light of distant lanterns. Frost clung to the banks and the branches of overhanging trees, forming delicate crystalline patterns that sparkled with every subtle movement of the wind. The frozen river seemed both still and alive, a quiet pulse running beneath the icy surface. Captain Brooks walked along the snow-covered bank, boots crunching softly, lantern held steady. The river hummed faintly beneath the ice, subtle shifts and groans carrying a quiet, persistent rhythm. He paused often, listening to the delicate sounds of moving water trapped beneath its frozen sheet, reminded that even in deep winter, life continued below the surface. Birds had settled silently in nearby trees, their small forms hunched against the cold, and a lone fox batted carefully along a distant path, leaving faint tracks in the snow. Every movement, deliberate and cautious, seemed magnified in the stillness of the night. The wind whispered faintly, stirring snowflakes in gentle spirals across the frozen bend. The town's distant lanterns glimmered along the opposite bank, soft reflections scattered across the ice. Each light, each subtle shimmer spoke of warmth, care, and the persistent rhythm of human life amid winter's icy grip. The river bend, frozen yet alive, held the quiet majesty of patience, endurance, and gentle perseverance. As the night deepened, the frosted riverbed glimmered softly under the moonlight. The world felt suspended in serene stillness, where the ice, snow, and soft wind wove together a gentle lullaby for all who moved slowly and thoughtfully through winter's embrace. As dusk approached, the Thompson orchard lay hushed beneath a heavy layer of snow. The bare trees, their branches coated in frost, stretched silently toward the dimming sky, and the faint glimmer of ice on every twig caught the last hints of daylight. The orchard seemed suspended between stillness and quiet anticipation, a frozen world holding its breath in the waning light. Father Thompson moved carefully along the rows, boots crunching softly against the snow. He paused to brush lightly against a frosted branch, sending tiny crystals drifting into the air. Each movement was deliberate, careful not to disturb the fragile balance of ice and snow. The frozen apples that still clung stubbornly to the trees shimmered faintly, tiny amber lights in the muted landscape. The children lingered nearby, hands tucked deep into pockets, watching the delicate patterns of frost on the branches. Mimily traced shapes in the ice with her mitten, marveling at the intricate, ephemeral designs, while Samuel kicked gently at snowdrifts, sending small clouds of powder spiraling into the cold air. Their quiet curiosity brought warmth to the otherwise still orchard. Even the animals moved with care, hens huddling close to tree trunks, goats brushing gently against frost-covered posts, and horses pawing softly at packed snow. Every sound, hoof against snow, feather ruffle, or soft breath was magnified in the hush of the orchard, a subtle symphony of life persisting through winter. As dusk deepened into evening, the silent orchard glimmered softly in the fading light. Life endured here in gentle, measured ways, a delicate testament to patience, quiet perseverance, and the understated beauty of a world held in winter's frozen embrace. A narrow lane, winding between the Thompson orchard and the town, was dusted with soft snow, each step muffled underfoot. Lanterns hung from posts along the path, their warm light cutting gently through the icy air and reflecting off frost-covered branches that arched overhead. The lane glowed faintly, a serene corridor of warmth and calm amidst the frozen landscape. Mrs. Turner walked slowly along the lane, lantern in hand, boots crunching softly in the snow. She paused often, listening to the quiet rhythm of the winter night, the faint groan of ice, the whisper of wind through bare branches, the distant murmur of life from nearby homes. Each sound was magnified in the stillness, yet none felt harsh. All were part of the gentle pulse of the town. Children's earlier footprints traced a faint map along the lane, partially covered by fresh snow. Emily's mitten-clad handprints marked the edges of snow banks, while Samuel's careful prints zigzagged toward a small drift. Even in winter's grip, traces of warmth and life lingered, subtle reminders that the cold could not entirely still human curiosity and joy. Animals padded cautiously along the edges, goats brushing against frosted posts, chickens huddled near fences, and horses stamped softly to keep warm. The lantern light flickered across their coats, highlighting the shimmer of frost and the subtle movement of life persisting in the cold. As the night deepened, the lantern-lit lane became a quiet sanctuary, a place where warmth, patience, and gentle care wove together into a soft rhythm. The snow, the frost, and the tender glow of light created a world both still and alive, a serene passage, reminding all who walked it of life's enduring persistence, even in the harshest winter. By the final hour of night, Cairo lay fully at rest beneath a thick, glittering blanket of snow. The town's rooftops, streets, and riverbanks were softened under frost, each surface catching the pale glow of lanterns and the distant moon. The air was still, crisp, and pure, carrying a gentle hush that seemed to wrap the town in a delicate, protective embrace. Mrs. Turner moved to her boarding house one last time, pausing at windows to admire the quiet, frozen world outside. Fires burned low in hearths, casting a gentle glow over sleeping guests. The faint aroma of wood smoke mingled with the soft scent of snow drifting in through tiny cracks, creating a comforting, meditative calm. Each blanket tucked, each fire stoked, each small gesture became a quiet act of care, a final note in the night's rhythm. The children slept peacefully, dreams mingling with the shimmer of frost on window panes and the soft glint of moonlight on snow. Even the animals seemed to breathe in unison with the stillness, their warmth and life a subtle pulse beneath the frozen landscape. Captain Brooks stood at the edge of the frozen river, lantern in hand, watching the moonlight shimmer across the ice. Beneath the frozen surface, the river moved quietly, patiently, a reminder that life endures even in the harshest winters. The wind whispered softly through trees and across snowdrifts, carrying the serene music of night across the town. In the gentle embrace of the winter night, Cairo rested fully, cradled by frost, snow, and the soft glow of lanterns. Life had persisted, warmth had endured, and hope glimmered quietly in every careful gesture. The cold snap of 1899 held the town in its icy grasp, yet it also revealed the subtle beauty, patience, and resilience that flourished even in the deepest winter. Thank you for joining this journey through the frozen world of Cairo during the great Arctic outbreak of 1899. As the town sleeps under its blankets of snow and frost, let your own mind rest gently, wrapped in the common steady rhythm of winter's quiet embrace. Remember to like, subscribe, and comment to share your thoughts. Whether you are watching from the US, Europe, Canada, or anywhere else around the world, may this serene tale guide you into peaceful rest, carrying warmth and quiet hope into your dreams. Light has a way of turning the past into a doorway, and tonight we step through it into a winter that did not merely arrive, but declared itself with teeth and thunder. Imagine a year when the Midwest still felt endless, when towns were dots of lamplight scattered across a flat horizon, and when steel locomotives pushed through the dark like stubborn hearts refusing to stop beating. Picture the season as a living force, the kind that makes the very air ring, the kind that turns breath into smoke and silence into something you can almost hold in your hands. This is the story of a train that believed in schedules and certainty until the weather taught it a different kind of timetable. This is the story of strangers who became a small, flickering village inside wooden cars while the prairie tried to erase the world. And before we climb aboard, take a moment to settle wherever you are, whether you are winding down in an American living room, listening late in Europe, or wrapped in the quiet of Canada, or anywhere else the night has reached. If you want to help these gentle journeys keep moving, leave a like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments what corner of the world you're listening from tonight. Now let your room grow dim, let the noise of your day soften, and allow the sound to imagine steam, wind, distant rails to become part of your own calm. Because the moment we enter begins with a brightness so cold it looks like glass. On the morning of December 28th, 1900, Chicago woke under a pale sun that seemed too sharp to touch. At the station, windows wore frost like delicate lacework, each filigree line catching light and holding it for a heartbeat. Porters crossed the polished floor with quick, clipped steps, their boots sounding like small hammers on stone. Trunks thudded into place, parcels were stacked, and the baggage car swallowed the weight of other people's lives as if it had always been hungry for them. Outside, the locomotive waited with the patience of iron, black and immense, already breathing white clouds into the air. Steam hissed from valves and seams, the sound like an animal exhaling in the cold, and it drifted upward where it dissolved into the winter sky. The engine's metal skin shone in patches where it was clean, and dulled where soot had settled, as if it wore the marks of every mile it had ever conquered. Inside the passenger cars, warmth gathered in pockets around coal stoves, and voices rose and fell in comfortable waves. A woman in a firm Eine-Strand coat sat by a window, reading a letter so slowly, it was as though she wanted the words to last longer than the journey. A boy nearby pressed his face to the glass, his curiosity fogging the pane in a soft oval, and he stared at the busy platform as if it were a theater made just for him. Men in business suits leaned close over timetables, fingers tapping at printed numbers as if math could tame distance. A few soldiers rested back with hats drawn low, the posture of people trained to wait, trained to endure, trained to be still even in motion. And in a car farther back, where the light was softer and the air carried the scent of varnished wood, someone drew a bow across fiddle strings to test the sound. The notes were quiet, almost private, like a memory being warmed in the hands. When the clock reached 10, the whistle cut through the station with a long, confident cry. The engine shuddered, couplers clanked, and the train began to pull forward as if it were rising from a long sleep. At first the snow arrived politely, a few wandering flakes drifting sideways, light as ash, more decoration than warning. Passengers smiled at the sight and returned to their conversations, because gentle weather is easy to underestimate. The train left the city's close-minus packed buildings behind and slid into openness, into fields that stretched flattened wide beneath a sky turning the color of old pewter. Fences ran like thin, dark stitches through the white, and bare trees stood scattered as if they had been planted by chance. Farmhouses flashed past in the distance, small and lonely, each one looking as though it belonged to someone who understood winter better than any passenger could. Inside, the rhythm of the rails began its slow persuasion, that rocking pattern that makes eyelids heavy and turns talk into murmurs. But above the train, beyond what anyone could see, the sky was gathering itself into something heavier. By midday, the world had changed its voice. The air outside felt quiet in a way that felt deliberate, as if the land itself were holding its breath. Snow no longer wandered, it traveled with purpose, slanting in thin streams that made the horizon blur. The train rolled into a small junction called Maple Hollow, a place made of wooden buildings and wind, half buried already under early drifts. The stop should have been ordinary, but something about the station felt tense, like a room where someone has just stopped speaking. A station master waited near the track with a telegram clenched in his red, chapped hands, and he waved urgently as the train slowed. The conductor stepped down, and the two men leaned close, speaking quickly, their words stolen by the wind. The station master pointed north where cloud and sky had fused into a single bruise-colored wall. From the windows, passengers craned their necks, watching the exchange as if they could read danger in posture alone. The conductor's expression heightened into a kind of careful neutrality, the face of a man deciding what to reveal and what to bury under reassurance. When he returned inside, a few travelers asked what the telegram had said, and he answered with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. He told them it was only snow on the line, nothing worth worry, and promised the worst would be behind them before night. Then the whistle sounded again, long and low, and Maple Hollow fell away behind the last car like the final page of a safe chapter. The first true blow of the storm struck as the wheels gathered speed. Wind arrived without warning, slamming into the windows and throwing powder across the glass, so fast it looked like thrown sand. Children squealed and laughed, delighted by the sudden fury, because they did not yet understand what a blizzard could do to distance and time. In the locomotive, the engineer leaned forward, eyes narrowed, trying to keep the track in his mind when he could no longer keep it in his sight. Snow thickened hour by hour until the landscape turned into a blank sheet with no edges. The rails vanished beneath white, and the train's forward motion began to feel like stubborn imagination. Outside, sound grew muffled, as if the storm were wrapping the world in layers of cloth, and even the engine's chug seemed softened. Inside, lamps were lit early, their warm circles trembling as the cars rocked, and coal stoves worked hard to keep the chill from settling into bone. Someone began humming near the dining car, a half-minus remembered melody that seemed to anchor the air. The fiddler's tune from earlier floated back in altered form, quieter now, as if the train itself were trying to remember what comfort sounded like. By twilight, the windows had turned opaque with frost. Glass became a wall of white, and the outside world ceased to exist except as wind and pressure. The train, still moving, felt like a boat crossing a frozen ocean with no stars to navigate by. In the dining car, plate sat half-finished, because appetite is fragile when you can feel the world tightening around you. Coffee was poured with careful hands as the car swayed, and the waitress wore a hopeful expression that looked practiced, as if she had learned to offer calm, even when she did not own it. An older man stared through a small cleared patch on the window and said nothing, but his silence carried the weight of someone who had watched storms take what they wanted. Up front, the conductor and engineer spoke in raised voices because the wind had become loud enough to steal ordinary speech. The wheels began to struggle as drifts steepened, grinding with a sound like metal teeth biting into stone. Someone asked whether they should stop and wait it out, and the engineer answered that stopping now would be surrender. He said momentum was their only ally, that if they let the storm catch them standing still, it would halt them. So, they pressed on, deeper into the white, deeper into a landscape that no longer offered landmarks, only resistance. Night arrived fully, and with it came the deceptive comfort of compartments. Passengers retreated behind curtains and doors, because small private spaces can feel like protection even when the world is collapsing outside. Other whispered a lullaby to her child, the notes thin but determined. Two strangers traded travel stories by lamplight, as if building a bridge of words over the cold. In the sleeping car, a man snored, and the sound was oddly comforting, a proof that somewhere in the train, normal life still insisted on existing. Meanwhile, the snow outside climbed higher, building itself against wheels and axles, packing tight along the sides of the cars. It was no longer falling the way rain falls, it was accumulating the way and accumulates, steady and relentless, a patient force. At midnight, the train's pace faltered. The engine strained, then slowed, and the familiar rocking softened into something hesitant. Passengers stirred in their bunks and seats, waking with that sharp sense that something has changed. Somebody scraped a circle in the frost on a window with a glove, hoping for lights, for a town, for anything. But the outside offered nothing but spinning whitened darkness without depth. For a long moment the train sat as if listening, as if deciding whether to fight again or accept being caught. Then the whistle sounded once, a single low awe that felt less like confidence and more like acknowledgement. After that stillness, morning came without sunrise. The sky and the land blended into a single pale surface, and light seemed to exist everywhere and nowhere at once. Passengers woke and cleared patches of glass. They discovered the truth: the train was no longer a traveler but a buried object. Snow rose high against the cars, sealing some windows entirely, turning them into white squares from the inside. The locomotive itself was half swallowed, a hump of frozen shape, its usual black lines softened under packed rifts. The rails had disappeared as completely as if they had never been laid. All around stretched open prairie, empty and unmoving, a frozen sea with no shore. Inside, the warmth had weakened. Stoves that had burned strongly the day before now glowed with thin, tired heat. Coal had become a counted treasure, each shovelful measured not by comfort but by how long it could postpone through cold. The conductor moved through the cars with the practiced calm of a man who understood that panic spreads faster than weather. He told clustered passengers that help would come, because the line would notice their absence, because their last signal had been from Maple Hollow, because someone would look for them. Even as he spoke, he carried the quiet fear that the telegraph wires were down, torn apart by wind and ice, leaving the world blind. In the dining car, the cook opened storage and stared at the truth of their supplies. Flour, beans, a few smoked cuts of meat, apples gone soft at the edges, and enough coffee to make the air smell hopeful for a little while longer. They began rationing without calling it rationing, because people accept less more easily when it is presented as sensible rather than desperate. Time changed shape inside the buried train. Hours were no longer measured by stations passed, but by the rhythm of small tasks: melting snow, checking stoves, serving thin meals, wiping frost, comforting children. Children did not yet grasp the danger, so they found ways to play at the edges of it. One boy scooped handfuls of powder through a small gap near a window and shaped tiny snowmen on a table, laughing as if winter were a toy. A woman read poems aloud from a worn book, her voice turning the car into a quiet room far away from the prairie. Another passenger knitted beside a stove, the click of needles steady, the sound of patience being made audible. Outside, the snow remained beautiful in a cruel way, glittering under faint light as if it had been laid deliberately for a painting. Then evening arrived again. The passengers gathered in the parlor car, drawn together by the need to feel the presence of other breathing bodies. Lamp lights weighed on varnished walls, and shadows moved like slow water. Through the frosted windows, moonlight turned the drift silver minus blue, making the buried train look almost gentle, like a sleeping animal covered by winter. The conductor addressed them without drama, because drama wastes energy. He told them they had shelter and they had one another, and that they would hold calm until the line reopened and rescue found them. Irma answered him, the sound of people choosing belief because it was the only thing that felt like warmth. Someone began humming again, and others joined until the car held a low chorus, a human sound steady enough to press back against the prairie silence. That night, the cold deepened faster than anyone expected. Frost grew across the glass in expanding blooms, intricate as lace but sharp as needles. Even near stoves, the air felt brittle, as if each breath might snap. Passengers wrapped themselves in every layer they owned, coats over blankets, scarves over mouths, gloves kept on even while sleeping. The engine-errand conductor met with a nurse and an old farmer, who seemed to carry practical wisdom the way others carried luggage. They spoke quietly about fuel and time, about the danger of burning through their heat too quickly. The engineer suggested rotating warmth from car to car, keeping one stove strong at a time, moving people toward heat like a slow migration. The nurse insisted they could not let children undoubtedly freeze, and her voice made it clear she would fight anyone who tried to call suffering necessary. The farmer listened, then said in a voice like dry wood that it would work for a while, but only if help arrived before the winter decided to test them further. In the small hours, the nurse walked the length of the train, checking each passenger as if each one were her responsibility alone. She found a child coughing, the sound sharp and dry, and she wrapped him tighter while giving his mother camphor from a small tin. She whispered comfort even as her mind measured risk, because cold has a way of sinking into lungs and turning simple illness into something dangerous. Yet even in worry, kindness continued to appear like sparks in ash. The young man gave his coat to an elderly couple without being asked. The fiddler, fingers stiff and aching, played a slow tune that drifted through the cars like candle smoke. People hummed along softly, not because they were cheerful, but because joining the melody is a way of saying, I am still here. Outside, snow began to fall again, gentle but persistent, softening every edge until sound itself felt padded. Far across the prairie, a wolf cried out once, long and mournful, a note that carried across emptiness and made some passengers shiver for reasons beyond cold. Morning returned with the heavy quiet that comes when weather pauses but does not leave. Storm had rested, yet the world remained erased, a glittering plain with no tracks, no fences, no visible telegraph poles, no smoke. Inside the cars, the silence was different, close, human, threaded with breath and the faint clink of cups. Many passengers had slept in fragments, waking often, listening to the train settle and creak under ice. The conductor made his rounds again, offering practice steadiness, the kind that becomes contagious when people are desperate for a leader to borrow calm from. In the baggage car, the engineer and farmer pried open a frozen shutter to let in more light, and the action felt symbolic, as if opening a window could also open the future. The engineer, staring out at the sun glimmering weakly over snow, murmured that the world looked strangely beautiful. The farmer answered that beauty does not guarantee mercy, but that it helps remind a person why survival matters. The day passed in slow labor. The engine errand to brakeman tried to dig the locomotive free, but the snow was packed so densely it behaved like stone. Each shovel stroke brought sweat that cooled too quickly, and frostbite threatened fingers through gloves. They worked until exhaustion made their bodies clumsy, then stopped because stubbornness is not the same as strategy. That evening, as people gathered close again, the wind began to return like an old enemy clearing its throat. At first it whispered through cracks, then it rose, rattling doors and making the entire train vibrate as if something huge was circling it. Outside, the prairie disappeared again, into a spinning blur, a world of motion with nothing visible inside it. Passengers felt the storm not only as sound but as pressure, a deep tremor running through boards and metal. The conductor ordered people toward the middle cars, fearing cold might strain couplings or that a door might fail under drift and wind. The fiddler wrapped his instrument in cloth and stared at his reflection in a frost-fogged window, looking suddenly like a ghost watching himself. The nurse sat nearby with a cup of melted snow in her hands, whispering that it felt like the world had forgotten them. The fiddler replied that the world does not forget, it only waits, and that someday they would step back into it and remember it again. After midnight, the cold sharpened into something that sounded like breaking. A faint metallic crack echoed from the direction of the locomotive, quick and clean, then disappeared into the wind. The conductor froze, and the engineer's eyes snapped open because some sounds cannot be misunderstood. Another crack followed, then a long silence filled with meaning. They knew iron grows brittle when cold reaches a certain depth, and that every bolt and joint was being tested hour by hour. Passengers prayed softly, not loudly, but with a steady rhythm that built from one voice to another. The prayer did not tame the storm, but it changed the air inside the cars, turning fear into something shared and therefore lighter. When daylight returned, it looked like memory rather than sun. The storm had eased again, leaving a sculpted aftermath where wind had carved snow into ridges like frozen waves. Snow sealed doors and windows tighter, and the air inside had grown cold enough that breath hung in the air like smoke. The crew began lantern shifts, keeping one person awake at all times, not to guard against attackers, but to guard against despair. A moving lantern in the corridor became a kind of heartbeat, a proof that someone was watching, that the flame of attention had not gone out. Outside, the engineer climbed onto the partially freed locomotive and chipped at ice around the vent stack, each strike ringing sharp in the stillness. From his higher vantage, he could see farther and discover that distance offered nothing, only more whitened the faint struggle of the sun behind clouds. Back inside, the nurse gathered passengers near the warmest stove and began telling stories from childhood, because stories are portable fires. She spoke of a lake town and of her father saying that snow was the sky coming down to rest on earth, heaven and ground touching briefly. People listened with the kind of attention normally reserved for music, because her words made the cold feel less personal. That evening they decided to keep every lantern burning, each one a small point of gold behind frosted glass. From far away, if anyone had been near enough to see, the buried train would have resembled a string of fallen stars sunk into the drifts. By the fourth morning, supplies had thinned into worry. Faces looked narrower, eyes more hollow, and voices carried less casual humor. Tiffy was nearly gone, the last bread sliced into strict portions, and even the smell of food had become faint. In the baggage car, the engineer spread a map on a crate and traced their likely location with a gloved finger. He told the conductor that if the telegraph wires were down, the line might not know where to search, and waiting could become a slow mistake. He estimated the nearest station east was about 10 miles away, a distance that looked small on paper and enormous in a world made of snow. The conductor stared out a frosted window into blankness, weighing the risk of action against the risk of doing nothing. The engineer said quietly that someone needed to go because sometimes hope requires legs. The conductor finally agreed, but refused to send a man alone into that emptiness. They chose three: the engineer, the old farmer, and a young brakeman barely into adulthood, strong enough to try and young enough to believe in the try. The nurse prepared them, as if she were dressing them for war. Scarves were layered, coats tightened, lanterns wrapped in cloth to keep their glass from frosting too quickly, and strips of blanket were tied around boots for extra insulation. She pressed a small piece of bread into each man's hand, not because it would last long, but because it was something, and something matters. She told them to keep moving and not to look back, because the sight of safety behind can break a person's will to reach safety ahead. Passengers gathered near the door, faces crowded together in the dim interior, watching as the conductor and crew pried the door open with a crowbar. Snow fell inward in heavy chunks like collapsing walls, and a blast of air surged through the car so cold its toll breathed, made eyes water instantly. The three men stepped into the white, lanterns swinging, their bodies becoming dark shapes against an almost featureless world. For a few minutes the passengers could still see the lanterns as moving sparks, and the distance swallowed them, and the prairie reclaimed its emptiness. The door was sealed again, and the quiet that followed felt heavier than all the snow outside. The next morning, the train woke to stillness that rang in the ears. No wind, no falling snow, only the frozen silence of a world holding itself rigid. Passengers moved softly as if sound might crack something. The nurse asked the question everyone carried in their mouths. Without speaking, had anyone seen the men return? The conductor shook his head, admitting with his eyes what he could not admit with his words. He told them the men would reach the line and that help would come, and the sentence sounded like a rope thrown into darkness. As hours passed, worry grew roads. Then, later in the morning, a shout rose from the rear car, sharp as a snapped twig. Passengers crowded to a window where frost had thinned enough to see beyond. Across the snow outside ran a faint, dark depression, a line of footprints partially filled by drift, winding away toward the horizon. The tracks came from the direction where the men had vanished, and they ran along the buried rail line like a fragile thread of purpose. Someone whispered that the men had made it that far, and hope flared, small but fierce. The conductor pressed his gloved hand to the glass and said quietly that footprints meant motion, and motion meant possibility. He ordered a lantern placed in a window, then another, and soon several panes held small flames, signals offered to a world that might or might not be watching. They kept watch all day. The nurse ended to those weakening, melting snow for thin tea, warming hands, checking fingertips for the pale warning of frostbite. The fiddler played again with raw fingers, his notes gentle and steady, filling the gaps where fear liked to settle. Night returned, and with it a new wind that sighed across the plains, carrying a sound like distant voices. Passengers gathered by windows again, searching for a moving light, for any sign of return. Nothing came, and the lanterns burned through the night anyway, because belief is sometimes an action you perform even when you do not feel it. On the fifth morning, the light outside looked different, not warmer, but clearer, as if the air had decided to give vision back. People woke with a taut anticipation, eyes drawn immediately to the windows. Late in the morning, someone cried out that they saw lights. At first the lights looked like tiny sparks close to the ground, unsteady in the distance, and then shapes formed around them. 3 figures moved across the snow with the slow determination of men who have argued with winter and refused to lose. Lanterns swung at their sides, bright points against the white. The conductor's face broke open into a smile that seemed to surprise even him. He said it was them, and the words trembled with relief. Passengers cheered softly, the sound more like a collective exhale than celebration. The nurse pressed a hand to her chest as if to steady her own heartbeat. By early afternoon, the 3 men reached the train, faces raw with cold, eyelashes iced, cheeks red and cracked, but eyes burning with the victory of having done the impossible. They had reached the station, they said, and a rescue party was already organizing. Blankets were pushed toward them, mugs of warm liquid pressed into their hands, and grateful hands touched shoulders in the way people do when words are too small. The nurse examined their fingers and ears, checking for frostbite, working quickly with the focus of someone who has held many lives together by sheer attention. Outside, the sky remained pale and calm, the kind of calm that makes a person suspicious after days of fury. Soon, sleds appeared in the distance, then horses, then bundled figures carrying supplies. The rescue party arrived like a moving promise, bringing food, fuel, and the undeniable comfort of more human voices. Some passengers laughed, some cried quietly, and some simply sat with eyes closed, letting the reality of rescue settle into their bodies. That night, the train felt different even before it moved. Stoves burned hotter, lamps seemed brighter, and the air itself felt softer because fear had loosened its grip. Rescuers began clearing snow away from wheels and couplings, carving the drifts into channels. Shovels bit into packed white, and each load thrown aside looked like a small triumph. Inside, passengers huddled near heat and traded stories and voices that had finally found their normal cadence again. The nurse moved among them, no longer fighting only cold, but also the aftershocks of it, calming trembling hands, encouraging slow eating, reminding people to drink. The conductor and engineer walked the cars together, counting heads, confirming that everyone had endured with only minor injuries. They spoke quietly about how it could have gone worse, and their restraint made the statement heavier than any dramatic speech. Outside, the prairie gleamed under moonlight, still vast and still capable, but no longer holding the train as prisoner. Morning brought smells that felt miraculous. Warm porridge, milk, salted meat, and bread filled the air, and passengers responded with the kind of gratitude usually reserved for salvation. Children clutched bowls as if they were treasures. Elderly passengers ate slowly, savoring each bite with eyes that looked far away, because hunger has a way of making a person remember every meal they have ever taken for granted. The nurse ensured the frail and the young were fed first, her hands steady even as fatigue lived behind her eyes. In the parlor car, the fiddler played again, softer now, the tune more like a lullaby than a lament. Outside, men continued clearing the track, revealing rail inch by inch. The engine's dark metal reappeared from under its white burial, and when steam began to hiss with more strength, it sounded like a body waking. By mid-afternoon, the work had made a corridor through the drifts, snow piled high on either side like walls. The conductor warned everyone that the train would move slowly, that patience was safety, and his voice carried the authority of someone who had earned the right to be believed. Then, The engine gave a tentative chug, and the car shuddered as if remembering they were built for motion. At first, the movement was so slight it could have been imagined. Wheels turned with a grinding reluctance, then caught, then rolled forward a fraction, testing. Passengers held their breath, because after being still so long, movement feels like magic you do not want to disturb. The train rocked gently, and the sound of wheels on a rail returned, faint but unmistakable, like the world's heartbeat resuming. An old farmer, whether the one who walked or another, murmured that the world was moving again, and his voice carried reverence. Once the train truly began to roll, the inside filled with a quiet, careful joy. Children pressed to windows, trying to see past frost at the receding snow walls. Adults spoke in subdued tones, sharing relief like a shared blanket. The engineer kept his hand steady on the throttle, measuring each yard as if the track were glass. Steam rose from the stack in stronger bursts, white against the pale sky, a banner of life. The nurse offered tea, the cups clinking softly, and even that small sound felt celebratory. The fiddler's melody traveled through the cars, fretting itself into the hum of the engine and the rhythm of the rails. Outside, the prairie remained white and immense, but now it began to offer shapes again. Fences appeared, then tree lines, then distant farmhouses with thin smoke curling from chimneys. Proof that the world had never stopped, only hidden. Out soft and blue, and the train's lanterns glowed warmly against the darkness. The wheels kept their steady pulse, and the gentle rocking that had once been terrifying became soothing, like a cradle. Children slept with faces relaxed, their bodies finally releasing the tension of days. Adults leaned back, eyes half closed, listening to the engine's steady exhale. The conductor walked the cars, not as a man holding chaos at bay now, but as a caretaker guiding everyone through the final miles. The nurse checked blankets and offered quiet words, telling passengers to let themselves rest because survival had already been accomplished. Outside, moonlight silvered the snow banks, and the wind was only a whisper, as if the prairie itself had grown tired of shouting. In the early hours, something subtle shifted in the air. A faint scent of earth, almost imaginary, drifted in when doors opened briefly, the smell of thaw beginning under snow. Passengers noticed it with the kind of attention normally given to perfume, because it suggested that winter's grip was not eternal. As dawn approached, the horizon softened into pale golden lavender. Light spread across the prairie slowly, turning the snow into a field of crushed crystal. Inside, people stirred, blinking in the growing brightness, and the sight of color felt like a gift. The nurse moved through with a final round of warm tea, smiling gently as if the sunrise belonged to them. The fiddler played a tender tune that seemed to match the light, each note softening the last edges of fear. By morning, signs of life appeared more often. Barns rose in the distance. Fences traced clean lines, and smoke from chimneys curled steadily, promising kitchens and warmth. Passengers pressed to windows and pointed like children themselves, marveling at how miraculous ordinary things can look after isolation. A dog ran across a yard somewhere far away, a small moving dot, and a few passengers laughed quietly at the sheer comfort of seeing something alive and unconcerned. The conductor told them they were nearing a station, and the phrase sounded like the end of a long sentence. The train slowed as it approached a small platform where bundled workers waited, faces bright with curiosity and concern. Some passengers waved, some cried, and some simply sat with hands clasped, letting arrival become real. When the train finally rolled to a stop at the first station since the blizzard, the hiss of brakes sounded like a sigh. Lanterns on the platform glowed like warm stars, and voices drifted toward the cars, human sounds that felt almost shocking after days of wind. Passengers gathered coats and bags, moving carefully on stiff limbs, and stepped down onto ground that felt solid in a new way. The cold air was crisp, but gentler now, carrying the scent of wood, smoke, and damp earth. Inside the station, a stove fire crackled, and the warmth hit faces like a hand placed softly on the cheek. Children stared at the flames with awe, and adults stood close, letting heat sink into bones. The nurse guided people toward benches, offering blankets and tea, reminding them to move slowly because bodies recover in stages. The conductor counted heads again, his duty now a quiet ritual of care. The fiddler played a final gentle melody, and the notes floated through the station like a blessing. Later, as passengers ate simple food and spoke in low voices about what had happened, the storm began to feel like something far away. Yet the shared memory remained close, binding strangers together with a fragile, enduring thread. They had learned the shape of one another's courage in the worst hours, and that knowledge does not vanish quickly. Outside, the prairie lay calm, patched with snow and thawed earth, patient as it always had been. The tracks behind the train shone faintly, a line cut through hardship, proof of motion returned. And now, as you listen from your own place in the present, let the image of that buried train soften into something gentle. Let the lanterns in the windows become warm points of light in your mind. Let the steady rhythm of rails lost returned, and steady again settle your breathing. Because the heart of the story is not only the blizzard or the iron machine, but the way people kept one another warm when the world tried to freeze them into silence. If this journey carried you even a little, consider liking the video, subscribing, and leaving a comment with where you're listening from tonight. Sleep well, dream quietly, and let the wind outside your own window be only a whisper, not a threat. The storm is gone now. The lights are steady, and the world, patient and enduring, keeps moving forward. Throughout history, many events have been shaped by those who possess power, but few have been as impactful as the rise of the Ottoman Empire. Emerging from humble beginnings, it would soon dominate a vast region stretching from southeastern Europe to parts of Africa and Asia. This rapid expansion wasn't just a result of military prowess, but also strategic marriages, alliances, and a deep understanding of local cultures and politics. The Ottoman rulers weren't mere conquerors, they were diplomats, builders, and visionaries. The Ottoman Empire's roots trace back to the early 14th century when Osman I founded the state that would bear his name. Born into a world where empires like the Byzantine and Seljuk had already been established, Osman's ambition and keen military strategies made him stand out. Though others had faltered, his state began to grow, and the seeds of what would become one of the longest-lasting empires in history were planted. As the Ottomans began to spread out across Anatolia, they faced resistance from various other states and kingdoms. Osman's descendants, including his son Orhan, were able to take advantage of the Byzantine Empire's weakening power. By the mid-14th century, the Ottomans had already captured the strategic city of Bursa, making it their first major capital and an important base of operations for further expansion into the Byzantine-controlled Balkans. This victory also symbolized the shift of power in the region. The Byzantine Empire's decline had begun, and the Ottomans were on the rise. What made the Ottoman conquests particularly unique was their ability to maintain control over diverse regions and populations. Then, like many conquerors who imposed harsh rule and suppressed local traditions, the Ottomans were known for their tolerance and adaptability. They didn't just conquer, they assimilated and integrated, creating a rich and diverse cultural mosaic within their empire. This approach was crucial in their ability to control vast territories for centuries. While the military expansion was impressive, it was the diplomatic and political acumen of the Ottoman rulers that truly set them apart. Sultan Mehmed II, known as Mehmed the Conqueror, is one of the most iconic figures in Ottoman history. His conquest of Constantinople in 1453 marked a monumental shift in both Ottoman and world history. The Byzantine Empire, which had lasted for over 1,000 years, finally fell to the Ottomans, and Mehmed declared the city as the new capital of his empire, renaming it Istanbul. But the conquest of Constantinople was simply about the collapse of an ancient empire. It also represented the beginning of a new era in world history. The Ottomans were able to control crucial trade routes between Europe and Asia, gaining immense wealth and power. They also made Istanbul one of the world's great cultural hubs, bringing together scholars, artists, and traders from various corners of the world. This cultural renaissance in the city laid the foundation for the empire's prosperity for centuries to come. What's often overlooked in discussions of the Ottoman Empire's power and influence is the role that its military played in shaping the empire's character. The Ottoman military was a formidable force, with one of the most advanced armies of its time. The Janissaries, elite infantry soldiers, were particularly renowned for their discipline, strength, and loyalty to the Sultan. Originally formed from Christian youths who were conscripted through the Dev-Shirmi system, the Janissaries became the backbone of the Ottoman military machine, helping to propel the empire to new heights. Yet, despite their successes, the Ottomans were not immune to internal strife. Over time, the sheer scale of their empire began to present logistical and administrative challenges. The system of succession, which allowed the Sultan's sons to vie for the throne, often led to power struggles and instability. As the centuries progressed, the empire began to show signs of weakness, especially in the face of European rivals who were rapidly advancing in military technology and trade networks. The 17th century saw the first signs of decline, as the Ottomans struggled to keep pace with the changing world. The military, which had once been the envy of the world, began to lose its edge. The once fabled Janissaries became more corrupt, and the sultans became increasingly disconnected from the day-to-day governance of the empire. This detachment led to a series of disastrous wars and defeats, further exacerbating the empire's problems. Despite these challenges, the Ottoman Empire continued to endure for several centuries, largely because of its ability to adapt. Under the leadership of Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent in the 16th century, the Ottomans reached the peak of their power. Suleiman was not only a military genius, but also a reformer who overhauled the legal system, built magnificent architectural works, and established a legacy that would remain in the hearts of the people for generations. Even as the empire declined, its cultural influence endured. The Ottoman architectural style, with its domes, intricate tile work, and grand mosques, became a symbol of the empire's greatness. Cities like Istanbul, Edirne, and Baghdad were filled with buildings that would stand for centuries, testaments to the empire's former glory. As the Ottoman Empire moved into the 18th and 19th centuries, it faced mounting challenges both internally and externally. The balance of power was shifting dramatically in Europe, with the Industrial Revolution and the rise of colonialism fundamentally altering global dynamics. European powers like Britain, France, and Russia had gained significant technological and military superiority, while the Ottomans, burdened by their vast territory and internal inefficiencies, began to lag behind. The period of stagnation in the Ottoman Empire was marked by economic difficulties, administrative corruption, and an overextension of military resources. The once mighty Janissaries, who had been the backbone of the Ottoman military, had become entrenched in their own privileges and resisted reforms. These internal divisions created a state of political paralysis that weakened the empire from within. Attempts to modernize were often hampered by powerful factions who feared the loss of their privileges. Externally, the empire faced a series of devastating military defeats at the hands of Russia, Austria, and Persia. The Russo-Turkish Wars, which raged intermittently for over a century, resulted in the loss of key territories in the Black Sea and the Caucasus. By the early 19th century, the Ottoman Empire had lost much of its European holdings, and the once great military machine seemed to be faltering. Despite these setbacks, the empire was not without its moments of resurgence. Sultan Mahmud I, who reigned from 1808 to 1839, is often credited with initiating a series of reforms aimed at strengthening the state. One of his most notable actions was the abolition of the Janissary Corps in 1826, an event known as the Auspicious Incident. The Janissaries had long been a powerful and often unruly force within the empire, and their resistance to modernization had become a significant barrier to progress. Coldest's decision to disband them marked the beginning of a new era for the Ottoman military and paved the way for the establishment of a more modern army. And Mahmud I also implemented a number of administrative reforms, including the introduction of new laws and regulations, and sought to centralize power within the imperial government. His efforts to modernize the empire were met with varying degrees of success, but they laid the groundwork for future reforms. The 19th century saw the rise of nationalist movements within the empire, particularly among its various ethnic and religious minorities. The Greek War of Independence 1821-1829 was one of the earliest signs of the growing discontent within the Ottoman-controlled Balkans. The Greeks, inspired by the ideas of the Enlightenment and the example of other European revolutions, sought to break free from Ottoman rule. Their eventual success, with the support of European powers, was a devastating blow to the Ottomans, who had long considered Greece to be a central part of their empire. This period of decline and unrest continued throughout the 19th century, with other regions of the empire experiencing similar uprisings. The loss of Egypt to the British in 1882, along with the increasing influence of European powers in Ottoman territories, further eroded the empire's authority. The Sultan's power was increasingly symbolic, and many of the empire's provinces were effectively governed by foreign powers or local elites. The Ottoman Empire's struggles in the 19th century were further compounded by the so-called Eastern Question, which referred to the issue of what would happen to the Ottoman territories as they continued to weaken. The great powers of Europe, particularly Britain, France, and Russia, began to vie for control of Ottoman lands, seeking to expand their own influence in the region. The Ottoman Empire, once the dominant power in the Middle East, now found itself surrounded by European colonial interests and regional powers. The Crimean War 1853-1856 was one of the defining conflicts of the 19th century and highlighted the Ottoman Empire's precarious position in the global balance of power. The war, which pitted the Ottomans against Russia, was largely a struggle over influence in the Black Sea and the Balkans. While the Ottomans were ultimately victorious with the help of British and French forces, the war exposed the empire's military weaknesses and its dependence on foreign intervention to maintain its sovereignty. Despite the challenges, the Ottomans made some attempts at modernizing their military and infrastructure during this period. Sultan Abdul Hamid I, who ruled from 1876 to 1909, implemented a series of reforms aimed at strengthening the empire, including the construction of railways, the introduction of new schools, and the establishment of a modernized army. However, Abdul Hamid's rule was also marked by increasing repression and censorship, as well as the rise of revolutionary movements that sought to overthrow the monarchy. The end of the 19th century saw the Ottoman Empire in a state of deepening crisis. The loss of territories, the rise of nationalist movements, and the increasing influence of European powers all contributed to the weakening of the empire. But perhaps the most significant factor was the growing discontent among the empire's population, particularly in the Balkans and the Arab regions. Nationalist uprisings, fueled by the desire for independence and self-determination, began to spread across the empire. The 20th century would bring even greater challenges for the Ottomans. World War in 1914-1918 proved to be the final blow for the Ottoman Empire. Now allying with the Central Powers, the Ottomans fought against the Allied forces, including Britain, France, and Russia. However, the war ended in defeat, and the empire's territories were carved up by the victorious Allies. The Treaty of Sevres 1920 and later the Treaty of Lausanne 1923 formally dismantled the Ottoman Empire, leading to its official collapse. The fall of the Ottoman Empire was not just the end of a dynasty, it marked the end of an era. The once mighty empire, which had ruled over vast territories and diverse peoples for more than 600 years, was no longer. In its place emerged the modern nation state of Turkey, led by Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, who would go on to modernize the country and transform it into a secular republic. The legacy of the Ottoman Empire is still felt today, both in the Middle East and across the world. Its cultural, architectural, and intellectual achievements continue to influence modern Turkey, the Balkans, and the broader Islamic world. The empire's legacy is a complex one, full of triumphs and tragedies, and its story serves as a reminder of the rise and fall of great civilizations throughout history. As the Ottoman Empire dissolved, the remnants of its vast territories and diverse populations were left in a state of flux. The creation of modern Turkey under Mustafa Kemal Ataturk marked the beginning of a new era, but the ripples of Ottoman influence were far-reaching, influencing not only the political structures of the Middle East, but also the cultural and social landscape of the region. The disintegration of the empire led to the establishment of new nation-states, each grappling with the legacies of Ottoman rule. While some of the empire's former territories remained under foreign control or influence, setting the stage for the geopolitical struggles of the 20th century. Ataturk's revolution in Turkey was a radical break from the past. Under his leadership, Turkey sought to distance itself from its Ottoman heritage in a bid to modernize and secularize the nation. The abolition of the Sultanate and Caliphate, the adoption of a Latin-based alphabet, and the implementation of sweeping legal and educational reforms were just a few of the measures aimed at transforming Turkey into a secular republic. These efforts, though successful in establishing Turkey as a modern nation-state, also created tensions between the remnants of the Ottoman past and the desire for a more progressive future. While Turkey underwent rapid modernization, the legacy of the Ottoman Empire lingered throughout the Middle East, North Africa, and the Balkans. In many of the former Ottoman provinces, the new political borders and the transition to independent nation-states were accompanied by ethnic and sectarian tensions. The division of the Ottoman Empire's Arab lands, in particular, resulted in the creation of artificial borders that did not align with the region's complex ethnic and religious realities. This sowed the seeds for conflict in the decades to come, as newly formed countries struggled to create cohesive identities out of their diverse populations. The Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1916, a secret agreement between Britain and France, was one such example of the geopolitical maneuvering that shaped the modern Middle East. The agreement divided the Ottoman-era territories into British and French spheres of influence, disregarding the desires of the local populations. The consequences of this agreement were felt throughout the 20th century, as the artificially created borders contributed to the ongoing instability in the region. Nationalism, fueled by a desire for independence, was in direct conflict with the European powers' attempts to maintain control, leading to a series of uprisings, rebellions, and wars throughout the Middle East. In the Balkans, the collapse of the Ottoman Empire led to a resurgence of nationalism among the region's Slavic, Greek, and Albanian populations. The collapse of the empire allowed for the emergence of long-suppressed national identities, but the process of nation-building was fraught with conflict. The Balkan Wars 1912–1913 saw the Ottoman Empire's former European territories being divided between new Balkan states, but the aftermath was marked by ethnic violence and territorial disputes. These tensions would play a significant role in the outbreak of World War I and continue to affect the region well into the 20th century. While the political and territorial consequences of the Ottoman collapse were far-reaching, the cultural impact of the empire's legacy was just as profound. The Ottomans left behind a rich cultural heritage that continued to influence the arts, architecture, and philosophy of the region. Ottoman architecture, with its grand mosques, palaces, and public buildings, remains a testament to the empire's cultural achievements. Cities like Istanbul, which had served as the empire's capital, still bear the imprint of Ottoman rule, with their mix of Byzantine, Islamic, and Ottoman architectural styles creating a unique cultural landscape. In the arts, Ottoman influences persisted in the music, literature, and visual arts of the Middle East, Central Asia, and the Balkans. Ottoman classical music, with its intricate rhythms and melodies, continued to influence the music of modern-day Turkey and the Arab world. Similarly, the Ottomans' contributions to literature, particularly in poetry and historical writing, left a lasting impact on the region's intellectual traditions. Ottoman calligraphy, which was revered as both an art form and a spiritual practice, is still regarded as one of the highest forms of artistic expression in the Islamic world. The Ottoman Empire also left an indelible mark on the culinary traditions of the Middle East, North Africa, and the Balkans. Ottoman cuisine, which blended the diverse culinary practices of the empire's vast territories, remains a cornerstone of the region's food culture. Dishes like kebabs, pilaf, baklava, and Turkish coffee are just a few examples of the enduring legacy of Ottoman culinary traditions. The empire's fusion of ingredients and techniques from Europe, the Middle East, and Asia helped create a rich and diverse gastronomic heritage that continues to be celebrated today. Despite the upheaval and transformation that followed the fall of the Ottoman Empire, many of the cultural elements that defined the empire continue to resonate throughout the region. The Ottoman tradition of diplomacy, which sought to balance the interests of various ethnic and religious groups, provided a model for the governance of multi-ethnic states in the Middle East and the Balkans. The empire's system of millet, which allowed religious minorities to govern themselves according to their own laws and customs, left a lasting imprint on the way that minority communities were treated in the post-Ottoman era. The legacy of the Ottoman Empire also influenced the development of modern political ideologies in the Middle East. The rise of pan-Islamism, which sought to unite the Muslim world under a single political entity, was in part a response to the collapse of the Ottoman Caliphate. The idea of a unified Muslim world, transcending national borders, continued to resonate in the years following the empire's fall, particularly among Islamic political movements in the 20th century. At the same time, the decline of the Ottomans and the rise of European colonial powers gave birth to nationalist movements across the Middle East and North Africa, as people sought to create their own independent states free from foreign domination. In conclusion, the fall of the Ottoman Empire marked the end of one of the most influential and long-lasting empires in world history. The empire's decline was not just a political event but a profound transformation that reshaped the political, cultural, and social landscapes of the Middle East, North Africa, and the Balkans. While the legacy of the Ottomans can be seen in the modern nations that arose from their former territories, the empire's cultural contributions continue to be felt in the arts, architecture, cuisine, and intellectual traditions of the region. The Ottoman Empire's complex legacy serves as both a cautionary tale and a source of inspiration, offering valuable lessons on the dynamics of empire, governance, and the interplay of cultures and religions in a changing world. The collapse of the Ottoman Empire and the subsequent emergence of new political entities across the Middle East, North Africa, and the Balkans set the stage for decades of political tension and warfare. However, it also marked a pivotal moment in the history of modern nationalism, with former Ottoman subjects redefining their identities in response to their new realities. The rise of these new nations was often accompanied by profound shifts in the political and social structures that had existed under Ottoman rule. One of the most significant outcomes of the Ottoman Empire's dissolution was the establishment of new nation-states. These newly formed countries, such as Turkey, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, and Jordan, had to grapple with the challenges of creating unified national identities out of the diverse populations that had once been part of the empire. The legacy of Ottoman rule, with its ethnic and religious diversity, left a complicated inheritance that these new states had to contend with in their quest for stability and unity. In the case of Turkey, Ataturk's vision of a secular, modern, and nationalist republic was a direct repudiation of the Ottoman past. His reforms aimed at transforming Turkish society by severing ties with the Islamic Caliphate, introducing Western-style legal systems, and promoting Turkish nationalism as the cornerstone of a new, cohesive identity. These efforts were successful in creating a modern Turkish state, but they also lead to the suppression of the Islamic and Ottoman elements of Turkish heritage. Ataturk's policies left a lasting legacy of secularism and nationalism in Turkey, but they also created tensions between the secular government and more religious segments of Turkish society. Elsewhere in the former Ottoman territories, the process of nation-building was often less smooth. The Arab nations that emerged from Ottoman control, such as Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, faced a difficult task in establishing national unity. The Sykes-Picot Agreement had drawn arbitrary borders through lands inhabited by a patchwork of ethnic and religious groups, many of whom had little in common with one another. In Iraq, for example, the Shiite, Sunni, and Kurdish populations had been grouped together under British mandate rule, creating a volatile mix that would lead to decades of instability. The emergence of Arab nationalism in the early 20th century was a response to the fragmentation of the Ottoman Empire and the subsequent colonial control of European powers. The Arabs, who had long been under Ottoman rule, sought to assert their identity and independence, rejecting the colonial structures imposed by the British and French. The creation of the Arab League in 1945 was one of the outcomes of this rising sentiment, as Arab countries sought to cooperate and present a united front against foreign influence. However, the tensions between national interests and the desire for pan-Arab unity would become a persistent issue, particularly in the face of the Arab-Israeli conflict and the ongoing power struggles within the region. In the Balkans, The dissolution of the Ottoman Empire had similarly profound consequences. The Ottoman Empire had ruled over large parts of the Balkans for centuries, and its collapse left a vacuum that was quickly filled by nationalist movements. The newly independent nations of the Balkans, such as Serbia, Greece, Bulgaria, and Montenegro, sought to assert their sovereignty and build their own identities, often at the expense of their neighbors. The Balkan Wars of 1912–1913, which followed the collapse of Ottoman rule, saw the region's ethnic and territorial disputes come to the forefront. The violence and upheaval of these wars laid the groundwork for the tensions that would eventually lead to the outbreak of World War I. The nationalism in the Balkans was fueled by a desire to reclaim land and honor, as well as a deep-seated animosity toward the Ottoman rulers. The rise of pan-Slavism in Serbia, for example, sought to unite the Slavic peoples of the region against foreign domination. This movement contributed to the tensions between Serbia and Austria-Hungary, culminating in the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in 1914 and the outbreak of World War I. The legacy of Ottoman rule in the Balkans, with its complex mix of ethnic, religious, and cultural identities, continued to influence the region's political landscape throughout the 20th century. Beyond the political upheavals, the cultural and intellectual impacts of the Ottoman Empire's collapse were also deeply felt. The legacy of Ottoman governance, which had allowed for the coexistence of multiple religious and ethnic groups, was a model of tolerance in many ways. However, in the wake of empire's fall, many new national governments sought to homogenize their populations, often leading to the marginalization or persecution of minorities. In Turkey, for example, the creation of a Turkish national identity was accompanied by the forced assimilation of various ethnic groups, including Kurds, Armenians, and Greeks. Similarly, in the Arab world, the desire for national unity often clashed with the region's ethnic and religious diversity. Despite these challenges, the Ottoman legacy also provided a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. In places like Lebanon, where the Ottoman Empire had allowed for a degree of religious coexistence, the memory of this tolerance continued to inform the political dynamics of the country. The Lebanese political system, for example, was designed to balance the interests of different religious communities, reflecting the Ottoman practice of governance through religious and sectarian groups. Similarly, the Ottoman system of trade and commerce, which spanned from the Balkans to the Arabian Peninsula, left an enduring mark on the region's economic practices and institutions. In the years following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, the Middle East and the Balkans underwent a process of redefinition. The impact of imperialism, colonialism, and nationalism shaped the political, cultural, and social identities of the people living in the former Ottoman territories. Yet, despite the many challenges and conflicts that emerged in the aftermath of the empire's fall, the legacy of the Ottomans remained a central point of reference for the peoples of the region. From the architectural splendor of Istanbul to the culinary traditions that still bind people together, the Ottoman Empire's cultural influence endured, even as its political and territorial legacy faded. This enduring influence can be seen most clearly in the arts, where the Ottoman Empire's unique fusion of Islamic, Byzantine, and Persian elements created a distinct visual and musical tradition. Ottoman architecture, with its grand mosques, palaces, and public buildings, continued to inspire architectural styles in the Middle East and the Balkans. Similarly, Ottoman music, with its intricate melodies and rhythms, remained a fundamental part of the musical heritage of the region. Modern Turkey, the echoes of Ottoman culture can still be heard in the music of contemporary artists, as well as in the visual art and architecture that dominate the Turkish landscape. As the political landscape of the former Ottoman territories continued to evolve throughout the 20th century, the repercussions of imperialism, nationalism, and the ongoing search for identity were keenly felt across the Middle East and the Balkans. The dissolution of the Ottoman Empire not only affected the lives of the millions of people who once lived under its rule, but also set the stage for a century marked by conflict, revolution, and, at times, progress. In the Middle East, the legacies of the Ottoman Empire remained embedded in the region's political systems, even as new regimes took shape. The creation of nation-states in the aftermath of the empire's collapse was a process fraught with difficulties. The arbitrary borders drawn by colonial powers, particularly the British and the French, ignored the complex and varied ethnic, religious, and cultural identities that had existed under Ottoman rule. These borders created artificial national identities that weren't difficult to unify, especially when the political and social fabric of the region had once been stitched together under the imperial umbrella of the Ottomans. The region's post-Ottoman period was also marked by the rise of new political ideologies. Nationalism, which had flourished in Europe during the 19th century, became a driving force across the Middle East. Leaders like Mustafa Kemal Ataturk in Turkey, King Faisal in Iraq, and Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt became symbols of the nationalist movements that sought to break free from the colonial shackles of Europe. However, these leaders faced the monumental task of forging national unity in countries that were divided by centuries-old ethnic and religious divisions, many of which had been exacerbated by the imperial powers' interventions. In Turkey, Ataturk's reforms were central to the creation of a modern, secular republic. His goal was to transform Turkey into a powerful and unified nation-state, free from the religious and ethnic divisions that had plagued the Ottoman Empire. His secularism, which included the abolition of the caliphate and the adoption of a new legal system based on European models, marked a radical break with the past. Ataturk's policies were aimed at eradicating the Ottoman influences that were seen as obstacles to modernization. Yet, the legacy of the Ottoman Empire persisted in Turkey's architecture, language, culture, and social customs. The magnificent mosques, palaces, and monuments that dotted the country's landscape, many of which had been built under the Ottomans, continued to serve as symbols of the country's imperial past, even as the nation moved toward a more modern and secular future. In other parts of the Middle East, the challenges of building a national identity were even more pronounced. The newly created countries of Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, for example, struggled to reconcile their disparate populations, which had once coexisted under Ottoman rule. These countries were a patchwork of different religious and ethnic groups, and the borders drawn by the French and British often ignored the realities of the region's social landscape. In Iraq, the Sunni Arab minority dominated the political and military establishment, while the Shiite majority and Kurdish minority were marginalized. The tensions between these groups, which had been suppressed under Ottoman rule, were only exacerbated by the arrival of colonial powers, who often played one group against another in order to maintain control. Lebanon's political system, which was established under the French Mandate, was also a product of the Ottoman Empire's legacy. The country's unique confessional system, which divided power among the various religious communities, was a direct result of the Ottomans' practice of ruling through religious and sectarian groups. This system allowed Lebanon to maintain a fragile peace between its diverse communities, but it also created deep divisions that would become increasingly difficult to manage in the post-independence period. As the civil war in Lebanon in the 1970s and 1980s demonstrated, the political system that had been created by the French could not prevent the forces of sectarianism from tearing the country apart. The impact of the Ottoman Empire's fall was also deeply felt in the Balkans, where nationalist movements and territorial disputes remained central to the region's political dynamics. The rise of independent nation-states in the Balkans following the collapse of the empire was accompanied by a series of violent conflicts, particularly as the borders of these new countries were redrawn. The creation of Yugoslavia in 1918, which sought to unite the Slavic peoples of the former Ottoman lands, was a direct response to the empire's disintegration. However, the tensions between the different ethnic groups in the region, particularly between the Serbs, Croats, and Bosniaks, were too great to be overcome by the creation of a single state. The legacy of Ottoman rule in the Balkans was also evident in the region's religious diversity. Under the Ottomans, the Balkans had been home to a significant Muslim population, and many of the region's most important cities, such as Sarajevo and Skopje, had been centers of Islamic culture. However, after the empire's collapse, the rise of nationalist movements in the Balkans led to the forced conversion or expulsion of many Muslims, particularly in regions where they were in the minority. The brutal ethnic cleansing campaigns that accompanied the Balkan Wars of the early 20th century were a tragic reflection of the deep-seated animosities that had been stoked by centuries of Ottoman rule. Yet, Despite the tensions and divisions that marked the post-Ottoman period, the Ottoman legacy also left a more positive mark on the region. The infrastructure, trade routes, and cultural exchanges that the Ottomans had established created a foundation for economic and social development in many parts of the Balkans and the Middle East. The Ottomans' promotion of religious and cultural tolerance allowed for the coexistence of multiple ethnic and religious groups, a legacy that persisted in some from even after the empire's fall. In the Balkans, for example, the Ottoman practice of allowing local communities to govern themselves according to their own religious laws left a lasting imprint on the region's political systems. In Lebanon, the confessional system established by the Ottomans continued to shape the country as political culture for decades after independence. In the decades following World War I, the legacy of the Ottoman Empire continued to influence the region, even as new political forces emerged. The rise of socialism, pan-Arabism, and Islamic movements all had roots in the political and cultural transformations that took place in the wake of the empire's collapse. The Ottoman Empire may have fallen, but its legacy remained a powerful force in shaping the course of history in the Middle East and the Balkans. As the 20th century drew to a close, the Ottoman Empire's influence was still felt in the political, social, and cultural landscapes of its former territories. The conflicts that had plagued the region for decades, such as the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the Iran-Iraq War, and the Yugoslav wars, were reminders of the deep-seated divisions that had been exacerbated by the empire's collapse. Yet, even in the face of these challenges, the memory of the Ottoman Empire persisted as a symbol of a more unified and tolerant era. For many people in the Middle East and the Balkans, the Ottoman period represented a time of relative stability and coexistence, a sharp contrast to the political chaos and violence that followed. The fall of the Ottoman Empire marked the end of an era, but its legacy continued to shape the history of the Middle East and the Balkans throughout the 20th century and beyond. The political, cultural, and social transformations that followed the empire's collapse were marked by both triumphs and tragedies, as newly independent nations sought to build their identities in the wake of centuries of imperial rule. The Ottoman Empire may no longer have existed, but its impact on the region's history, culture, and politics could not be erased. This completes the next installment. Let me know if you would like to continue further. I understand your frustration. I will continue with part 6 immediately, focusing on the content and expanding it according to your request. Please allow me to proceed. As the days wore on, the power struggle in the realm deepened. The throne, once a symbol of unity and strength, had become a symbol of division, drawing those loyal to the previous ruler into a desperate battle for their survival and those seeking to exploit the fractured kingdom for their own gain. Whispers in the court, fueled by the uncertainty of the ruling powers, led to a growing tension that reverberated throughout the kingdom. Among those who sought control was the once celebrated general, Roderick Falcon, whose loyalty had been to the former monarch, now dead. Roderick, however, was not merely a soldier, he was a man of ambition. His once vast forces, which had fought to defend the kingdom from external threats, were now gathered on the outskirts of the capital, preparing for a confrontation with the ruling forces. In the royal court, a new player had emerged, Lady Evelina Oresle, the wife of the former king's trusted advisor. With the death of her husband, she had been left with an inheritance of not just land but influence. Evelini was a woman of sharp intellect and political cunning, recognized by few for her ability to manipulate the delicate threads of court politics. Yet, her ascent had not gone unnoticed, especially by those who wished to see the kingdom return to its former glory. The unrest within the capital city was palpable. Every street was filled with murmurs of rebellion, of forces both external and internal seeking to vie for power. The sudden disappearance of trusted figures, the strange movements of soldiers in the dead of night, and the mysterious activities in the dark corners of the city were all evidence of the brewing storm. It was not just the royal court that was affected by the upheaval. The common people, caught in the middle of this political game, grew more and more desperate. Farmers, craftsmen, and traders alike felt the weight of the political instability. Markets once bustling with life were now eerily quiet, as many wondered if they would soon be swept up in the violence that seemed inevitable. For weeks, tensions mounted as Roderick's forces neared the capital, with Lady Avellini plotting her next move from within the castle's stone walls. Her influence had begun to spread like wildfire, with whispers of alliances forged in secret, and promises made in the dark hours of the night. She knew the kingdom could not survive under the rule of the fractured monarchs, nor could it stand against the growing power of Rodriguez's army. Avellini had her eyes set on the crown, but she was not foolish enough to seize it by force alone. She needed allies, both within the court and in the streets, where the commoners were beginning to stir. The looming rebellion made her nervous, but it also presented an opportunity. Broderick, however, had his own plans. A man of strength and vision, he was convinced that the kingdom could only be restored through the power of his army. His soldiers, fiercely loyal to him, were reigned in the harshest conditions. They were disciplined, fierce, and willing to die for the cause. His army's march toward the capital had begun, and the time for diplomacy was coming to an end. The royal guards, once protectors of the kingdom's highest leaders, now found themselves caught in the middle of this dangerous political web. Torn between loyalty to their fallen king and the desire to protect their families, many had begun to question the true nature of their service. Some had already begun to secretly defect, their allegiances shifting with the winds of power. The battle for control had begun, and the future of the kingdom hung in the balance. But would it be a return to the glory days of the former monarch, or would a new ruler rise from the ashes of the old regime? Would the people ever see peace again, or was this the beginning of an endless cycle of bloodshed and turmoil? As tensions reached their peak, a final reckoning was coming, and only time would tell who would emerge victorious. The city was alive with the distant sounds of drones, the heralds of war signaling the arrival of an imminent conflict. The forces of Roderick Falcon were now within sight of the gates, their banners flapping in the wind, a sight that brought a chill to the hearts of the citizens. The kingdom stood on the brink of collapse. Every corner of the capital had become a battleground of shifting loyalties, secret alliances, and silent betrayals. Lady Avellini or Esley, now fully aware of the dangers that lay ahead, had fortified her position. Her inner circle, composed of influential courtiers and military commanders who had pledged their support, met in hushed rooms, preparing for the chaos that was soon to unfold. With Rodriguez's forces at their doorstep, they knew that their next move would decide the fate of the kingdom. She had sent emissaries to the other noble houses, promising them land and power if they allied with her cause. Some had agreed, sensing the growing strength of her faction, while others wavered, unsure which side would offer them the best chance at survival. The lines between loyalty and ambition were becoming increasingly blurred. Broderick, on the other hand, was a man of action. His army was not just a collection of soldiers, it was a well-soiled machine, its might fueled by years of preparation for this very moment. The general had no intention of negotiating or bargaining for power. He had only one goal: to take the throne by force and establish a new order, one in which the kingdom would be led by those who were strong enough to claim it. The capital city, once a beacon of civilization and prosperity, now seemed to hold its breath as the two forces drew closer. The royal palace, perched high above the rest of the city, was the ultimate prize, and both Roderick and Lady Avellini knew that whoever controlled it would hold the kingdom in their hands. As Roderick's army camped just outside the gates, the city's walls became a symbol of the kingdom's last line of defense. The royal guards, outnumbered until minus prepared for a siege, made their final preparations for the inevitable. They had been given orders to protect the royal family at all costs, but the question lingered in the air: could they truly hold the palace long enough to turn the tide in favor of the monarchy? Inside the palace, the king's surviving family members were locked in their chambers, awaiting their fate. The queen, a woman known for her quiet resolve and wisdom, had sent for her advisors, hoping to formulate a plan that would buy them time. But the truth was clear to all within the palace walls: the kingdom was unraveling, and no strategy could guarantee survival. The situation had become desperate. The Lady Aveline's spies had reported that Roderick was preparing for an assault at dawn, and there was no hope of reinforcements arriving in time to change the outcome. The time for diplomacy had passed. All that remained was the bloodshed of battle. As night descended upon the city, a tense silence enveloped the streets. The calm before the storm hung heavy in the air. broken only by the occasional shout or clanging of metal as soldiers prepared their weapons. In the royal court, Lady Avellini sat in a room adorned with tapestries and polished wood, studying a map of the city's defenses. Her fingers traced the path she knew so well, the corridors, the gates, and the secret entrances that could allow her forces to enter the palace undetected. She had thought of everything. Meanwhile, Roderick sat in his war tent just outside the gates. His mind was sharp, his focus unyielding. He knew the risk. She knew that to strike at the heart of the capital was to strike at the very foundation of the kingdom. Yet, he also knew that there could be no turning back. If he hesitated, someone else would claim the throne, and the kingdom would slip from his grasp forever. The hour was upon them. At dawn, the city would be engulfed in a bloody struggle. Roderick's forces would advance, their siege engines creaking as they prepared to breach the walls. The royal guards, fortified in the palace, would make their stand. Lady Aveline's hidden army, moving like shadows through the city, would strike at the heart of the monarchy, while her allies within the palace would open the gates, allowing her to seize control from within. It would be a battle like no other, one that would forever reshape the kingdom. The fate of the royal family, the lives of countless soldiers, and the future of the people were all in the hands of a few determined men and women, each driven by their own desires, each willing to sacrifice everything for power. And as the sun began to rise, the first clash of swords echoed through the streets, signaling the start of the final confrontation. At the break of dawn, the first tremors of battle were felt across the city. Adric's army, with its massive siege engines and heavily armored troops, moved into position. The walls of the city, once proud and formidable, now seemed fragile. Their age were evident to all who looked upon them. The sound of hammers and iron against stone rang out as Roderick's forces began their assault, launching their first wave of catapults and battering rams at the gates. The royal guards, stationed at their posts, were ready, their weapons drawn, awaiting the signal to defend their kingdom. But even as they braced for the impact, there was a nagging feeling in the air, a sense that something was wrong. Their numbers were few, and they knew that the gates could not withstand the onslaught for long. Inside the palace, Lady Aveline's forces were already in motion. Her secret alliance with influential nobles within the palace had paid off. Our agents had quietly moved into place, securing key locations and disabling the palace's defenses. As the siege began, they slipped through hidden corridors, moving like ghosts through the halls of the royal residence. But Roderick's forces had not been idle. His spies had already informed him of the betrayal within the palace walls, and he had prepared for it. His elite soldiers, hidden among the ranks of his army, had infiltrated the city long before the siege began. They were waiting, poised to strike from within. The capital had become a labyrinth of shifting allegiances and secret movements. As Roderick's forces pounded on the city's gates, the tension within the palace reached its peak. The royal family, now desperate, was divided. Some called for surrender, hoping to save the kingdom from further bloodshed. Others, loyal to the old ways, urged the royal guards to hold firm and defend the monarchy at all costs. Then in the end, it was the sound of the first breach and explosion followed by the groaning of the gates collapsing that shattered any hope of a peaceful resolution. The battle for the kingdom had begun in earnest, and there would be no turning back. The siege had begun, and the streets of the capital would soon be stained with blood. The clash of steel on steel echoed throughout the city as Roderick's forces surged forward, crashing through the gates and spilling into the streets. The royal guards, though outnumbered and underprepared, fought valiantly to hold their ground. The sound of swords clashing, the cries of battle, and the smoke rising from the barricades painted a grim picture of the kingdom's future. Lady Aveline's forces had already breached the palace's inner sanctum, her agents moving with precision, neutralizing key guards, and securing important rooms. Her plan was unfolding perfectly. She knew that Roderick's army would soon be engaged in the chaos outside, and that would give her the window she needed to strike. She would enter the royal chambers, claim the throne for herself, and end the centuries-minus long reign of the monarchy. But Roderick had anticipated this move. As the battle raged in the streets, he sent his most trusted commanders through secret tunnels, aiming to cut off Aveline's forces from the inside. The game of chess had reached its final stages, and every move was crucial. Within the palace, the royal family was preparing for their final stand. The queen, now surrounded by her loyal guards, knew that the end was near. She had failed to protect her husband and the kingdom, but she would not surrender without a fight. The royal bloodline would not fall so easily. As the battle outside grew fiercer, Rodriguez's army pushed forward, systematically cutting down anyone who stood in their way. The royal family's final hope rested in the hands of a few brave souls, brave, but ultimately outmatched. The kingdom would be decided in this final hour. Part 10: The Fall of the Royal Family. Tension in the air was palpable as the capital descended further into chaos. Rodriguez's forces, fierce and relentless, fought their way through the streets with unmatched determination. The gates of the palace had been shattered, and the once imposing fortress that had symbolized the power of the monarchy was now a battleground. Inside, the royal family and the remaining loyalists fought valiantly, but their efforts were increasingly futile. Lady Aveline's agents had already secured key chambers within the palace. Haas, soldiers, wearing the royal crest, moved with a chilling calm as they dispatched anyone who dared to resist. Her plan was almost complete. She could feel the weight of the throne pulling her forward, each step taking her closer to the moment she had dreamed of for years. Yet, as she moved deeper into the heart of the palace, something felt wrong. Her senses were on high alert, and she cowed and shook the feeling that Rodriguez's army was closing in from all sides. He had anticipated her every move. The game of power had reached its final, deadly crescendo, and now the stakes were higher than ever. In the royal chambers, Queen Evelina, a woman of regal beauty and unwavering resolve, was preparing for her final confrontation. Her once beautiful gown was now stained with the dust and grime of battle, and her eyes were filled with the sorrow that came from knowing she had failed her people. But her spirit was unbroken. She would not surrender the crown without a fight. She gathered her remaining guards around her and made her way toward the throne room. Her hand was steady as she gripped the hilt of her sword, weapon passed down through the generations of her family. She had not wielded it in years, but the time had come to defend the legacy of her ancestors. The throne room was dimly lit by the flickering torches mounted on the stone walls. A cold draft whispered through the cracks in the old stone, carrying with it the scent of blood and the promise of imminent death. Queen Evelina, her heart heavy with the weight of the kingdom's fate, stepped into the room. Her eyes locked onto the figure seated upon the throne, the symbol of all the power and glory of the monarchy that had endured for centuries. It was not Lady Evelina who sat there. It was Roderick Falcon. The general had beaten her to the heart of the palace. His forces, infiltrating from the shadows, had taken the throne room before Evelina could reach it. His eyes, cold and calculating, met the queen's gaze, and for a moment the two stood locked in an unspoken battle of wills. "Your Majesty," Roderick's voice was low, dripping with both respect and disdain. "The time has come for your reign to end. The kingdom needs a strong ruler, one who will lead with power, not weakness." Queen Evelina's face twisted with a mixture of grief and defiance. "You would destroy everything my family has built, just to satisfy your thirst for power?" Roderick rose from the throne, his movements deliberate and slow. "Family's time is over. The kingdom needs a new order, one that is forged in the fires of war. I will reshape this land. You and your bloodline are merely obstacles in the way." With a signal to his men, the room was filled with the clash of steel as his soldiers closed and around the queen and her remaining guards. But Queen Evelina was not done yet. She drew her sword, the blade gleaming in the torchlight, and stood her ground. "I will not yield to you," she spat, her voice filled with the fury of a mother defending her children, a queen defending her people. A brutal fight ensued. The clash of swords, the shrill cries of battle, and the heavy footsteps of soldiers echoed in the throne room. Queen Evelina fought with the grace and precision of a trained warrior, but she was vastly outnumbered. For every strike she landed, two more men appeared to challenge her. She had always known this day might come, the day when the kingdom would fall into chaos. But she had never imagined it would come at the hands of someone like Roderick, a man who had once fought for the kingdom, now turned against it for his own gain. Guards, loyal to the end, fought valiantly, but the tide of the battle was shifting in favor of Rodriguez's forces. Slowly, the queen's last line of defense was chipped away until she stood alone, surrounded by the bodies of her fallen protectors. With a final, anguished cry, Queen Evelina lunged at Roderick, hers ordained directly for his heart. But before she could land the blow, he deflected her strike with a swift motion, knocking the blade from her hands. "You have fought bravely," Roderick said, his voice surly calm as he approached her. "That this is where your story ends." He raised his sword, and with one swift motion, he ended her reign. The room fell silent except for the ragged breaths of the queen, whose lifeless body slumped to the ground. The throne room was now under Roderick's complete control. The victory was bittersweet for Roderick. As he sat upon the throne, the realization of what he had accomplished began to sink in. He had claimed the crown, but at what cost? The streets of the capital were now littered with the bodies of the fallen loyalists, rebels, and innocents alike. The air was thick with the scent of blood and destruction, and the once proud kingdom lay in ruins. Roderick had succeeded in his quest for power, but it had come at the expense of the kingdom's soul. The people were fractured, divided, and broken. The nobility, once proud and powerful, now cowered before him, uncertain of their place in the new order. Lady Avellini had been pushed aside, her dreams of ruling the kingdom slipping further from her grasp as she watched Roderick take control. She had hoped for a peaceful resolution, a way to unite the kingdom under her banner, but now she saw that there was no place for compromise in the new world Roderick was creating. As Roderick sat upon the throne, gazing out over the city he had conquered, a thought lingered in his mind. He had one, but at what cost? Would he truly be able to rebuild the kingdom, or had he destroyed it beyond repair? Only time would tell. But, for now, the kingdom belonged to him, and he would do whatever it took to hold it. Roderick fucking ruled from the throne with an iron fist. His army had secured his position, but the scars of the battle were still fresh. The kingdom was in disarray, its people broken and divided. He knew that simply taking the throne was not enough. He had to rebuild the kingdom, to forge a new era from the ashes of the old. His first order of business was to consolidate his power. The nobility, once so certain of their own influence, were now scattered and uncertain. Some swore fealty to Roderick, hoping to maintain their positions of power, while others were forced into hiding, knowing that they were now enemies of the new regime. Roderick's rule was not one of benevolence. He was a man of war, and his rule was shaped by the harsh realities of conquest. He enforced his will with brutal efficiency, crushing any rebellion before it had a chance to take root. The people, however, were not easily subdued. Whispers of resistance spread to the streets as discontents simmered beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Lady Avellini, once a powerful figure in the royal court, was now nothing more than a shadow of her from herself. Her plans had failed, and she had been forced into exile. Yet, her spirit was not broken. She vowed to one day return, to reclaim what was rightfully hers, and to see Roderick fall. The future of the kingdom was uncertain. Would Roderick's iron rule bring stability, or would it ignite a new wave of rebellion? Only time would reveal the true cost of his victory. But one thing was certain: the kingdom would never be the same again. Part 13: The Gathering Storm. The kingdom, though under Roderick's rule, was far from peaceful. All the streets of the capital had quieted in the aftermath of the bloody battle. The air was still thick with unease. The kingdom had been shattered, and the loyalty of its people was now a fractured thing. There were whispers in the villages, in the remote corners of the kingdom, and among the remnants of the noble houses. A storm was brewing, one that Roderick could not ignore forever. The nobility, now stripped of their power, were restless. Some had sworn loyalty to Roderick, hoping to secure their positions in the new order, but others were more hesitant. They resented his ascension and his iron-handed rule. They saw in him a man who had risen to power through violence, not diplomacy or the nobility of old, and many of them feared for their own survival. At the heart of this discontent was Lady Avellini. Though she had been exiled, she was far from powerless. Her intelligence network, which had once served her so well, was still intact. She had friends in high places, remnants of the old royal court, who had not yet been completely purged. They fed her information, warned her of Rodriguez's every move, and provided her with the resources she needed to make her eventual return. It was clear to her that the throne was not secure in Rodriguez's hands. His conquest had been bloody, but it had also left deep scars on the kingdom. They had died loyalists, rebels, and innocents alike, and the people's trust in their new ruler was shaky at best. There was still a yearning for the old monarchy, for the stability and peace it had brought. Even if it was flawed, Lady Avellini knew that the people's dissatisfaction would only grow with time. Boutefort needed to build her own power base, to forge alliances with the disillusioned factions within the kingdom, and to wait for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, Roderick was not blind to the discontent that simmered just below the surface. Though he had solidified his control over the capital, he knew that true power was not something that could be secured through force alone. It required loyalty, it required faith, and he had neither. He had begun to implement policies to tighten his control, but the more he cracked down, the more resistance he met. He sought to dismantle the remnants of the royal court, replacing key officials with his own men. The nobles, their lands taken from them, were slowly being pushed into obscurity. Rodriguez's rule was becoming increasingly oppressive, but he justified it as a necessary step to restore order. Despite his iron grip on power, Roderick was deeply paranoid. Every shadow, every whisper felt like a threat to his rule. Lady Avellini, though exiled, was still a threat in his eyes. He knew she would not stay quiet for long, and when she did return, he would have to face her once again. Part 14: The Seeds of Rebellion. As the months passed, the kingdom began to show signs of strain. There were small uprisings in the villages, fueled by hunger and resentment toward Rodriguez's harsh rule. The common folk, already suffering from the effects of war, were now burdened with high taxes and the constant threat of retribution. The once minus-browed merchants and farmers, whose livelihoods had been decimated by Rodriguez's soldiers, were beginning to rally under the banner of rebellion. Lady Avellini, though still in hiding, was no stranger to this movement. She had infiltrated the resistance from the very beginning, and now she had become its leader. Her network of spies had grown, and with it her influence. Whispers of a new queen, one who would bring justice and restore the kingdom to its former glory, spread through the land like wildfire. Rodriguez's military, stretched thin after the initial conquest, struggled to maintain order in the outlying regions. His forces were unable to quell every uprising, and more villages were falling under the sway of Aveline's rebellion. Her supporters were numerous, and they were willing to fight for a cause they believed in. As Roderick continued to rule with fear, Lady Avellini began to move with subtlety. She knew that her strength lay not in direct confrontation, but in undermining Rodriguez's authority from within. The kingdom was like a house of cards, and with each passing day, she was nudging it closer to collapse. She reached out to the remnants of the old nobility, offering them the chance to reclaim their lands and titles in exchange for their loyalty. Many of them, tired of Rodriguez's oppressive regime, agreed to join her cause. Soon, she had forged a powerful coalition that spanned the length and breadth of the kingdom. At the same time, she worked tirelessly to sway public opinion. She presented herself as the true heir to the throne, the one who would restore the monarchy to its rightful place. She promised the people peace, prosperity, and the return of the traditions that had once made the kingdom great. Roderick, meanwhile, was growing more paranoid by the day. His forces were stretched thin, and his spies were reporting more and more signs of rebellion in the countryside. His once loyal soldiers were becoming disillusioned, and his hold on power was slipping. He had won the battle for the throne, but the war for the kingdom's soul was far from over. The stage was set for the final showdown between Roderick and Avellini. Both were powerful, both were ruthless, and both were willing to sacrifice everything for the throne. But, in the end, only one would stand victorious. Part 15: The Battle for the Kingdom. The conflict between Roderick and Lady Avellini came to a head when the two forces met on the plains outside the capital. It was a battle that had been brewing for years, and now It was finally time for the kingdom to pay the price for its divided loyalties. Roderick, despite his growing paranoia, was determined to put an end to Aveline's rebellion once and for all. He had gathered a vast army, made up of both loyal soldiers and mercenaries who had sworn to serve him. His forces were well-trained and well-equipped, but they were also weary from months of fighting. Avellini, on the other hand, had spent years carefully building her army. The rebels were not just soldiers, they were farmers, merchants, and citizens who had lost everything to Rodriguez's rule. They were hungry for change, and they were ready to die for it. Eveline's forces were smaller, but they were united by a common cause, and their passion was their greatest strength. The two armies faced each other across the battlefield. The tension between them thickened palpable. The air was heavy with the smell of impending bloodshed. On one side, Rodriguez's soldiers stood in neat, disciplined lines, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight. On the other, Aveline's rebels stood in loose formations, their faces grim but resolute. The battle began with a roar as both sides clashed. The sound of metal on metal filled the air, and the ground shook with the force of the fight. Rodriguez's forces, though better trained, were taken aback by the ferocity of Aveline's rebels. They fought not just for victory, but for survival, for a future where they would no longer be oppressed. The fight raged on, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. But as the day wore on, Rodriguez's forces began to tire. His soldiers, once proud and strong, were now struggling to keep up with the relentless assault of Aveline's rebels. In the midst of the chaos, Lady Avellini herself appeared on the battlefield, mounted on a horse, her sword raised high. She was a symbol of hope for her people, a beacon of resistance against Rodriguez's tyranny. Her presence rallied her soldiers, and with renewed vigor they pushed forward, breaking through Rodriguez's lines. The battle reached its peak when Avellini and Roderick met face to face on the battlefield. Their eyes locked, both filled with hatred and determination. This was the moment they had both been waiting for, the moment that would decide the fate of the kingdom. With a battle cry, they charged at each other, their swords clashing in a flurry of steel. The sound of their blades ringing out echoed across the battlefield, drowning out the cries of their soldiers. Roderick was a skilled fighter, but Aveline's rage and passion fueled her every strike. They fought fiercely, neither giving an inch, but, in the end, it was Aveline's blade that found its mark. With a swift and decisive blow, she struck Roderick down. As the life drained from his eyes, Rodriguez's vision faded to black. The battle was over, and Lady Avellini stood victorious. Part 16: A New Beginning. The news of Rodriguez's death spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom. His supporters scattered, their cause lost. Lady Aveline's victory was complete, and the people hailed her as the new queen, the one who had freed them from tyranny. The kingdom, though scarred by years of war and conflict, began to heal. Aveline's first order as queen was to establish peace and unity, to bring the kingdom back together. She worked tirelessly to rebuild the shattered infrastructure, to restore the lands that had been devastated by the war. The people, once divided and broken, began to rally behind her. She was not just a queen, she was a symbol of hope of renewal. Under her leadership, the kingdom began to flourish once again. But Avellini never forgot the cost of her victory. She had lost much in the struggle for the throne, and she knew that the scars of the past would never fully heal. Yet, as she sat upon the throne, she vowed to lead with wisdom and justice, to ensure that the mistakes of the past weren't ever repeated. The kingdom had been reborn, but it was a rebirth born of blood and sacrifice. Lady Avellini ruled with a steady hand, knowing that the future of the kingdom rested in her hands. And so, a new chapter began in the kingdom's history, one filled with hope, but also with the weight of the past. The kingdom would never forget the price it had paid for peace, but it would move forward, stronger and more united than ever before. The era of Lady Avellini had begun. The world that evening was a held breath, a vast and patient thing settling into blue shadow. About to cross a threshold into a winter carved from memory. It is the winter spoken of in the fragile pages of diaries, carried in voices that soften with age. It is the winter recounted beside the iron glow of a stove, long after the flames have sighed into ash. Tonight, we will not merely observe this winter. We will feel its chill seep into our bones. We will hear its wind find every seam and weakness. This is the story of a blizzard from a distant decade. It is the story of how that blizzard tested the sinew of a single family. It tested the fragile threads of hope that bind people together. It tested the steadfast rhythm of the human heart. Before we begin, I extend a welcome to you, wherever you may be. Perhaps you are watching from across the darkened cities of the United States. You might be nestled beneath heavy blankets in the deep quiet of Canada. You could be in the hushed late hours of Europe, where night holds a different texture. Or perhaps you are listening from a place where the day is just beginning, or has already ended. No matter the hour on your clock, no matter the sky outside your window, you are here. I invite you to become a part of this gathering. If the story moves you, let me know with a like, a subscription. Share the landscape of your own thoughts in the comments below. Tell me the name of the place you are watching from. Tell me the hour at which your night truly begins. Tell me how tales of endurance and warmth make you feel in your quiet moments. Now, let us prepare to step into this world together. Take a slow breath. Let the light in your room grow dim and soft. Allow the busy noise of the day to recede, to fade into a distant murmur. Feel the weight you carry settle, if only for a little while. Match your breathing to the slow, gentle rhythm we will set. Inhale, deeply and slowly. Exhale, releasing all that is hurried. We are stepping into a realm of frost and candle flame. We are entering a story of resilience, of deepened, abiding family warmth. And now, let us travel back to the very beginning. Let us return to the precise moment when the great storm first stirred from its slumber. That final morning began in a silence so complete it felt like a held note. The prairie lay under a weak December sun, a disk of pale gold in a washed minus-out sky. The land was a vast and open hand, its lines softened by a thin scatter of snow from the previous night. It was a powder so fine it lifted with the slightest sigh of wind. Inside the wooden homestead, life moved with the deliberate pace of established routine. The air was rich with the scent of pine logs, stacked neatly beside the hearth. It carried the humble, sweet smell of cornmeal porridge warming on the iron stove. Mary Carter stood at the window, her palms resting lightly on the cold sill. Her breath bloomed upon the frosted glass, a transient ghost that vanished almost as it formed. Beyond the pane, the horizon seemed to waver, blurred by a haze like pearlescent mist. The stillness outside was not peaceful. It was a waiting stillness, tense and expectant, as if the sky were gathering its strength. Behind her, a small hand tugged at the hem of her apron. Young Clara looked up, humming a wordless tune to herself. Clutched in her arms was a rag doll, its face stitched with care just the week before. On the wide minus-planked floor, Henry, the youngest, pushed a carved wooden horse. Its small wheels made a soft, rhythmic click-minus-clack as it rolled over the boards. Outside, the steady thwack of an axe split the cold air. James Carter worked with practiced efficiency, splitting wood for the fire. Yet even he paused in his labor, his gaze drifting northward. There, a darker band of clouds had begun to gather. They moved not with speed, but with the inevitable drift of a slow, rising tide. The first snowflakes were a gentle afterthought. They descended like wandering feathers, tapping almost apologetically against the window. They were delicate, harmless, beautiful in their solitude. But Mary felt a change in the quality of the air. It grew thicker, heavier, as if sound itself were being swallowed by the gathering damp. She leaned closer to the glass, her eyes narrowing. The flakes multiplied, thickening from a stray few into a steady, silent curtain. A wind awoke, sighing through the dry prairie grass. It threaded thin, whistling fingers through the gaps in the wooden siding. James entered not long after, bringing a gust of chilled air with him. He brushed crystalline powder from his shoulders. "That came in faster than I reckoned," he murmured, pushing the door firmly shut against the rising push of the wind. Mary nodded, her hands already moving to stir the banked fire into stronger life. "It feels like the start of something," she said, her voice low. James placed a solid, reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We've weathered storms before." But his own eyes betrayed a flicker of caution as he glanced back at the window. The world beyond was being erased, line by line, behind a thickening veil of white. Inside, the children continued their play, wrapped in innocent oblivion. They did not know that the first, whispering words of the longest winter they would ever know had already begun to fall. By the time afternoon began to lean toward evening, the gentle drift had transformed. It became a relentless, unbroken cascade. The flakes were no longer delicate, they were thick, heavy, and ceaseless. They tumbled from a sky the color of tarnished pewter. The vast, open land was shrinking, consumed by a pale, swirling blur. Fences, the outline of the distant barn, the dark line of trees at the property's edge, all were swallowed. The Carter homestead stood isolated, wrapped in the first tight folds of the coming tempest. Within the cabin, the hearth breathed waves of dry warmth into the room. Yet that comfort now felt fragile, diminished, as if the house itself sensed the shift. The walls emitted faint creaks, expanding and contracting with each new gust. James had moved to the storage corner, a place of quiet inventory. He examined sacks of oats, cloth minus wrapped parcels of salt pork, jars of preserves. His brow was lightly furrowed as he took silent stock. Enough for a few days, certainly. Perhaps a week, if they were careful. The prairie blizzards were not mere weather. They were elemental forces. They arrived with a will of their own. At the rough hewn kitchen table, Clara watched him, her all held tightly to her chest. "Is it a big storm, Papa?" she asked, her voice a small, careful thing. James offered a smile, though it did not quite reach the concern in his eyes. "It's just a bit of winter wind," he replied. "We'll be warm and snug in here." As if in direct defiance, the wind outside rose suddenly. It deepened into a long, mow howl, mournful and hungry. It threaded through every crack, a wild creature pacing the perimeter of their shelter. It rattled the shutters in their frames. It moaned a low note against the chimney stone. It found every unseen seam, every minute weakness in the boards, and pressed its frigid breath through them. Henry looked up from his wooden horse, his eyes wide. "Papa," he whispered, "the wind's talking." Mary, her hands deep in bread dough, smiled a soft, practiced smile. She brushed a stray curl from her forehead with her wrist. "It's only the winter singing by," she said, "heard on a bomb. Sometimes the wind likes to remind us it's alive." Another gust slammed against the house, stronger than the last, so strong that a fine spray of snow sifted in through the window frame's tiny gap. It dusted the cell with a glittering frost. James set down the jar he had been holding. "I'll secure the barn doors," he said, already reaching for his heavy coat. "If this picks up, the animals will need everything shut tight." Harry's hand paused in its meeting. "Be quick," she whispered, the words barely audible. Outside, the world had become an abstraction of white. When James stepped onto the porch, the snow whipped across his face like shards of icy silk. The wind roared around him, a physical pressure against his chest. It stole the breath from his lips with its ferocity. He squinted toward the barn, now only a darker smudge in the swirling chaos. Steadying himself against the porch railing, he pushed forward into the blur. Inside, the children had grown quiet, listening. The house trembled gently under the storm's assault, a humble reminder that prairie winds answered to no one, respected no boundary. Harry fed the fire, the fresh logs catching with a welcome roar. The resulting glow washed across the room in a warm wave, an effort to make the space feel certain, safe. "Come sit close," she said, gathering the children near the hearth's radiance. For the storm was no longer whispering. It had found its full voice, and it had begun to speak. James returned from the barn crusted in white, a statue of winter. His hair was dusted like powdered frost, and his breath came in sharp, visible bursts. He pushed the door closed with effort, leaning his weight into the wood as if against a living foe. When the latch finally clicked home, the cabin seemed to exhale, sinking back into its dim, warm cocoon. Mary hurried to him, brushing snow from his shoulders with urgent hands. "It's worsening," James murmured, shaking his head slightly. "Could barely see my own boots in front of me." He moved to the hearth, extending his hands toward the flames. He let the fire's dry heat seep into his child's skin. Clara and Henry watched him with solemn faces. A child's instinct is sharp. They could feel the weight in the air, the new gravity in their parents' silence. Outside, the sky had dissolved entirely. Snow swept across the prairie in endless, shifting sheets. Each gust folded into the next until there was no beginning, no end, only motion, only cold. The windows had begun to frost from the inside. Delicate, icy ferns spread their crystal patterns across the glass. The house dimmed as the day sank toward a premature dusk. Though time added little now, the storm wrote its own rules of light and dark. Terry returned to her bread dough, her movement slower, more thoughtful. She pressed her palms into the soft, yielding mass, a rhythm that was steady and grounding. The smell of rising yeast and warmth helped to soften the edge of the wind's howl. It filled the home with a scent of normalcy, a memory of calm routine. James spoke again, his voice low near the fire. The barn doors held. Animals are sheltered. But if this keeps up, he let the sentence fade unfinished, carried away by the wind's rising moan. Terry nodded, her hands never pausing. We'll manage. We always do. Children had returned to their rug. Clara braided her doll's young hair with intense concentration. Henry pushed his wooden horse in slow, lazy circles. But every so often, Henry would glance up, his eyes seeking the window as if expecting the storm to peer back in. A sudden, violent gust struck the house, rattling the beams overhead. A fine spray of snow sifted down from a crack along a ceiling seam. It drifted like glitter through the lamplight before settling on the table. Clara's eyes grew wide. "Mama," she said, pointing. "The snow's coming in." Mary reached up instinctively, her fingertips brushing the cold seam. "Just a draft," she assured, though a trace of worry now touched her expression. James fetched a rag and tucked it firmly into the gap, pressing until the wind's breath was reduced to a faint, frustrated whisper. Night approached with a stealthy creep. The storm made it feel as though true darkness had already claimed the world. The wind wailed, rising and falling like the surf of a frozen, distant ocean. Snow piled higher against the house, muffling sound, smothering shape. It sealed the family deeper into their winter refuge. Harry lit another lantern. Its amber glow spilled like liquid honey across the table and floor. "We'll have supper soon," she said. Her voice was warm, calm, steady an anchor amid the storm's relentless push. Outside, the world vanished under drifts that grew with each passing hour. Snow without end, winter without mercy. But inside, the Carters drew their circle tighter. Every heartbeat within the warm walls was a quiet promise. They would face the storm not as individuals but as one. Evening arrived without ceremony, without a sunset. It was merely a slow dimming, as if a great hand were gently lowering the world's wick. Outside, the blizzard swirled with undiminished fury. Wind whipped snow into spinning whirls that beat against the walls like a frantic, insistent drum. The house creaked in reply, each board bending slightly under the constant pressure. Harry ladled warmth into balls, the rich smell of beans and pork filling the room. It was the smell of comfort, of heaviness, of sustenance. The children settled by the hearth, blankets wrapped around their small shoulders. The fire painted their cheeks with a soft, dancing gold. James sat nearby, sharpening a small hatchet. The gentle, rhythmic scrape of metal on stone was a steadying sound. It was a counterpoint to the wind's chaotic chorus. As they ate, the storm surged again. A deep roar pressed against the shutters, making them tremble. Henry paused, his spoon halfway to his mouth. "It sounds angry," he whispered. Harry reached over and tucked the blanket more snugly around him. "It's only winter blowing itself out," she murmured. "Storms always shout loudest before they grow tired." But James knew better. He had seen prairie storms that lasted for days, sometimes stretching into weeks. Storms that buried wagons and outbuildings without a trace. Storms that chilled a man to his marrow under raced paths from the land. He exchanged a glance with Mary. It was a look that spoke entire sentences without a single word. After the meal, the children curled together on a thick old quilt. It was a pattern of faded blues and browns, sewn by Mary's mother years ago. Its familiar texture was a comfort beneath their small palms. Harry hummed a slow, old hymn. Her voice, soft and steady, wove an additional warmth into the room. The fire crackled and popped in sympathetic rhythm. James went to the window. He wiped away a circle of frost with the edge of his sleeve. He yawned the glass. There was no world. No trees, no sky, no horizon. Only shifting white, swirling like dense smoke, endless and impenetrable. The wind tugged at the shutters as if trying to pry them open with frozen fingers. He let the curtain fall back into place and returned to the hearth. The warmth there felt deeper now, richer, as though the fire knew it was being asked to stand guard through a long and uncertain vigil. Harry rose to check the kitchen lamp. "We'll let this one run until midnight," she said, adjusting the wick with a practiced touch. "After that, we'll conserve what we can." James nodded. Oil was not infinite. The storm would not respect the passing of a single night. As the hours slipped by, the blizzard showed no sign of weakening. Snow piled higher along the outside walls, packing tightly. It was still in the house like a cocoon woven from ice. The sound grew strangely muffled yet more forceful. It was a contradiction only the fiercest winter storms could embody. Clara had drifted into sleep first, her body curling like a kitten beneath the quilt. Henry followed, his wooden horse clutched gently in a loose hand. Harry and James sat together by the fire, shoulders touching, eyes heavy. The flames danced slowly, and their shadows swayed across the room like gentle, wavering sentinels. "It'll be a long night," James murmured, the words thick with fatigue. Mary rested her head against the solid warmth of his shoulder. "Then we'll face every hour of it," she answered, her voice barely a whisper. Outside, the night deepened. Snow fell. Wind howled. The prairie disappeared into a white wilderness. And inside the little homestead, the Carters held tightly to three things: warmth, togetherness, the fragile, stubborn hope that morning would eventually bring calm. Sometime in the deep, silent hours past midnight, the storm shifted its voice. Furious, relentless howling softened. But this was not a kindness. It became a low, steady hiss. It was as if the entire world were now wrapped in layers of dense cotton, muffling every sound. This was a silence that felt heavy, watchful, and profoundly uneasy. James stirred in his chair by the fire, his neck stiff from an awkward sleep. The heat from the flames had faded to a bed of glowing embers. They winked slowly in the darkness like drowsy red eyes. Beside him, Mary was half-minus asleep, her head resting against the chair's arm. His was illuminated by the dim, pulsing orange light. He rose quietly, his joints protesting. He added more wood to the stove. The new logs crackled as they caught, flames licking upward with renewed vigor. The warmth returned in gentle, creeping waves across the wooden floor. He listened. There was nothing but the faint, almost ghostly rustle of snow shifting somewhere outside. It was the sound he feared most in a blizzard's aftermath. The quiet moment when the snowfall thickens and the world becomes buried beneath its own immense stillness. Mary stirred slightly. "Is it morning?" she whispered, her voice scratchy with sleep. James shook his head, though she likely couldn't see it clearly. Still the middle of the night. The storms changed. Mary blinked, pushing herself upright. "How?" "Quieter," he said. "Too quiet." She rubbed her hands together, seeking warmth. "Snow's packing in. We may be buried by morning." James swallowed, not wishing to feed her worry, though the same thought had taken root in his own mind. A house buried in snow was not uncommon on the prairie, but it meant isolation deep, profound, and unshakable. It meant a cold that would have to be fought with unbroken vigilance. Across the room, Clara murmured in her sleep, shifting under the quilt. Henry lay sprawled beside her, his tiny hands still curled around his wooden horse. Harry smiled softly at the sight, despite the dread the quiet brought. "They sleep like angels in winter," she whispered. James returned the smile, but his eyes held the worry his lips would not speak. "Let's check the door." Together, they moved quietly to the front entry. James took the handle and tugged. He felt immediate, solid resistance. It was the unmistakable pressure of snow piled high against the outside. The door did not budge, not even a fraction of an inch. A tremor of unease traveled up Mary's spine. Her sealed in already. James pressed his shoulder to the door, testing its strength again. The snow held firm, dense, and unmoving. "We'll dig out when it's daylight," he said. His voice, a crafted calm, was steady. Carefully placed a tone meant for Mary and for the sleeping children. Mary nodded. The fear fluttered at the edge of her breath. She touched the door lightly, feeling the intense cold pulsing through the wood. Back at the hearth, the revived fire warmed the room. It cast a soft, defiant light over every familiar object. The braided rug, the tin cups on the shelf, the wooden rocking chair. All were small, glowing pieces of their life, while the world outside disappeared under drifts taller than a man. James placed another log on the fire. "They'll be all right," he said, more gently now. "We've seen winters before." Terry looked at him, her eyes searching his in the flickering light. "Never one quite like this," she said quietly. He didn't answer. He let the fire speak for him, its flames dancing steadily, promising warmth for a little while longer. The storm silence pressed in, deeper and thicker. It felt as though the house was floating in a sea of white stillness. The Carters were safe, warm, sheltered together. But outside, the longest winter continued to build its formidable walls around them. Then morning finally arrived. It did so without fanfare, without brightness. The room remained in a muted, gray half-minus light. The air held a persistent chill that seeped through unseen cracks. Normally, a prairie sunrise cast a pearly glow, even in deep winter, but on this day, the dawn felt swallowed, hidden behind something denser and heavier than mere cloud. Mary woke first. She blinked slowly, adjusting to the gloom. For a disorienting moment, she wondered if the lamp had failed. Then she understood. It was the world outside that had changed. She crossed the room and touched James's shoulder. He stirred, rubbing a hand over his face. He frowned at the persistent darkness around them. "Is it earlier than we thought?" he murmured, his voice husky. Mary shook her head. "Listen." They paused together, holding their breath. There was no wind, no movement, only a deep, hushed, smothering stillness. James went to the window. He brushed away a film of frost with his thumb. But instead of sky or trees, or even swirling snow, he saw nothing. A flat, solid wall of white pressed against the glass. It was as though the window had been sealed behind a slab of ice. "We're snowed under," he said quietly, the words definitive. Hurry moved beside him, her own breath catching softly. The snow wasn't merely piled high. It buried the house, packed with dense, smothering pressure against every inch of the walls. Henry awoke next, stretching and blinking sleepily. "Mama," he asked, his voice small in the gloom, "why is it still nighttime?" Clara sat up slowly, rubbing her eyes. Did the sun forget today? Harry gathered them close, pulling them into the circle of her arms. "The storm left a great deal of snow behind," she explained, her tone deliberately light. "That's all. The sun is there, just hidden for a little while." James was already examining the door again. He pushed against it gently. There was no movement, no give whatsoever. The snow was too heavy, too tightly packed. "We'll need to dig out through the window," he thought aloud. The upper pane might give way easier. But Mary touched his arm. A light, restraining pressure. "Not yet. Let's wait until the storm settles completely. The walls of snow may shift." James nodded, though reluctance was in the set of his jaw. The last thing they needed was an avalanche of snow bursting into the room. Instead, he lit a second lantern and set it on the table. The combined flames pushed back the lingering gloom, painting the children's faces in warm amber tones. Thackeray began preparing breakfast. Simple biscuits baked on the stove's flat iron top. Their humble, wholesome aroma spread through the house. It was a comforting, familiar smell that reminded everyone that even buried beneath winter's wrath, life inside continued. It persisted with a gentle, stubborn normalcy. Henry sat near the hearth with his horse, tracing imaginary trails on the floorboards. Clara curled beside Mary, watching the biscuits rise. The warmth from the stove brushed her cheeks. "Will we be stuck here long?" Clara asked, her voice quiet. Mary looked at her daughter's wide, questioning eyes. She brushed a strand of hair from Clara's forehead. Not forever, sweet girl. Just until nature tires itself out. James added, his voice gentle and sure. And we're safe. That's what matters most. Outside, the prairie lay in utter silence. It was blanketed beneath drift so deep that even fence posts had vanished. Only smooth, unbroken white hills stretched endlessly, hiding every familiar shape. The blizzard had passed, but its legacy remained heavy, deep, and absolute. Inside, lantern light flickered. The fire crackled. The Carters breathed in the warmth that separated them from the frozen world. Unable to see the sun, they marked morning by the rhythm of their home. The simmer of the stove, the scent of baking, the soft, vital comfort of each other's presence. After breakfast, James climbed onto a chair beneath the loft window. It was the highest point in the house. He pressed his palm flat against the cold glass. It was colder than any morning he could remember. He exhaled, fogging the pain, then used his sleeve to clear a small circle. The view was unchanged. Oh, a vast, featureless whiteness pressed directly against the window. It was packed so tightly, it resembled a wall of solid marble. Dury stood behind him, her hands clasped anxiously. How deep do you think it is? James leaned closer, squinting at the edges where faint gradations suggested layers. Snow upon snow, he murmured. Compressed by wind and weight. Could be 6 feet. Maybe more. He paused, his voice dropping. To be all the way to the roof line. Mary felt a tight pinch in her chest. The thought of their home lying beneath the prairie's surface was unsettling, like a shipwreck under ice. But she steadied herself, lifting her chin. We're warm, she whispered. The words a declaration. We have food. We'll outlast it. James turned to her, touching her arm gently. We always do. Below them, the children played softly. Thera hummed to her doll. Henry built a small fortress from kindling sticks. The fire glowed bright. Its released warmth, a comforting promise. So, had not conquered everything within these walls. James climbed down, his boots thumping softly on the floor. He retrieved an iron poker and tapped it gently against one of the lower windows. A hollow, muffled thud answered him. Was the sound of tapping the inside of a snow-minus-covered cave. Thais shivered involuntarily. It's like the world has disappeared. Just hidden, James corrected quietly. Not gone. Still, the heaviness of the snow outside seemed to press inward. It pressed against the walls, against the windows, against their very thoughts. Even within the warm cabin, its weight settled over them like a silent, watchful presence. Harry lit a third lantern and set it on the mantel. But the sun swallowed behind the drifts. Every flame was a precious defiance. James fetched their tools, an old spade, a wooden minus-handled shovel, a small hand-minus axe. He laid them neatly by the door, a preparation for when it would be safe to dig. Mary watched him work, her hands smoothing her apron in slow, anxious circles. Not yet, he said again, his voice gentle but firm. Snows too fresh, could collapse inward. Just then, a muffled creak sounded above them. It was soft but distinct, the sound of deep, settling snow. Thera froze, her doll poised in mid-minus air. Mama, she whispered. What was that? Mary forced a calm smile. Just the snow settling, dear. It's like the earth taking that deep, slow breath. Henry looked up at the ceiling, his small brow furrowed. Would it fall on us? James knelt beside him, placing a steadying hand on his small shoulder. No, son. These rafters are strong as oak, built to last. He tapped the overhead beam with his knuckle, producing a reassuring, solid thud. This house is tougher than any storm. Satisfied, Henry returned to his wooden horse, pushing it across the floor with soft, rhythmic clicks. As the morning faded into a dim, timeless afternoon, the house remained wrapped in its snowy cocoon. The lanterns glowed. The fire hummed. Mary prepared a stew for later, her hands moving methodically. Each chop, each stir, seemed to stitch a little more calm into the air. James worked quietly, reinforcing the firewood pile inside. He checked seams for drafts, listened for any shift in the pressure from outside. The house felt smaller now, a warm, breathing bubble in a cold, silent sea. But the Carters stayed close. Their voices were low and warm. Their hearts were steady. The storm had entombed them in white, but inside, life pulsed gently. It refused to be quieted. As the afternoon slipped toward what should have been evening, the Carters made a strange discovery. Time itself had begun to lose its definition. Without sunlight, without the gradual shift of shadows across the floorboards, the day felt suspended. It was soft and untoward, floating like a leaf in perfectly still water. Mary glanced at the clock on the wall. Its pendulum swung with its usual metronomic certainty. The hands moved in their steady arc, but the world around the clock felt unmoving, frozen. "I keep expecting the light to change," she murmured, more to herself than to anyone. James nodded, carefully adjusting a lantern wick. "We'll have to mark our hours by habit instead of the sun." He placed the lantern near the table, then lit another. He set the second one on the counter near the stove. Their soft, golden glows merged and spread. They warmed the walls with light, pushing back the muted grayness that seeped from the corners. Clara and Henry watched, fascinated, as the flames danced inside their glass chimneys. "It's like little suns," Clara said softly. James smiled at the observation. "Exactly. And everyone helps us hold on to our day." The children stayed near the fire, the warm air brushing their cheeks. Henry clutched his wooden horse, rocking it slowly over the quilt's patterned surface. Clara braided strands of yarn into her doll's hair, humming a tune Mary had taught her the previous winter. Mary used the bright, lamplit hours to sort through their food stores once more. Jars and sacks were arranged neatly on the shelves. The flickering light played over her face, leaving gentle shadows beneath her eyes. She traced her fingers over a jar of dried apples. The gesture summoned a memory of summer warmth, of orchard trees, of sunlight de-appling through green leaves. "We'll ration carefully," she said quietly, almost to herself, "till we get out." James joined her, resting his work-minus roughened hand over hers. "We will," he assured her, his voice low and certain. That the snow pressing against every wall made the house feel like its own separate world. Silent, sealed, floating somewhere outside of time. As true evening approached in the world above, a subtle wind returned. It whispered now, rather than screamed. Tiny vibrations trembled along the wooden boards. They felt like a distant, frozen heartbeat. It was a reminder. The storm still breathed, still lingered. It was still watching. Henry prepared supper, warm biscuits and the thick simmered stew. The children ate with small, contented sighs, grateful for the warmth and flavor. After the meal, James pulled out the family Bible. Its leather cover was worn smooth from years of handling. He opened it and read in a calm, steady rhythm. The verses spoke of endurance, of shelter, of the steadfastness of love. The words floated through the room like soft incense. They soothed the sharp edges of worry that clung to their thoughts. Fiery lit the last lantern of the evening and hung it from a hook near the rafters. Its glow spread wider from that height. Together, the lanterns created a warm, golden halo in the dim cabin. They wrapped the family in a gentle cocoon of amber light. "This feels like a story," Clara whispered, her eyes reflecting the flames. Mary smiled as she tucked her daughter closer. "All winters feel like stories if you listen to them closely." James stoked the fire one last time before the night's long watch. The flames rose brighter, their crackle echoing softly against the wooden walls. Outside, the world remained buried, silent, cold, unmoving. Inside, the lantern hours held the Carters safe. Each flame was a quiet promise against the long frozen night ahead. Night came gently to the buried cabin. It seemed to drift down from the ceiling rather than rise from outside. The lanterns glowed softer now, their flames flickering in slow, thoughtful rhythms. The fire had settled into a bed of deep orange embers. They pulsed like the quiet, steady heartbeat of the home itself. Everything in the room, every object, every shadow felt coated in a hush. It was a stillness that reached deeper than mere silence. Harry tucked the children into their shared quilt on the floor. She smoothed the fabric over Clara's shoulder and brushed Henry's hair from his forehead. Both children fought heavy eyelids, wanting to stay awake just a little longer. They wanted to watch the beautiful, living glow of the lanterns. "Will the snow stay on top of us all night?" Henry whispered into the warm dimmings. Mary kissed his cool cheek. "Yes, dear. But our home is strong, and we're safe inside it." Clara's voice drifted upward, barely louder than a breath. "It feels like we're under a blanket." She smiled in the semi-minus darkness. "A very big, very cold blanket. But yes, something like that." James added another piece of wood to the fire. He nudged the embers until they sparked, sending tiny flecks of gold floating upward like luminous insects. The warmth deepened, spreading across the floor and lifting the evening's chill. He settled beside Mary on the heart sign. Their shoulders touched as they watched the children finally succumb to sleep. Clara curled close to her doll. Henry loosened his grasp on his wooden horse until it rested peacefully beside him. The steady rise and fall of their small breaths filled the room with a peaceful, rhythmic music. Outside, the snow continued its slow, patient shifting. It pressed and settled against the house in weighty movements. Never sudden, never loud, just a soft, relentless reshaping of the world above them. Sometimes the snow creaked, sometimes a faint, sighing echo traveled along the roofline. That the sounds were spaced far apart, like the house itself breathing slowly in its deep, cold sleep. James spoke quietly into the dimmings. "He'll start digging tomorrow, even if it's just a small channel for air." Mary nodded, her head still resting against his shoulder. "Yes, when the snow has settled completely." They sat together in the lantern-minus lit glow. The room was warm and golden around them. Shadows from the rafters stretched long and gentle across the floor. It curved around the sleeping children like protective arms. Kiri leaned into James, exhaustion pulling at her limbs. "You don't know how long it'll last," she murmured, the admissions often weary. "No," James said, his voice a calm, steady anchor against uncertainty. "But we've made it through worse than this." She smiled faintly at that. His certainty, even in the face of the unknown, was its own kind of light. The hours passed with a slow, measured tread. The lanterns dimmed as their oil dwindled. The glow faded to a quiet, amber whisper. Outside, the sky could not be seen. The stars might as well have been extinguished behind miles of snow. The prairie lay in a deep, white slumber untouched, unseen, silent. Inside the buried home, warmth remained. The air held the gentle, familiar scent of the hearth, pine smoke, the remnants of stew, faint traces of baked bread. The children slept soundly. Fire breathed. The lanterns sighed their last, and James and Mary, wrapped in the soft embrace of the night beneath the snow, kept a watchful, loving vigil. They held that vigil until their own eyes grew too heavy to remain open. James awoke to a strange and unsettling sensation. It felt almost as if the house itself were breathing differently. A faint movement in the air, a soft, new press of cold against his cheek, a peculiar stillness that made every sound, even the thought of his own heart, seem preternaturally loud. The room was dim, lit only by the faint, pulsing glow of the fire's remnants. Embers had settled into deep red coals, their light barely flickering across the wooden floor. The lanterns had long since burned out. Their glass chimneys were streaked with thin, dark soot. Mary was still asleep, curled beneath her shawl. Clara and Henry lay nestled together, their quilts rising and falling with gentle, untroubled breaths. Their small faces were peaceful, soft, unburdened by the weight of the storm that still encased their home. James sat up slowly, stretching the stiffness from his limbs. The air felt colder this morning, dangerously so, but sharper. It was as if the breath of winter were leaning closer to the windows, listening. He rose quietly and crossed the room to the loft window. Frost coated the pane in delicate, crystalline patterns, feathered spirals, branching stars, tiny, intricate forests of ice. He wiped a small patch clear with his sleeve and peered out. He saw only the same solid wall of snow, not a glimmer of daylight, not a hint of sky, just a dense, unbroken whiteness. He exhaled, and a cloud formed on the glass before fading away. Mary stirred behind him. "Is it morning already?" she asked softly, her voice still thick with sleep. "By the clock," James replied, "but outside it could be midnight for all we know." She wrapped her shawl tighter and moved to join him at the window. Tears' fingers touched the frost lightly, tracing its delicate, impossible curves. "So still," she whispered, the words hanging in the cold air. "The still," James murmured in agreement. They descended the loft ladder and began the ritual of rekindling the fire. Mary fed it small pieces of kindling, coaxing fresh flames to life with patient care. Soon, the room brightened with new warmth. An orange glow flickered over every familiar surface, reclaiming them from the gloom. Clara stretched with a sleepy groan, her doll pressed tightly to her chest. "Mama," she mumbled. "Is it morning?" Harry smiled gently, the firelights softening her features. "Yes, sweetheart. The clock says so, even if the sky forgot to tell us." Henry woke moments later, rubbing his eyes and immediately clutching for his wooden horse. "Is the snow still here?" James knelt beside him, placing a steady hand on his back. "Still here," he said. "Still deep, but we're all right. We're warm." Breakfast was simple warm porridge, sweetened with a single, precious spoonful of preserved apple syrup. The children ate greedily, the warmth from the food spreading through them like a substitute for the absent sun. Afterward, James brought out the tools he had laid by the door. The small hand minus X, the shovel, the spade. He examined each blade, ensuring they were sturdy and sharp. "You digging today?" Mary asked, worry softening her voice to a near minus whisper. "Just enough to reach the surface," he said, "or at least to get air moving. We can't rely on the gaps in the snow forever." Mary nodded, though her fingers tightened reflexively around the fabric of her apron. "Be careful if the snow shifts." "I know," James said gently. He moved to the loft window once more, the highest point. "I'll start here. Higher point means less weight above us to move." He lifted the small axe and tapped it gently against the pane. It was not to break the glass, but to test the snow's resistance. The sound was dull, almost swallowed, barely echoing back to him. As he prepared to begin, Mary brought the children close to the hearth. Here her soft voice guided them into a quiet activity. They drew shapes in the frost gathered on a leftover tin sheet. She hummed a winter hymn under her breath, a sound meant to soothe. James raised the axe again, his movements slow, deliberate, thoughtful. They read under feet of snow in a world without daylight. The Carters faced a new chapter. They would carve a breath of open air through winter's heavy, silent hand. The house held its quiet, warm courage around them, and James began to dig. James positioned himself beneath the loft window. He took a series of steadying breaths. The hand minus axe gleamed dully in the fire's soft light. The children watched from the quilt near the hearth, curiosity bright in their sleep minus softened eyes. Harry kept close to them, her presence a warm, reassuring anchor. James prepared to carve their way back toward the surface of the world. He raised the axe gently, avoiding any quick or reckless movement. Snow this deep could shift unpredictably. Here was his only ally. The first tap against the frozen pane produced a muffled thud. The sound was instantly swallowed by the dense mass beyond. He tapped again, firmer this time. The third tap sent a subtle tremor through the heavy drift. Mary straightened, her body tense. "James, go slow." "I am," he answered softly, his voice calm. "Just testing it." He adjusted his stance. Then he used the flat back of the axe head to push against the glass, not strike it. The pane held for a moment, then gave way with a soft, crystalline crack. It did not shatter. It simply slipped inward, surrendering to the outside pressure. A small spill of fine, powdered snow drifted into the room. It floated down like slow, weightless ash. The children watched, mesmerized. "It's so soft," Clara whispered, her voice full of awe. Henry reached out to touch the snow as it landed on the floor. He giggled at the cold, surprising tickle against his fingertips. James brushed aside the remaining shards of glass carefully. He leaned forward and began to scoop away the loosened snow with his hands. Beyond the empty window frame lay a wall of white, packed, heavy, and unbroken. He dug with both hands, clearing a shallow pocket in the immense drift. Bits of powdered frost clung to his eyelashes and beard. He melted instantly from the warmth of his breath. The work was agonizingly slow. Every handful he removed revealed only more snow. Thick, relentless layers built by the storm's merciless night. The deeper he scooped, the more he could feel the immense weight pressing inward. It was as if a giant hand held the house in its cold, unyielding palm. Harry stepped closer, a lantern in her hand. She cast slow waves of amber light over the small hollow James had begun to carve. "Is it safe?" she asked, her eyes scanning the exposed snow. Harsh joist, listening to the faint, settling sounds above them. "So far," he answered. "Snow's packed tight. That's good. Means it won't collapse easily." He reached for the small spade and began to chip gently at the drift. He widened the pocket bit by bit, grain by frozen grain. The children leaned forward, mesmerized by the way little crystals spilled into the room. They looked like tiny, fawn diamonds on the wooden floor. Minutes passed, then more. It was slow, meticulous, careful work. The air near the window grew perceptibly colder. Each breath James took turned into a small, clouded plume. Snow seeped down his sleeves and gathered in the folds of his coat, but he kept going, steady and patient. At last, the texture of the snow changed. It became less densely packed, slightly looser. It was a small but vital sign. "We're getting close," he murmured, the words barely a whisper. Mary let out a soft, hopeful breath, her shoulders easing a fraction. James scraped a little more, carefully, gently, and then a faint shift of brightness appeared. Not true light, but a softening of the relentless white. A thinning, then a tiny, ghostly glow seeped through. It was pale, muted, but undeniably real. Daylight filtered through feet of snow. It was as weak as the memory of a sunrise, but it was there. A small, luminous circle shone through the snowpack. It looked like the glow of a lantern held at a great distance. Henry gasped. "Papa, the sun." Clary clapped her hands together softly, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's there. It's really there." James smiled, dazed, slow, tired. Profoundly relieved smile. "We've reached the surface snow. Deeper than I hoped, but not too deep to break through." Harry let her hand rest on his shoulder, a gesture of gratitude and solidarity. "Thank God," she whispered, but the hole was still too small. It was just a dim, glowing hint of the outside world, not enough to let in fresh air. Certainly not enough for a way out. "I'll widen it," James said, resolve firming his voice. "Bit by bit, no sudden movements, just slow, steady work." Mary nodded, her own determination mirroring his. "We'll manage." And so, with lantern light glowing behind him, and faint daylight beckoning in front, James returned to his task. He carefully carved a fragile lifeline between their warm, buried home and the frozen world above. Inside, the Carters watched. Their first fragile connection to the outside had finally been forged. It glowed before them like the beginning of a promise. The faint glow behind the snow grew brighter as James worked. It was still muted, still pale, but now unmistakably daylight. Even filtered through several feet of densely packed drift, it shimmered with a soft, pearlescent quality. The children remained absolutely still as they watched. They were enchanted by this subtle change in the very air of the loft. The new brightness filled the tiny hollow with a serene, otherworldly luminescence. Henry whispered, as if in church, "It looks like the sky is breathing." Mary's lips curved into a gentle, grateful smile. "Yes," she murmured, "it's the morning saying hello to us." James dug slowly, widening the small pocket with painstaking care. Each handful of loosened snow that fell inward made a soft, whispering sound on the floorboards. The air around him grew colder with every scoop. It was as though the outside world was slipping a single, chilly finger into the warm haven of their home. Harry placed an extra log on the fire, brightening its flames to counter the invading cold. The comforting crackle filled the room, mingling with the quiet, persistent scrape of the shovel against the snow. Clara hugged her all close and leaned toward her mother. When Papa breaks through, will the snow all fall in? Harry stroked her daughter's hair, the motion soothing. No, love. He's making the opening small and careful. It will hold its shape. Clara nodded, reassured by the soft certainty in her mother's voice. James paused, brushing the accumulation of frost from his beard. The small window space was now a narrow tube, a hollow passage stretching upward into the body of the snow. It was still narrow, still pale, but undeniably connected to the day. "Feel anything?" Mary asked quietly, peering up. He held his bare hand near the top of the hollow. "A slight draft," he murmured. "Colder but steady. That's good. Means the snow above is settled. We've reached the stable layers." He widened the hole carefully, smoothing the edges with the flat of the spade. And now the faint daylight spilled into the loft in a soft, silvery shower. It wasn't bright enough to illuminate the room below, but it was a reminder, an unmistakable sign. The sky still existed beyond the heavy, white walls. Henry crawled a little closer, his face tilted upward. "Papa, can you see the outside?" Dave leaned forward, pressing his shoulder to the rough wooden frame. "Not yet," he answered. "The snow's still thick above, but we're close. Another hour or two of careful digging." His voice trailed off as a soft, deep shift came from the snow overhead. It was a muffled sound, like settling earth. Mary's breath caught. "James." He held up a hand, listening intently. The house creaked slightly under the adjusting weight. The snow was no longer loose or unstable. It was merely settling into its final firm layers. "It's holding," he said gently. "Don't worry." The children settled again, though their eyes remained wide and watchful. James continued digging. Slower now. Smooth, quiet motions that released tiny flurries of snowflakes. They drifted through the new light like soft, weightless feathers. At last the hall was deep enough that he could smell it. The faintest hint of outside air. Crisp, soiled, tinged with that sharp, clean, metallic scent of a frozen landscape. He stepped back, his shoulders sagging with tired relief. "There," he said, "the word of full sentence. We've made a breathing tunnel." Harry's eyes glistened in the combined light of fire and snow minus glow. "We can get fresh air now." James nodded. "And by tomorrow, maybe we can dig fully to the surface. But for today, this is enough." The children approached the loft, climbing carefully up the ladder with Mary behind them. They peered into the thin tunnel of pale light, their faces glowing in its reflection. Clara whispered, her voice full of reverence, "It's beautiful." Henry giggled softly as a tiny, solitary snowflake drifted down and landed on the tip of his nose. "It's cold." They all laughed then, a quiet, warm sound that seemed to fill the entire Berry home. James rested a hand on the small of Mary's back. "We'll be all right," he said, his voice firm with new confidence. "The world's still up there, and we're almost back to it." Harry leaned against him, letting herself believe that hope fully, deeply. Below them, the fire blazed warmly. Above them, daylight filtered through the snow in a shimmering, fragile shaft. Between those two worlds, the world of elemental cold and the world of nurtured warmth, the Carters stood together. Safe. Warm. Waiting for the moment they could rise back into the open air. Throughout the rest of that morning, the shaft of dim daylight remained a steady presence. It was thin, but faithful. Its soft glow pulsed gently through the narrow tunnel James had carved. The light had a profound, calming effect on the family. It was as if the sky itself had reached a benevolent hand down through the snow. It offered a silent reassurance: "I am still here. You are not forgotten." The digging done for now, James brushed the snow from his coat and joined Mary near the fire. The warmth had grown stronger. The flames were almond bright, their glow turning the wooden walls a rich, honeyed gold. Henry rolled his wooden horse slowly along the rug, humming to himself. Clara sat nearby, her doll resting in her lap. She watched the snow tunnel with a quiet, deep fascination. "It's like a secret," she whispered to Mary, "a hidden little window that only we know about." Mary smiled, smoothing the child's sleep minus tousled hair. Sometimes winter gives us these small places of light, she said gently, or we just have to be patient enough to find them. James checked the seams of the room again, the corners, the door frame, the small places where drafts had once slipped in. And now, everything felt still, sealed tightly by the immense weight of the snow outside. Strangely, that very weight seemed to press the warmth inward. It was turning the little house into an even snugger cocoon. Still, there was something eerie about the quality of the quiet. No wind, no shifting snow, no distant call of a bird, just the deep, muffled silence of a world sleeping under a thick, white shroud. Puffin stood by the hearth, staring into the flames. Never seen a storm settle this heavy, he murmured. More to the fire than to Mary. Not in all my years on this prairie. Mary paused from slicing bread, the knife hovering. Ah, will it melt quickly when the weather softens? He shook his head slowly. Not no like this. It'll take days of clear skies, maybe longer. She absorbed the words, taking a steady, thoughtful breath. Prepared, she said. The statement simple and strong. We'll make it last. The lunch was simple warm bread, a little precious butter, a scant spoonful of jam saved from summer. The sweetness of it lifted their spirits. It filled the room with a gentle, ghostly memory of orchard days and warm breezes. Even in the heart of winter, the memory of sunlight had its own peculiar power to warm the heart. After they ate, James sat the children near him and began to whittle by the fire. Soft, fragrant curls of wood fell into a neat pile as he carved a small, shapeless block into the suggestion of a bird. The children watched in wide-eyed wonder, the simple magic of creation holding them rapt. Henry asked Papa, does the snow make everything quiet because it's listening? James chuckled, a warm, low sound. Maybe so, Henry. Maybe so. Snow likes to soften the world. It wants to make everything peaceful. Mary folded laundry by the rocking chair, her thoughts drifting as she listened to the soft symphony of home. The scrape of James's knife against wood, the crackle and pop of the fire, the occasional contented giggle from the children. But behind those warm, proximate sounds lay the ever-present hush of the outside world. It was so complete, it felt like a heavy blanket had been draped over the roof. A muffled bump came from above, the kind of gentle shift only deep snow makes as it settles. The children glanced up, their eyes seeking the source. James lifted a calming hand. Just the drifts shifting their weight, he assured them softly, like clouds settling in the sky. Mary nodded, her voice matching his calm. Nothing to worry about. Time moved with a strange, elastic slowness in the quiet. The minutes stretched like the long winter shadows that would have fallen outside if they could only see them. The dim, snow-shrouded calm, the Carters found their rhythm again. Warmth, routine, togetherness. For though the world was buried and still, life inside the little cabin continued. It was as steady and as sure as the beating of a heart beneath winter's deepest, most silent dream. Afternoon settled into the cabin like a warm, heavy shawl. It was soft and thick with a hard -1 calm. Though the world outside remained sealed in its white silence, the hearth glowed with a comforting steadiness. Its flames curled upward in slow, graceful spirals. Each flicker cast a golden ripple along the walls. It turned the snow-packed windows into faintly glowing panels. It was as if the storm itself were reluctantly reflecting the fire's warmth back into the room. Mary sat in the rocking chair, mending a small tear in Clara's rag doll. Her needle moved with patient, precise stitches. Each one was tiny and neat, a repair meant to last. The rhythmic sway of the chair made a soft, familiar creak against the wooden floor. It was one of the few sounds not swallowed by the encompassing snow. James tended to the fire, rearranging the logs so the warmth would spread evenly. He worked slowly, savoring the feeling of usefulness. It was a solace to do something that mattered in their small, enclosed world. Clara lay on her stomach nearby, her chin resting in her hands as she watched him. "Papa," she asked, her voice thoughtful, "do you think the sun is shining on top of the snow?" James paused, then nodded thoughtfully. I think so. I imagine it's very bright up there. How bright? Henry chimed in, scooting closer on the rug. James leaned back, letting a playful smile touch the corners of his mouth. Bright enough to make the snow sparkle like a million tiny pieces of silver. Bright enough that if we were up there right now, we'd have to squint our eyes. Clara sighed, a sound of pure, dreamy longing. I want to see it. You will, Mary promised, her voice a soft melody in the glowing room. When the world opens up for us again. Henry tapped his wooden horse lightly on the floorboards. When will that be? Mary set the mended dollars, eyed and smoothed Henry's hair. Soon enough, sweetheart. Winter moves at its own pace. We must move with it. The children returned to their play, singing a little, meandering tune between themselves. The gentle notes seemed to blend with the soft crackle of the fire, becoming part of the room's atmosphere. James joined Mary at the rocking chair, lowering himself into the seat beside hers. Their hands touched for a moment on the chair's arm, a brief, warm connection. The lantern's glow softened the tired lines on their faces. It eased the quiet worry that had lingered since the storm first began to rise. You holding up? He asked quietly, his eyes searching hers. Terry nodded, though her eyes held a deep fatigue. Better now, with the children calm, with you near. She paused, then added softly, I'm glad the digging went well. So am I, James said, but we'll have to widen the tunnel tomorrow, maybe break through completely. He kept his voice low, not wanting to stir needless worry in the children. Mary's gaze drifted to the faint shaft of pale light still glowing from the tunnel above. That little bit of daylight helped more than you know. James took her hand gently in his grip firm and reassuring. He'll bring more of it down to us. You'll see. They sat together in a comforting, wordless stillness. It was broken only by the fire's soft purr and the children's quiet play. As the afternoon deepened, Mary prepared a pot of warm tea. Its aromatic steam drifted through the room in gentle tendrils. The herbal notes were soft and calming. She poured a small cup for James, then one for herself. She held her cup between her palms, soaking in the heat through the tin. The children received theirs with delight, mugs of steaming peppermint water, sweetened with a single, precious touch of honey. Clara blew on hers carefully, her cheeks puffing out. Henry giggled as the rising steam tickled his nose. For a while they all sat together around the hearth, sipping, resting, breathing in the quiet peace that filled the cabin like a living, breathing presence. Outside, the snow pressed in gently. It was as if the world had been muted under layers of white velvet. But inside was golden light, soft laughter, warm tea, and the enduring, unbreakable strength of family. In that small winter haven, wrapped in the steadfast glow of the hearth, the Carters felt, for a moment, safe beyond measure. As the afternoon faded into the muted gray of early evening, the Carters gathered even closer to the hearth. The fire had grown into a steady, comforting column of flame. It breathed, its dry warmth into every corner of the buried cabin. With the world outside locked in its snowy stillness, the family instinctively turned inward. They turned toward memory, toward togetherness, toward the gentle, sustaining rituals that kept the vastness of winter from feeling too large, too close. Mary pulled an old patchwork blanket from the storage chest. It was a quilt her mother had stitched long ago from squares of faded fabric. Remnants of dresses, shirts, and scraps of cloth that held their own quiet, forgotten stories. She spread it over the children, who snuggled beneath its weight with soft, contented sighs. James carved another delicate curl of wood from the small, bird-shaped figure he'd been working on. Clara and Henry watched it take shape with growing excitement. Henry leaned closer, his eyes wide in the firelight. Is it going to fly, Papa? James smiled softly, turning the little figure in his hands. We'll fly in your imagination, son, and that's the very best kind of flying. Henry nodded solemnly, as though this were a profound and wonderful truth. Clara reached for the doll Mary had just repaired and hugged it tightly to her chest. Mama, she said, her voice hopeful. Tell us a story. Harry glanced at James. He placed his carving aside and gave a quiet, approving nod. A story would be good. Something warm, something soft, something to fill the long, deep silence that pressed against the walls. So Mary settled herself near the hearth, The light cast a golden halo around her hair and face. She began to tell one of her childhood tales. It was a gentle story about a lantern spirit who wandered the winter woods. This spirit guided lost travelers home with its steadfast, unwavering glow. Her voice flowed slowly, soothingly. Each word was a soft thread, weaving a tapestry of comfort directly into the air of the room. The lantern spirit, she said, was made of starlight and humble flame. It liked to wander where the snow made everything quiet, where footsteps disappeared and the world held its breath. But it was never lonely, for it knew its light could help those who needed it most. The children listened, wrapped in complete attention. Their eyes shimmered, reflecting the firelight itself. James leaned back in his chair, letting the sound of Mary's voice wash over him. Stories had always been a part of winter. Not just entertainment, but a warmth of another kind. A warmth that fed the spirit, just as the fire fed their bodies. Outside, another soft shift of snow pressed downward with a deep warmth. But inside, Mary's words wrapped around them like a second, invisible quilt. The lantern spirit, she continued, never asked the night to be shorter, nor the storm to be gentler. It simply shone, bright enough to bring comfort, soft enough never to blind. And no matter how far it traveled, it always found its way back to where it belonged. Clara leaned her head against Mary's shoulder. "I like the lantern spirit," she whispered, her voice drowsy. Henry nodded sleepily. "It sounds like our fire." Mary kissed the tops of their heads, her heart full. "In a way, it is. All good. Brave light is related." James stoked the fire once more, listening as the story's final notes settled into the warm air. As the tale ended, a deep silence fell. But it was not heavy or cold, like the silence outside. It was peaceful, cushioned by the glow of the flames and the palpable, loving presence of family. They brushed Clara's hair gently from her forehead. "Should we sing a little?" Clara and Henry nodded eagerly, their fatigue momentarily forgotten. So Mary began to hum. It was a soft winter lullaby, familiar and slow, passed down through generations. James joined in, his low voice blending with hers. It was a harmony as natural as the sound of drifting snowflakes. The children swayed gently beneath the patchwork quilt. The song filled the cabin with a profound, resonant calm. The notes drifted upward, touching the rafters, brushing the faint shaft of daylight still lingering in the snow tunnel above. They warmed everything within their reach. In that little home, buried deep beneath winter's cold and heavy weight, the storm's silence transformed. It was no longer frightening. It was no longer isolating. It became serene, a vast, quiet backdrop against which their own small light glowed all the more deeply, all the more bravely. Wrapped in firelight and shared song, the Carters breathed in harmony with the quiet winter world. They were growing stronger, hour by hour, through the simple, ancient gift of being together. As evening deepened, the hearth's glow became an undeniable heart of the cabin. Its warmth reached outward in gentle, pulsing waves. The shadows lengthened across the floorboards. They were often blurred at the edges, moving like slow clouds drifting through a golden, miniature sky. The quilted blanket rustled lightly as Clara and Henry shifted closer together. Their small bodies were relaxed and sleepy beneath its familiar weight. James rose from his chair, stretching the stiffness from his shoulders with a soft groan. He moved toward the loft to check the tunnel once more. Even from below, Mary could see the faint, pale shimmer where daylight had once filtered through. Now, in the evening hours, that glow was dimmer. It was washed out to a soft, cool gray. It was barely noticeable except to eyes that had been trained by days of careful, hopeful watching. James climbed the ladder slowly. The wood creaked under his weight, a familiar, reassuring sound in the quiet. At the top, he leaned toward the tunnel's opening, brushing away a fresh dusting of snow from the frame's edges. A thread of cold air greeted him. It was crisp and delicate, like the touch of icy fingers against his skin. "Still open?" Mary asked softly from below, her face tilted upward. James nodded, his silhouette dark against the grayish light. "Yes, the tunnel's holding." He examined the way the snow packed around the narrow passage, running a hand along its edge. He nodded thoughtfully to himself. Stable for now. Henry lifted his head from the quilt, curiosity sparking in his tired eyes. Papa, do you think animals are walking on top of the snow? James considered the notion, a small smile touching his lips in the darkness. Maybe a rabbit or two, he said gently. But it'll be hard for them too. The snow is very deep, Henry. Clara hugged her all, her voice a soft murmur. Maybe the lantern spirit Mama talked about is outside right now, watching over all the animals. Mary smiled softly at that, her heart warming at how quickly the children embraced metaphors of comfort. Perhaps, she said, perhaps it is, watching over all of us. James climbed down from the loft, brushing a light powdering of frost from his sleeves. As he returned to the hearth, Mary handed him a warm cup. It was mulled water, infused with a few slivers of ginger from their precious store. The steam curled upward in delicate tendrils, blessing his tired senses with both heat and a spicy, promising aroma. He took a sip, closing his eyes in a moment of pure, grateful appreciation. Effect, he murmured, the word heartfelt. Mary sat across from him, smoothing her worn skirt over her knees. She watched the fire flicker and sway, its light dancing across the children's peaceful, trusting faces. Their eyelids were growing heavy, tiny breaths rising, unfalling and soft, wave-minus like rhythms. Clara blinked slowly, fighting sleep. Mama, she whispered, what if the snow ever melts? Oh, it will, Mary said gently, her voice a sure promise. Snow always melts in time. But what if it takes a long time? A very, very long time? Story leaned down and kissed her forehead, her lips warm against the child's cool skin. Then we'll wait together, and we'll be warm and safe and full of stories until it does. The little girl nodded, comforted by the tenderness and the certainty in her mother's voice. James prodded the fire lightly with a poker, sending a small scattering of sparks swirling upward. We'll dig more tomorrow, he said. It was half to Mary, half a statement to the future itself. Once the light returns. Mary agreed, her voice steady. And we'll take it slow. There's no need to rush now. We have what we need. The snow above them shifted again. It was just a soft sound, like a great pillow being fluffed in another distant room. The house creaked